leadership on this critically important issue. Phoenix, Arizona is the 5th largest city in the United States by population. We're located in the Sonoran Desert. Extreme heat as a result of climate change is a tremendous issue. We are up above 100 degrees just 2 days before Halloween, if you can believe that. Water issues and making sure that we protect our most important resource, water, in terms of now a 14-year drought in our community is critically important, and we've done an incredible job. In fact, we've grown by over 30% just the last 20 years, but we actually use less water today than we did a decade ago. Not per capita, total water, a huge achievement of our community. We have the largest fleet of alternative fuel vehicles in the country, in fact, bigger than Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Chicago combined, in part because we're a big, over 500 square mile city. So we've had incredible accomplishments in that regard. Just 2 days ago, we voted to change all of our street lights to LED, a similar policy that probably most of these great American mayors have done. In our case, that's 100,000 street lights will now be energy-saving LED street lights. We've adopted a strong zero waste policy. We're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by close to 90% just over the next few decades. So we're heading in the right direction. In fact, we're trying to take a leadership role in the circular economy. We'll be talking about that later in this conference, making sure that our landfills don't get filled up unnecessarily. We're bringing entrepreneurs. We're actually creating an incubator at our transfer station so the private sector could come in and teach us as a city government stuff that's being put in the landfill, how that can be taken out of the landfill and actually make money, create an economy out of that. We've got some wonderful, great examples in that regard as well. I'd be remiss to mention, because I know a lot of people are concerned about the recent election and what it means for climate change. Led by our friend Mayor Garcetti and Mayor of New York and Chicago and other 37 mayors, leading mayors, I think all of the ones on this stage, sent a letter to the President-elect's transition team saying, don't go backwards on the Paris Agreement, keep moving this country forward. But if they do go backwards, this group, these leading mayors are committed to make sure that our cities and our country move forward in the right direction. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for bringing us that update. And I'm reminded as I look at some of the reports that we're talking about that just for U.S. cities who are signed on to C40, there are over 1,600 actions that we need to take by 2020. Some of us are already doing many of those things. In some cases, we're going to have to double down on those actions so that we will be able to get there. But what's been important to us, and I think the reason why I wanted to make a point to be here was just what Mayor Stanton said. It is important that we all recognize that a single election doesn't change who we are in cities in America. And that has been the message that I have shared with all Washingtonians. We are who we are, and our values didn't change on Election Day. And the people of Washington, D.C., for example, have been very committed to making sure that we're making our city resilient and doing it through ways that not only are good for the environment, but it's good for our bottom line too, and that's always good when we can enter into an energy agreement that will have our public buildings over the next 20 years energized by renewables, by wind energy, and it's going to save us over $45 million. That is something that every mayor wants to be able to talk to taxpayers about. We're also going to double down on our commitment to solar, and that's important as well. But when I talk to my Director of Energy and the Environment, who is here, Tommy Wells, who many of you have met, anytime we're talking about how we're using renewables for our buildings, or certainly out among our residential community, I'm always asking too, are we making these money-saving opportunities available for everybody? And so that's another thing that we have to confront as cities, that when we're looking at these solutions, that we're spreading them across our cities, and we're making sure that our residents of every means can look to savings as well. So let me now turn to my friend from Portland, Charlie Hales.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. So what I think you're seeing here, and which I think is obvious, is a culture of collaboration, which is enjoyed among U.S. mayors and among C40 mayors, in which we're engaged in a virtuous competition, which is friendly, but in which theft is authorized and appreciated. It's good to steal good ideas from each other because the things that we try out for the benefit of our own citizens then become best practices in other cities and benefit citizens all over the world. And this culture is now well established among us as U.S. mayors and among the C40, the growing cohort of C40 mayors. Portland has been an innovator for quite a while in climate action. I'm very proud of that. I joined the Portland City Council in 1993, and a few months after I joined, we passed the United States' first local climate action plan. We just were recognized, and I'm so proud that we were last night by the C40 group for having made that plan even better last year. It's now in its 4th generation. Under that plan, Portland has actually reduced its carbon footprint by 21%, 40% per capita, because like these other cities, we're growing. So we've actually reduced our carbon footprint while we have been expanding our economy and welcoming now about 1,000 people a month to Portland as well. We're continuing, hearing a message here that we're in this work together, and we are continuing, and we're also now accelerating because we must. C40 has shown us clearly that the pace of local action has to increase, not simply be maintained. So I'm proud to say that in Portland, over the next 2 weeks, we're going to be moving forward on 3 new action items. 1, an electric vehicle strategy. 2, requiring home energy scores, like the stickers on cars for miles per gallon, or liters per gallon. And 3rd, a new policy made permanent in our local law that we will have no fossil fuel export facilities in our city. No coal terminals, no oil terminals, no gas terminals. So we're going to continue accelerating that kind of public policy in Portland. And we all do this work in part because our people demand it. One of the most profound experiences for me as mayor has been having students from middle schools and high schools in my city with passionate concern for their futures, sitting at the witness table in our city council chambers, pleading with their leaders to be bold and visionary and think about the future of those young people. And I'll tell you, as a father and as a leader of my city, those pleas are irresistible. And I think they should be irresistible because they're right. And they want us to lead on their behalf. And that's why you hear a lot of passion for this work among us as mayors and among the C40, the group that are here. The other, I think, key note that you hear across all of us is that in a time in which talent and money are mobile and can move around the world almost effortlessly, at least in the case of money, people are voting with their feet and living in places that represent their values and that enjoy a very high quality of life. So the investments and policies that we are pursuing for climate change make our cities more attractive places to live. Frankly, that attractiveness brings other problems, but we would all rather manage the problems of growth, particularly sustainable growth, than we would of decay or decline. So it is both a responsible environmental policy and a smart economic policy to pursue this goal of climate action at the local level, because our citizens live in a better place and the world becomes better as a result.
That's right. And I like the way you put that, Mayor. We would rather manage the challenges of growth than those of decline. And that is certainly what we're facing, and having so many people and businesses move to our city and live in places and work in places where they never had before, which makes us all focus on transportation and how we're moving people around our cities. And for us, public transportation is important. We're a compact city of just 68 square miles. We're not growing any new roads in Washington, D.C. So how we innovate around public transportation is important. We have been very proud to have a pretty expansive bike share program in Washington, D.C. And now when I go to other cities, I'm always comparing our bike share program. And New York City has launched a pretty impressive one as mayor. So let us now turn to the first Deputy Mayor, Anthony Shorris of New York City.
Well, thank Thank you, Mayor Valentine. It is a great honor to be up here among all the actual elected officials, of which I am not one, but I'll represent the bureaucrats that serve them all. So the American writer Mark Halperin wrote a few years ago that cities are both symbols and products of imagination. And the force, imagination is the force that ensures justice and historical momentum in an imperfect world. Without imagination, we would not challenge certainty or be able to rise above ourselves. The Paris Agreement was the beginning of imagining a new world and challenging certainties of climate change and global destruction that were facing us. The C40 meetings, like today, are about making that happen and realizing the vision and that imagination. For New York, and Mayor Bill de Blasio, from the beginning of his term, laid out his agenda in the One NYC plan that described many of the elements that we've talked about and you've heard the other mayors talk about here today. An 80% reduction in greenhouse gases, a zero waste plan, a $20 billion program to adapt the city to climate change as it moves forward. That's in turn translated into thousands of retrofit actions, thousands and thousands of infrastructure projects, $500 million in city building retrofits, and a substantial reduction in our greenhouse gases. Many of us, as you've heard, share the same goals. We may frame them slightly differently, but one of the great joys of C40 is that it is a chorus of voices, all with slightly different tunes, all singing in harmony. We sing the same song, these American cities, and you saw that in the letter that I think is now even up to 42 signatories, bipartisan letter to the President-elect, demonstrating our continued commitment to the cause we're talking about here today. The shock of last month, the political shock of last month, means that many American cities will be on our own again in our fight for equity and inclusive growth. We will not let this latest twist in our own political system deter us. We have been alone before, and America has a long history of a powerful amount of its energy and power being demonstrated at the local level, and this will continue to test that commitment to local implementation and authority. Many of these actions you've heard taken were locally driven, locally implemented, and will change the face of much of America. The power of our imaginations, the will of our people, allows us to challenge certainties that are too easily otherwise accepted. New York City is proud to be among those 42 cities. We're proud to be among the 12 US C40 cities. We're proud to be here today sharing, learning, stealing, whatever we can to advance the common cause that we all share. Thanks.
Thank you, First Deputy Mayor. So I think we'll have some time for a few questions, but I'll just start with asking the mayors how the business community has come along with the initiatives that you have introduced around fighting climate change.
Well, I can throw a piece of that in. Thanks to C40, we just received some excellent collaborative help from the C40 organization researching the economic impact of green jobs and green policies in our city. And this was very timely because we were having this debate about fossil fuel exports in our city. Turned out there were 280 jobs in our city associated with moving fossil fuels around in ships and barges. And thanks to C40's research, we learned that there are 46,900 jobs involved in the export of green practices and green services to the world, and $10.2 billion of economic impact to our region. So that data and analysis both informed public policy and reinforced the business leaders in our community that are doing that work and building those businesses. So we appreciated the collaboration with C40 to document that this isn't just some starry-eyed hope that the economy is based now on talent and green innovation. We have the numbers, and that helps reinforce a collaborative approach with those in those businesses that are building our economy that way.
Well, thank you. That's excellent research to share. Any other thoughts on bringing the business community along with some of these initiatives?
We have similar kind of experience with clean energy alone in our city, 20,000 related jobs, several billion-dollar impact on the economy. We have a lot of businesses that come to Austin, and I just did a survey recently looking at the tech companies coming to Austin, so Apple and Facebook and Google, companies that a lot of cities are competing to have there. And when they look at and answer the question why those cities come to Austin, Texas, the reason is because the people that work for those companies, the people they want to attract to work, want to live in Austin, Texas. And the reason they want to live in Austin, Texas is because of the culture and the policies that we have, and of which the climate change response is an integral and representative part.
Got it. One thing that almost floored me yesterday, I was stopped by the leader in education in Washington, D.C. just the other day, and we have a pretty robust public charter school sector, and they're doing a lot of building and constructing all the time. And she stopped me in my tracks to say, we need to extend our lease because I have to be able to finance my solar panels. And she was thinking about her 2 campuses and the $25 million that she's spending on energy costs. And she committed then to be a leader among the charter community in DC that is financing and spending a lot on construction and focusing on solar. Thank you.
Mayor, I was just going to add, in our city, the voters of Phoenix just passed a major transportation initiative, $32 billion investment over 35 years. Who do you think is going to get most of the resources? The private sector, to build 60 more miles of light rail to significantly increase our bus system, dial-a-ride services for people who happen to have disabilities, the bicycle infrastructure that all of our cities are developing. I mean, thousands and thousands of jobs are going to be created because of that investment in public transportation infrastructure. With regard to our circular economy, we were throwing away tens of thousands of pounds of palm fronds. Palm trees are big in Phoenix, Arizona. We figured out that was a recyclable resource. A company that partnered with us is making $10 million a year by taking the palm fronds out of the system and not ending up in a lab. There are tons of jobs in this space, tons of new jobs that none of us are even thinking about right now. The business community gets it. They know that if they're going to build a so-called circular economy, they're going to have to change the way they do business with their vendors, require their vendors to do better than make products that are going to end up with plastics and things like that in the landfills. They intuitively get that. Their vendors are responding, and jobs are being created as a result. So I don't think there's much doubt in the debate that doing this right is going to stimulate the economy and create great new green jobs in America and across the globe.
You know, I would add, Mayor Stanton made a very important point. There was another story on Election Day. Like his city, Seattle Metropolitan Region, passed a $54 billion light rail package. So there's another story that happened, as I said, on Election Day. And business was a key part of that. In addition, we see our businesses like Amazon using their own resources, the incredible heat that's generated, capturing that in the center of the city, partnering with other businesses and reutilizing that in a way that makes it much more energy efficient. So again, business is our partner.
I just might add to that, and I want to add the flip side of opportunity, which is threat. New York was taught a hard lesson a few years ago when Sandy came, as for other cities. And our business communities come to recognize that an enormous share of America's gross domestic product flows through New York City, in particular in communities that are directly affected by the dangers of climate change. So the $20 billion that New York's going to be investing in adaptive strategies to protect itself are strongly supported by the very businesses that are generating the American economy and that are profoundly threatened, as are many other cities, because cities are often in coastal communities, which both give them, again, great opportunity, but pose serious threat. Obviously, New Orleans more than anyone. But in New York, I think there's now a much broader recognition that there's not change in how we behave and how we protect not only is our domestic product an issue, America's could be as well.
Carlos, ¿me escuchas?
Okay, yes, audience question.
A mí, Tavo, oye, necesitan alguien más.
Good morning. I'm Gregory Scruggs. I'm a Seattle-based correspondent for Cityscope, a publication based out of Washington, D.C. So I don't know which is the other Washington.
It's perspective.
Indeed. And we cover trends in cities globally. We had the pleasure of speaking with Mayor Hales the day after the election, and so I'm looking forward to the chance to hear from the rest of our U.S. mayors here. Further on that issue, yesterday, Vancouver's mayor, Gregor Robertson, offered some reflections on what it was like to be a climate change leader when the national government is skeptical, if not hostile, under the conservative Harper administration in Canada. And he described the experience as dealing with, quote, punishment in the form of a lack of federal investment. I understand, of course, that all of you will be continuing your policies regardless of what the Trump administration does on climate change, whether it pulls out of the Paris Agreement, rolls back EPA regulations, et cetera. But how do you plan to compensate for the likely lack of federal investment you'll be receiving on many fronts, including those related to climate change? And since we are at C40, and as you've described, it's a culture of collaboration, what advice have you gotten from other cities around the world as you prepare to deal with this new political climate?
Can I put this in a little bit of perspective? When I look at Seattle's budget, which is about $5 billion, $85 million a year is federal money. It's in different programs. That's no small number, but in the larger budget, the federal government has been receding as support for cities for decades. When you look at the package, I just mentioned $54 billion of local money taxed. It's predicated on another 9% from the federal government. So again, I think we don't want to lose that money, but the challenge for us hasn't been a fear of losing it. The challenge for us, and it doesn't change with this election, is a need for the federal government to step back in like they did 35 years ago.
And I would add, as my friend said, opportunity and risk are the flip sides of a coin. And so we also have an opportunity to think of the chance to think about what opportunities a new administration will bring. And so go with me for a minute. So we're all analyzing. Nobody expected what happened. I mean, I guess some people did. I don't think anybody actually did expect what happened. But I have directed my staff, all of my agency directors, for example, to analyze risk and opportunities with the incoming administration. But we have somebody saying that he wants to find a way to spend $1 trillion in infrastructure. Now, I don't know a mayor up here that doesn't think that sounds good, because we have crumbling roads, bridges, airports, public transportation, sidewalks, street lights, you name it, it's crumbling. And so folks interested in fighting back the climate change like we are need to look at ways that some of that $1 trillion can be used in sustainable ways. What type of materials are we going to use? And we're talking about millions and millions of dollars worth of projects involving concrete, for example. How can we leverage and use and find out different ways to finance these projects? I think they're going to be very interested in financing mechanisms to get these projects done. And that's also important. And let's think about who we're talking about, somebody that likes big league projects. Let's come up with some. Challenge them to say, you want to spend $1 trillion. I have these projects teed up in my city, and I want them done in a sustainable way. We have some ideas, but we think that with your commitment to this $1 trillion worth of spending, that we may get some more interesting financing vehicles, but we have to push down and press hard on making sure we're using sustainable materials and techniques. And I have some ideas for Washington, D.C.
I would just add on that look, this new reality of cities being more self-reliant, less resources flowing from Washington is likely going to accelerate, but it's something that we've been dealing with as leaders of major American city now for a long period of time. There's been gridlock in Washington at the federal level for years now where we haven't received nearly the support that we deserve or have had in the past. That's the new reality of city leadership for a long period of time. And I think all the mayors up here right now are bracing for the fact that the new administration probably will try to use the federal purse strings to implement the federal priorities. But we were elected to implement our community's priorities, which may be different than the new administration's priorities in Washington, D.C., whether it be on climate change, which is a critical priority for all of us, and we're gonna come up with the political will to get it done on the issue of climate change. They might try to use the federal purse strings to conscript our local police departments to engage in some mass deportation policies, et cetera, using the federal purse strings. I don't think any of us up here are going to play that game. We're not going to do that. It's not good public policy. It's not smart for the citizens of our community. So this will play out not just on the issue of climate change, but a variety of issues. And I think the leaders on this stage and major American city mayors are ready for that fight.
Okay, I think we have time for one more. Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering maybe if you could tell us in what sectors you are expecting any roadblocks. Are there particular initiatives that you think that you might struggle to get done, or maybe initiatives coming from Washington that might be imposed on your cities?
I'll go first again. It's not related to climate change, but I think the thing that concerns me most, cities in America are struggling with the issue of police and police reform. Seattle is one of the cities that's under a consent decree from the federal government. It would be a travesty for the federal government to step back from basically forcing cities to reform their police departments. I think that could have catastrophic implications for tensions, particularly tensions around race, at least in my city.
And I would add, just to echo a little bit what Mayor Stanton said, cities in America, cities around the world are based essentially on three things: on immigration, on integration, and on the power of imagination that's released by those forces. Slowing down, damaging America's great history of immigration would be a tremendously damaging thing for many of our cities. We have to have a statue in our harbor that can make it particularly awkward. We are a city that always has been, and always will remain completely and deeply committed to immigration, social integration, and the unlocking of the imagination of those people, which is what has created the greatness that is New York and America.
Now, and you asked a question about roadblocks, and we've had a lot of discussion about the federal-city relationship moving forward and what that might look like. For some of us on the stage, myself included, I think Mayor Adler also, we have, especially on the issue of climate change, state legislatures, state governments that are not supportive of this agenda. And so in the city of Phoenix, we're going to push forward with a very aggressive agenda on climate change, and in many cases with the state legislature that's going to try to pass laws to preempt the city, my city, and cities like mine from enacting those. And so we're going to have a good Donnybrook, not just with, I think on occasion, the new administration in Washington, but in my case, at a city like Phoenix, in a so-called red state of Arizona, we're going to have some good fights with our state legislature over who gets to decide what city policy should be. And certainly, I believe that as mayor, I was elected to implement the will of the people, and the citizens of Phoenix should decide our public policy, not members of the state legislature. We often end up in court over these fights about whether or not the legislature can pass laws to stop the city of Phoenix from implementing aggressive and progressive climate change policies, as well as other important public policies. But to be honest, the real court is court of public opinion. It's my job as mayor is to build community support, community will, to get the public to understand how important it is that we be a leader on these issues. And when you win the court of public opinion, usually, but not always, you'll win those policy votes.
And I think, yes, go ahead, Mayor.
I'd add about public opinion. I have the luxury of governing in a state that I'm not fighting with my state legislature, like my two colleagues here are, so my sympathies to them. But all of us deal with a diversity of political opinion in our country. Obviously, a deeply divided country, as this national election showed. But all of us have parts of our states that are philosophically different than our cities in many cases. But Oregon is similar. There are counties in Oregon that the majority of the voters voted for Donald Trump. And yet, a couple of years ago, a statewide survey in our state, done not for political reasons, but a research survey called the Oregon Values and Beliefs Study, found that well over 3/4 of Oregonians, statewide, agreed with the statement, climate change is real and we need to make changes in our society to respond to it. So the public opinion is not that different in cities on that issue. I believe public opinion nationally and even in the rural areas of our states is and a very strong majority in support of climate action. And so, although we'll have ideological fights perhaps with Washington or our state capitals, the people are with us, not just the people inside the city limits.
All right. So let's appreciate the mayors for their thoughts, and thank you for being here. And thank you for listening. And so if there's one key takeaway is that American mayors are moving forward. We're going to continue to innovate and do what's best for our residents and our climate. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Romney won by 9 points. But maybe.
banana pie. I peel it off and get so high. Ooh, I taste it on my lips. I feel it groovy in my hips. Jingle, jangle, banana cake. I'm on that trip. It's not a fake. Banana boogie. set tight. We're gonna fly high. Night out. Night.
On behalf of Mexico City and throughout the Ministry of Environment, we warmly welcome you to the C40 Mayors Summit. We wish you a pleasant stay with us. For your safety, we kindly ask you to pay attention. In case of hotel evacuation, follow the instructions from your coordinators. Emergency exits are indicated in each door of the hotel ballrooms. In case of emergency, the hotel has communication with all areas. In case of seismic alarm, do not use elevators, do not run. Keep calm, and the coordinators will indicate the exit. In case of accident, there are medical services. Hotel staff and Mexico City Police are in charge of security. In case you notice anything strange, please report immediately. Mexico City government wishes you a pleasant stay.
The C40 Main, C40 Mayors.
As Vice Chair on the C40 Steering Committee, I really believe that cities have a vital role to play in finding solutions for our changing climate.
As a coastal city just barely above sea level, we're on the front lines of this global phenomenon. Bostonians are fighters, and they're the ones driving our city's climate action.
And as Mayor of London, I've set out bold and ambitious plans to make London a world leader in terms of tackling global warming.
1 year ago, the City of Boston was awarded the C40 Award for Community Engagement for our Greenovate Boston program. Greenovate Boston lays out simple steps all Bostonians can take to cut emissions. It helps people take climate action in their communities and helps the city understand what environmental challenges our diverse communities face.
My environmental objectives can be broken down into two key areas: creating a healthy, resilient and fairer London, and creating a London that is more resource efficient, low carbon and environmentally friendly. That's why in London, I'm implementing the ultra-low emission zone a year earlier than planned and extending the area it covers.
So, what's my vision for Boston in 2020? I see a city that continues to engage even more of its residents in the fight against climate change. Because we can't do this unless we have all hands on deck.
The C40 is a truly amazing network, and I look forward to working closely with you in the months and years ahead.
Muy buenos días para todos. Bienvenidos de regreso. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of C40 Mayor Summit in lovely Mexico City. It's an honor for me to be here with you again. What an inspiring message from two of C40 mayors that were unable to be here with us. Mayor Sadiq Khan of London and Mayor Marty Walsh for sharing their vision with us. And thank you to the Huffington Post for producing that video. I'm Vanessa Ock, your MC for today, and I would like to start this morning by congratulating the winners of the C40 City Awards, which highlight some of the most innovative, effective urban sustainability solutions in our planet. Congratulations to the 35 finalist city projects, and a special congratulations to the winners: Addis Ababa, Copenhagen, Curitiba, Calcutta, Sydney and Melbourne, Paris, Portland, Seoul, Shenzhen and Yokohama. So please give them a round of applause. We have a full agenda for today, which will address a wide range of issues, from collaborations between cities and national governments to securing financing for sustainability programs and engaging citizens in climate initiatives and much more. But first, we are delighted to introduce this morning's keynote speakers. Ms. Ségolène Royal is a prominent French politician who has occupied various leadership positions in the last 20 years. She has been a member of the French Parliament, president of the region Poitou-Charentes, And right now, she is the French Minister of the Environment, Energy and Sea, in charge of international relations on climate, and the president of COP21. In this role, she was one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, delivering its ratification and early entry into force less than a year after its adoption, in a record-breaking diplomatic achievement. C40 is honored to welcome to the stage Madame Ségolène Royal. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, buenos dias a todos, excellencies, dear mayors of C40, how to build a coalition between nations, states, and cities. This is the point today. As president of COP21, delivering the ratification and the entry into force of the Paris Agreement, I am very happy to tell you that, as we speak today, 115 parties have ratified the Paris Agreement, representing almost 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. It was a tremendous and collective effort, and we worked hard for that. And I continue to fight to aggregate all the parties, 81 more. The ratification Tokyo Protocol took 7 years to enter into force. And the ratification by 150 parties is hugely important. It now acts as a shield against any impulse by any state to backtrack on its commitment. And your summit comes at a very timely moment, just back-to-back with the Marrakesh conference. Congratulations for Mexico for hosting it, this great setting. Congratulations to Mayor Anne Hidalgo for your new appointment as chair of this remarkable group of committed cities. And of course, congratulations to Michael Bloomberg, Special Envoy of Secretary General of United Nations, a pioneer. I would like to particularly highlight the Deadline 2020 report that has been presented yesterday. I know Mark Watts worked very hard on it, and it gives very ambitious goals for the cities. COP21 and COP22 has shown that the movement is now irreversible. But we shouldn't rest on our laurels. We have to deliver on our commitments and to accelerate on 4 levels. First, the implementation of the Paris Agreement itself. I will keep encouraging all countries that have not yet done so to ratify, because the agreement in Paris was universal. Implementation must be universal too. We have to make sure that we adopt all the decisions for implementation of the Paris Agreement by 2018, as promised at Marrakesh, 2 years before schedule. Second, we must drive the ambition for all countries upward. The ENDCs currently on the table are not sufficient to reach our goal to remain well below 2 degrees Celsius. And the facilitation dialogue set for 2018 will be a crucial test. The European Community has committed to lower its emissions by 40% by 2030 from 1990. And I am working with my European colleagues to make sure that this goal is fully met. Third, finance. Developed countries have committed to provide $100 billion a year by 2020 to developing countries for climate action. So far, the commitments are met and we are on track. But we have to remain very vigilant. First, we must think ahead, because it allows us to be more efficient in the short term. Countries and cities must present low-carbon development strategies for 2030 and 2050. We need a horizon to act now. It is not just the country that must think ahead. But of course, you, the cities, have a crucial role to play. As your report that you have just published emphasizes, it is estimated that 1/3 of emissions depend on the action of the city's infrastructures, urbanism, and transport. And you have long understood, sometimes well before the national level, all the social, economic, and environmental opportunities that can arise as a result of sustainable urban development and intelligent forecasting of risk associated with climate change. In France, 2 years ago, I launched the Positive Energy Territories for Green Growth. Over 400 territories have been awarded the label and are receiving financial support because they have projects to reduce energy consumption, pollution, waste, for development of clean transport, renewable energy, biodiversity conservation, and environmental education, and low carbon project. And your summit here is a high point in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. The 2016 C40 Cities Awards, once again, share highly replicable best practices across cities and bring to the attention of the world the solutions that transform a constraint into an opportunity. To end, I call for cities to join the coalitions built in COP21 and COP22, and I would like to mention the most important of them. The African Renewable Energy Initiatives. This initiative, launched by African heads of states at COP21, will increase Africa's renewable energy capacity by 10 gigawatts by 2020 and by 300 gigawatts by 2030. Second, the International Solar Alliance. It aims to develop the development of solar energy in developing countries with solar potential within the intertropical zone. This International Solar Alliance aims to support a massive deployment of affordable solar energy technology. The first 2 operational programs on affordable finance at scale and decentralized solar application in rural areas driven by India are underway. Third, mission innovation. It is the best example on how investment flows can be directed to foster the development of new low-carbon technology. Supported by 20 countries representing over 75% of global investment in energy research and development, the objective of this alliance is to double investments in research and development to $30 billion within 5 years, to accelerate public and private progress in the clean energy sectors. Some other initiatives are directly relating to the development of sustainable city. In the building sector, we have Building Alliance. In the transport sector, we have Mobilize Your City. In the finance sector, we have Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance. Is an alliance working to mobilize investment into low carbon and climate resilient infrastructures in cities and urban areas internationally. Its mission is to catalyze and accelerate additional capital flows to city, maximize investment in climate smart infrastructure. So there is much to be done. States and cities have many reasons to join forces, because together we can be much stronger and efficient in the fight against climate change. And here in Mexico, we shall tear down the walls of climate skepticism, the wall of inaction, the wall of indifference, and build the bridge of action, because you, the cities, are the heart of the solution. We have shown your will, your ability, and your results. Congratulations again for all your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rojal, for those inspiring words. As we have seen over the course of C40 Mayor Summit, local action by mayors is critical to addressing global climate change. However, we also know that national, state, and regional governments must be supportive and empowering partners for mayors aiming to secure a climate-safe, prosperous, and equitable future for all the citizens. Our next session is focused on how we can collaborate better across different levels of governments, and it's appropriately called "We Are All in This Together," building coalition between nations, states, and cities. But before we bring the panel to the stage, we would like to begin with an opening address by Dr. Jonathan Pershing. Dr. Pershing is a special envoy for climate change at the U.S. Department of State. She has previously held senior roles in climate, energy, and environment in the U.S. Department of Energy, the World Resources Institute, and International Energy Agency. Dr. Pershing has published and lectured widely on climate and energy issues and has served as a lead author and collaborator to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So please welcome to the stage, Dr. Pershing. Good morning. Welcome.
So thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's particularly a pleasure to follow Minister Royal. I think all of us need to acknowledge the debt we owe to France for the delivery of the Paris Agreement and the work we've done. So thank you very, very much. I think it's also suitable to be here in Mexico. The current chair, the current executive secretary of the UN climate negotiations is Patricia Espinosa, former foreign minister of Mexico, hosted a meeting in Cancun, which in some ways helped launch some of the process that culminated in Paris. Mexico has an enormous and proud record to share with all of us. And then you, of course, the mayors, people working at a local level, speak, I think, in terms of the next steps and a generation of new activities that we have to take. I've decided to divide my few minutes here into a couple of different segments, and I thought I might start by looking back. Because in some sense, if we can look back and see how things have changed, we're in a good position then to look forward and see what we might anticipate the same distance forward as we look back. This process really began in many ways 25 years ago. I, along with a few others in this room, were at the negotiations. They were actually held just outside of Washington, D.C. Many people may not know that the first preparatory sessions were something that were offered by the United States under the first President Bush. He brought countries to the United States, to Washington, and we had the first negotiating session to establish the Climate Convention. That was 25 years ago. 1,000 people came. At the ministers' meeting, we had 50,000 people. At the meeting in Paris, we had no heads of state. We had actually no ministers. We had a number of technical people thinking about how to establish a regime. Today, we have more than 100 heads of state participating themselves in the negotiation. Every minister comes. Every country has made a commitment in terms of a fundamentally different kind of an outcome. That's only 25 years. Let's not look quite that far back. 10 years ago, this organization was formed and it had 18 cities. Today, there are more than 90. 10 years ago, we had a relatively small share of the global population. Today, if you look at the structure for cities, you're more than 25%, and the surrounds get you much higher still, and the urbanization has proceeded from only 35 or 40% 25 years ago to, we expect, 25 years from now, more than 2/3 of people will live in and around urban centers. This is the change that we have to think about, and it's in this context that climate occurs. So what's happened on the climate front in those same years? Well, at the beginning, we had the Framework Convention on Climate Change, negotiated fairly quickly. We had a process that moved us forward and gave us an outcome, and it was non-binding, and we had hopes to develop inventories. Those inventories have stayed with us. What we monitor and measure, we control. That's been 25 years of progress, and we've seen that. Fast forward, we had a group then in Kyoto at the Kyoto Protocol thinking about the establishment of good policies and mechanisms to drive the agenda. But only a handful of countries ultimately adopted those. A relatively small share at that point in time, back in 1995, and then further in 1997, thought this was the priority. 20 years from that, we have Paris. Every country's in. 186 nations have prepared nationally determined contributions. They are acting at a discrete level, at a local level, at a regional level, at a state level, at an international level. That's now engaged every country in the world. What a shift. What's happened in technology? The same kinds of development. If we look back at the period around the time of the establishment of the convention, we were in a mode in which the majority of the world's electricity was produced by coal. Today, that's no longer the case, and it's declining very rapidly. We've seen a sharp decrease in the price of solar, a factor of 10 in just the last 8 years. We've seen a sharp decrease in the cost of wind, over a factor of 3 in the same period. We've seen enormous investment. Last year, according to Mr. Bloomberg and his team, last year we had more investment in renewables globally than we had in fossil fuel. This is a fundamental shift and alters the perspective for the future. So where does that take us? What are the commitments that countries have made, and how do we understand these? And Minister Royal has talked about the broad context of Paris and where it is. I want to break it down a little bit further into a couple of key actors and key players. Let me start with China, the world's largest greenhouse gas emitter. China is committed to reduce the intensity of its greenhouse gas emissions 60 to 65% by the year 2030. It's an extraordinary number, but in fact, that's probably the lesser of the things that they're doing. More significant is China has committed that 20% of its total energy will be from non-emitting sources by 2030. To put that into context, if they succeed in delivering that, the entire United States electricity grid could be rebuilt on the back of non-emitting sources in China. This is an extraordinary commitment. India, major player, active in a significant way. Madame Royal noted the work on the Solar Alliance. India has taken this step forward. And not only do they also have an intensity target, but they've got a target for renewables and for solar. They want to install 100 gigawatts of solar. Let us make no mistake, the combination of China and India and the European Union and the United States and Canada, we will drive the price down. The most recent cost coming from the United Arab Emirates, 2.4 cents a kilowatt hour. If we add the next 300 gigawatts, it will probably be cut in half. At that point, this is no longer the constraint. It's not a problem in price. It's a problem in regulatory structure. It's a problem in market orientation. These are things we can deliver. Let me turn to what's coming forward then. How do we think about the political hurdles that we have? How do we manage the dynamic that we have before us? So we certainly have these commitments. We have countries acting, but we have some interesting plays in the market. The market is actually moving. But let's talk a bit about what the constraints are. Currently, there's almost $7 trillion, let me repeat that, $7 trillion in the market that's earning negative interest. That's a stunning number. It means that, in fact, bondholders are paying the government's money to hold their funds because they don't see good returns on investment in other places. This is not a problem of capital constraint. This is a problem on liberating capital and making it attractive for investment. And all of you in the room are working on it, and we have examples from cities around the world that are doing exactly this. New York, clearly with the Metropolitan Transit Agency, has looked at doing green bond issues to manage risk. Johannesburg, looking at the transport sector to manage where it's going, over 150% oversubscribed. Mexico City, a new bond issue for a green airport that will be LEED Platinum. All of this moving forward, ways to find return on investment that can move that capital from the sidelines into the system. And companies are acting. The Consumer Goods Forum, just to give an example, has committed itself to looking at the supply chain for food, fiber, and products and make those sustainable. Big players, Unilever, Kellogg, Coca-Cola, international partners like Nestle. This is changing. But let me come finally to perhaps one of the big elephants in the room. We just had an election in the United States. And I note the consequences of that were largely framed in the meetings in Morocco and have been part of the discussions here in this room with mayors. And I'd like to tell you that there are a number of possible ways that it could proceed. The first one is that we in fact decide with the United States unclear about its next steps, and we should be sure we do not yet know what they will be. But with the United States unclear, the world will take a pause. I don't believe that's possible or desirable or the likely outcome. What I see instead is in this room an enormous will to act, but that was reflected also at the meeting we just came from in Marrakesh, where we affirmatively said, we intend to continue. And Madame Royale noted this. It was explicit in a declaration that was adopted about 5 days after the US election, reaffirming Paris, reaffirming intent, moving countries forward on next steps. So how do we keep pushing? It's up to you. It's up to states. It's up to the private sector. It's up to civil society. Actors have to move jointly to make this happen. And if we do, we have a process and a progress that will look like the last 25 years. Going forward, we can succeed. We can get to the mid-century strategies of 80% and more reductions at a global level. The cities have done that with your deadline 2020. You have laid out your own pathway. We at the national government level have laid out our pathway. We can work together to achieve this. But there's not much time. At the end of the day, the process is moving only just fast enough to keep pace with the science and the damages. Secretary Kerry, en route to Marrakesh, stopped in Antarctica. Not exactly a direct trip, but he stopped in Antarctica on the way up. And in the scientists' briefing there, he was told about one glacier called the Pine Island Glacier that is melting at an incredible rate. By itself, that one glacier would give us 1.5 meters of sea level rise, 5 feet. You think you had a problem with the 30 centimeters in New York? You think you have a problem with 1 foot that you see in some parts of the world with flood tides? 5 feet, one glacier. Now, it won't happen right away. We're not planning, and it has to happen immediately, and we have to prepare ourselves, and we have to move forward to offset those reductions. But those in this room, and those in the international community with your back, I think we can succeed, and I look forward to working with you to make this happen. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pershing. Please welcome back to the stage, because you're going to be our first panelist. Thank you so much for those words. Now I would like to invite to the stage our session chair, Mr. Dan Esty, who is the Hillhouse Professor at Yale University and the Director of the Yale Center of Environmental Law and Policy. Thank you so much, Dan, for being here. Mr. Esty will be joined by the Mayor of Montreal, Denis Coderre, the Deputy Secretary General of Bhutan's Municipal People Government, Wan Lee-dong, the Mayor of Washington, D.C., Mario Bowser, and Connie Hedegaard, who is the chair of the KR Foundation and former European Commissioner for Climate Action and former Danish Minister for Climate and Energy. Please join me in welcoming our panel. Mr. Esty.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. And Jonathan, thank you for setting up our discussion here this morning. One of the things that Paris and the agreement agreed upon last December is already being noted for is the recognition that we are going to need bottom-up solutions if we're to deliver on the ambitious targets that have been set. And I think the spirit of today's conversation, we're all in this together, asking the question how national governments can work with states and provinces and cities is a critical part of that pathway forward. So before we jump into the conversation, I want to ask all of you to open your Summit apps on your phone and answer the question that we have set out for this conversation and to engage your own personal thoughts as we move forward. So the question, which I'll read out, but I urge you to open your phones and answer it. This is a survey that we're going to come back to in a few minutes. And here's the question. What sector requires the most coordination across all levels of government to drive successful climate change action? And you have a range of choices: buildings, drainage and flood management, energy supply and renewable power, financing for clean energy and carbon addressing issues, public transport and mobility, urban planning, waste and resource management, or water supply and treatment. So again, if you would just take a minute to answer that question, we're going to come back and try to get the feel of the room in just a few minutes. I'm now going to start the questions for our panel, and I've asked Secretary General Dong to lead the conversation. And Secretary General, you in Wuhan have been working to deliver on the national Chinese government's climate change targets at the local level. And I would like to ask you to talk for a few minutes about how that's going and how Wuhan is pursuing international cooperation as it pursues its own local agenda on climate change. Secretary General Deng. 1 point, please. Secretary General Deng will be speaking in Chinese, so I encourage you to pick up your headsets so we can all follow him.
Be helpful.
Good morning, bonjour. Bonjour. Buenos dias. 对气候变化的共同关切，让我们今天很荣幸地相聚在墨西哥城。中国政府是应对全球气候变化的积极参与者和推动者，对促成11月4日巴黎协定正式生效起到了重要的作用。协议生效的当天，中国政府发布了“十三五”控制温室气体排放的工作方案，明确了未来5年温室气体控排的主要目标和重要任务，将国家自主贡献目标和国内的行动连在一起，提出了将支持优化开发区域碳排放率先达到峰值，力争部分重工业2020年左右达到实现率先达峰。目前呢，我们中国已经有23个省区和城市试点，提出了在2030年以前，当然已经还含2030年，达到二氧化碳排放达到峰值。2015年，武汉和中国的11个省市参加了第1届中美气候峰会，提出了在2022年左右我们的碳排放达到峰值的目标。这既是响应这个中国政府应对气候变化目标和战略，为全球温室升温控制在2°C以内的努力，也是实现我们武汉自身可持续发展的内在要求。武汉是中国中部地区的中心城市，面积是8569平方公里，人口1060万。由于历史的原因呢，武汉的产业结构较重，在发展的过程中也经历了和其他世界各城市之间所遇到过的环境问题。但为促进我们城市绿色低碳转型，武汉积极推动3低一降。是什么3低一降呢？是这个产业低碳、能源低碳、生活低碳和生态降碳。产业低碳方面呢，我们大力淘汰落后产能。过去的5年，我们规模以上工业万元增加值综合的能耗下降了20%。能源低碳方面呢，去年武汉市的能源消耗总量是4858万吨标准煤，同比增长了2.3%，但是增幅是历史上的新低。煤炭的消耗比重首次下降到50%以下，单位 GDP 的二氧化碳的排放比上一年降低了7.2%。在生活低碳方面，我们倡导绿色出行。15年呢，我们已建成了4条轨道交通线，运营里程是145公里。在未来的5年呢，我们还将建成这个通车里程达400公里的这个轨道交通线网，累计推广新能源汽车10539辆，投放公共自行车2万辆。同时呢，我们注重提升我们武汉市民的这个环保意识、这个绿色意识，推出了这个碳宝宝 APP， 引导全民践行低碳生活。另外，在生态降碳方面，2015年呢，武汉建成区绿化覆盖率达到40%，森林的覆盖率稳定在28%。我们提出在2022年左右，二氧化碳的排放量达到峰值，也就是说是1.44亿吨。达到这个目标呢，我们还有许多困难也挑战。所以说呢，我们在未来的几年呀，将围绕着气候变化这个目标，实施6大这个低碳工程，就是产业结构低碳化、能源体系低碳化、建筑行业低碳化、 交通体系第三化，城市生态第三化以及办公生活第三化，通过组织领导、政策配套、资金支持、人才建设和技术支撑这5大这个保障，统筹推进我们市的应对气候变化工作。另外，我想强调一点，就是说这个气候变化需要国际社会的通力合作，共同应对和解决。这武汉在应对气候变化的国际合作方面呢，一直采取非常积极的措施，而且形成了我们自身的一些典型案例。比如说，我们已经开工建设的这个中法武汉生态示范城项目，将打造应对全球气候变化和后工业化时代城市可持续发展的生态示范之城。武汉和这个法国波尔多市开展的碳计量这个项目呢，这个在第5届中法地方政府合作高层论坛上也获奖。另外，就在上个月，我们还跟英国的曼彻斯特市这个签署了环境保护和气候变化方面的合作备忘录。此外呢，我们还和这个美国的能源基金会、落基山研究所、自然资源保护协会以及世行和亚行等，都开展了富有成效的这个合作和交流。这些合作和交流呢，应该说对我们来讲，既是双赢，也是多赢，因为它让我们一起有效的去应对气候变化，所以这方面的意义是不可估量的。另外呢，我想借此机会想强调的一点，就是说我们在应对气候变化方面的合作，离不开 C40这个支持和帮助。正是在这个平台的有效这个运作下，我们相互之间，我们现在已经有90个城市我们90个城市之间呢，这个相互交流，这个取长补短，这个分享成果增进友谊。所以说呢，这个我们并且从中受益。我们非常感谢这个平台，也特别在此呢也特别感谢呢，就是说我们今年武汉在申报国家适应性城市建设试点的过程当中呢，也得到了各位成员城市的支持和帮助，在此呢对大家一并表示感谢。
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General Dong, and thank you for giving us that comprehensive perspective. And I think Wuhan does represent one of the great examples of international collaboration and of the benefits of thinking about best practices and transferring them from one place to another. Mayor Bowser, if I could turn to you. You represent a great U.S. city that also happens to be the seat of the national government. Yes. So you have to deal every day with this interface between the national government and the city scale. And I wonder if you could just tell us how that's working, and are you able to get the resources you need, the support you need to ensure a sustainable infrastructure for the city of Washington, D.C., and to address the climate change issues that you want to take up?
Sure. Well, I think it's important to say, because when you put up that slide earlier, and then you were going and asking the question, which of these is most important to work through all the different levels of government? And as I was looking through those different sectors, I realized that as a city, county, state, mayor, governor, we influence or control just about every sector that was listed there. Now, certainly the national government can be important in bringing energy and scale around all of those things and coming up with solutions around finance and bringing larger scale thoughts to these issues. But the reason I think Mayor is interested in gathering and talking about climate change is because we can fund, plan, and implement along all of those sectors in relatively short periods of time. So we rely on the national research and innovation certainly to show us best practices, and that's why we're here now. But we can move relatively quickly on the things that work. Now, as it relates to Washington, D.C., we are unique in the system of government in the United States. We are the nation's capital and a federal district. And the mayor of Washington, D.C. functions like the governors of the states. Now, Mexico City was recently in this situation but became a state, and that is the path that we are on in Washington, D.C. as well. So our interaction, even though we're proximate to the Capitol and the White House, we don't actually have a vote in Congress. We don't have 2 senators, and we don't have a representative in the House of Representatives. So our interactions with the federal government are unique. Now, having said all that, we function just like any of the other states. So when it comes to transportation dollars, we seek those funds like other states. When it comes to regulation around the environment, we interact with the national government in the same way. I will say what's different is that because of our size and the profile we have as the nation's capital, many people will seek to use Washington in good ways and sometimes not so good ways as an example for the nation. And so I think we see that as an opportunity when it comes to innovation around environmental issues. And that's why we've been so focused on using the immense procurement power that I have. We're a city of about 670,000 people, but we have a $13 billion budget. And so we were able, because of the good work of our team and staff, to come up with a very innovative win agreement, for example, that's going to allow us to energize our public buildings for the next 20 years and save over $20 million. We actually had a very innovative transportation director that said one day, why don't we just have the best capital, bike share program of any American city, and we were able to implement that very quickly as well. So as we move into more uncertain times with city-national relationships, I think the challenge for American mayors is what space are we going to occupy? Now, with President Obama, who faced a very, how shall I say, a Congress that didn't agree with him a lot, he really embraced American mayors as a way to get things done. So how did the ideas that he developed on a national level actually get implemented? He partnered with mayors a lot. And so I think we all are going to kind of feel our way through this next bit of time where, the next president won't have that same challenge. But we have to demonstrate that mayors are leading and have the ability to make quick decisions and investments in climate solutions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting something I think everyone in the room knows is critical, and it's not just collaboration across levels of government, it is innovation and the ability of cities to break new ground and to do that relatively quickly. So I'd like to turn to Mayor Coder. Congratulations to Montreal as one of the most recent additions to the C40
New
city
kid in the
list.
block. Thank you. Thank you.
You heard Mayor Bowser express some challenges that may lie ahead. You have the opposite
With the White House? I mean, okay.
Well, you have a premier of Quebec who seems very supportive of your agenda, a Prime Minister Trudeau, very supportive. So I'm interested in how you see the world when you have that kind of support around you. And then more broadly, if you could just tell us a little bit about how you see mayors leading the charge on climate change and what you in particular are thinking is the opportunity there.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Montreal is very pleased to be part of C40. We have a great metropolis. I'm also president of Metropolis, so I really believe that mayors matter. We don't have any walls, and we want to make sure that there's no walls. But frankly, I know Muriel for a couple of years, and like the others, we have to stick together. We don't have to ask permission to other level of government. We matter. And for me, I was for 16 years a member of parliament and minister of government of Canada. So it's clear that when you have everybody who's sticking in the same goals, it's working better. We don't believe that coal is clean. We believe that hydroelectricity should be the one. We believe in electrification. We believe that by 2020 we should reduce the gas emission by 30% and by 2050, 80%. We are focusing, planting 300,000 trees by 2025. But listen, we all believe, we all at the same level. Climate change is the issue. The world's collapsing. It's not just a matter of climate change, it's a matter of resilience, it's a matter of how to treat people. It's how the living together. I don't like what I'm seeing because as a former Minister of Immigration, you don't divide to conquer, and we have to be inclusive. So we like to say that Montreal is the capital of the living together, to find that balanced approach between openness and vigilance. We're not naive, we need vigilance against the worst. There is some radicalization that you have to take care of, but we have to be inclusive and learn from each other. And alone you can go faster, but together you go further. Now, saying that, we need to build up our own caucus here. We need to show that, we have the science, we have the technology, we have to, we think the same, we had the same goal. Paris was amazing, but we have to go on. It's not just about cutting ribbons here, it's about to be efficient, to be relevant, and have some follow-up. The difference between an MOU and a contract is a political will. So what we have to do together is to stick together. Solidarity is in order. We can have great national governments. It's not to have a war against other level of governments, but it's to show them that if 47% of the gas emission is, by transport, and we all know that 75% in the next 20 years of the population will live in cities, the formidable challenges and the solutions lies in cities. So you can have all the greatest policy in the world, but if you don't have the tools to work with, and if we don't have the capacity to address those issues, it won't work. It's going to be a great conference, but it's not going to make any results. So Metropolis, C40, IEMF, ECLAY, Compacts for Mayors, all those organizations are important. The Think Global, Act Local agenda is important. I tried to put up together in the last 3 years because as a new mayor, I focus on what I call the urban diplomacy. Urban diplomacy means that between countries, we should all work together, there's different cities of countries, but at the same time, it's a way to develop strategy among ourselves, internally. How can we work with the states? How can we work with the national government? How can we make sure that they are, the diligence and accountable? And frankly, the more we stick together as mayors, the more we're talking about it, the global village exists. It's not just silos anymore. And I was particularly moved by the two speech by Ségolène, or our friend here from the States. And, we have the facts here. All we need to do is to connect the dots. So our role for C40 is to connect the dots. Now, I'm lucky because in Canada, a great progressive country, we're investing a lot. So social infrastructure, green infrastructure, innovation, R&D. Pay tribute to my friends from Vancouver, Gregor Robertson or John Tory in Toronto. We all stick together, so solidarity is in order. But we have to be vigilant, and I'll conclude with that. We need to have that energy transition. So there's some people who'd like to promote pipelines right now, and we have that situation in Canada. There was a bad decision, we feel, for the sake of our own agenda in the West, and I show solidarity to my friend from Vancouver, but I'm going to live exactly the same thing with Energy East and TransCanada. And sometime, if we don't mobilize ourselves, work with the civil society, work with the First Nation, the Aboriginal, working with the mayors, we might have some disappointment. So that's why it's important to have that kind of strategy to all show solidarity.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for stressing the need for working across lines and getting people to come together on these issues. It does seem that this is the moment where that needs to be stressed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hedegaard, if I could turn to you. You have been at this longer than many in the high government positions. You've seen thick and thin when it comes to climate change. And I wonder if you could just tell us how the role of cities has emerged and evolved in the decade plus that you've been working on the climate change issue, what you think we've done well, and then what remains to be done, what still needs to be done going forward with regard to that agenda.
Thank you very much, Dan. Well, first I would say to compare what the cities are doing today and then just 10 years ago, that's two different worlds, and not the least due to C40 and the way you inspire one another. I think it's incredibly important. So I could talk lengthy about that. But I do think that if you are at a government, it's sort of a separate world, what the cities are doing. Somehow you have governments here, and you have the cities here. And as we just heard from the Mayor of Montreal, there is a need somehow to bridge these things. And I wondered if, as part of your urban diplomacy, would it be worthwhile to suggest that there should be some kind of council at the national level where the national level and the cities and the business would sit together to take stock jointly, but maybe also to do a labor division jointly to say who is doing what. Because I do not know if you share this feeling. As much as so many good things are happening out there in the cities, there is a tendency that you have a lot of standalone projects. And then at the national level, now they are looking for the difficult solutions. I guess Jonathan Pershing is right that we are on track when it comes to energy. But the next big battlefields will be transportation, it will be buildings, and then it will also be agriculture. But I mean, here the cities will be absolutely key. And how to bridge between the state level, the regional level, the cities level. I think that there's something to think about there. And my other point today, looking forward, would be linking to what has been said about also financing. Every day, a lot of good things are happening out there. But we also know that every day, a lot of wrong decisions are made that are not including climate change, the low carbon emission trajectory that we need to get on. In the financing sector, that is the same. How to change that? Recently, I delivered a report to the Prime Minister of Norway on how that country should be less dependent on oil and gas. And in that report, we suggested 10 principles. We said if these 10 principles would be the basis for policy making, that could bring us quite a long step forward, and investors would sort of have more credibility, would trust more that we are on the right track. What are these principles? Very, very briefly. The first principle was make the polluters pay. And you could say that's an old established principle, yes, but now we should start actually live as if it was a real principle. The second principle, that was price externalities, totally consequently. We really need a price signal there that goes for city levels, regional levels, national levels, finance ministries. Price externalities, totally consequently. Third principle, change the taxation accordingly. Tax more what we want less of, and tax less what we want more of. The fourth principle is make it possible for consumers and citizens to make informed choices. That means it must be visible, it must be easy, it must be labeled, it must be accessible for me as a citizen to do the right stuff. The fifth principle is public procurement must be green. Not should, not sometimes, it should be a no-brainer that when we have public procurement, the public sector at all levels are investing in something, it must be done with sort of the low carbon trajectory in sight. And that links to the sixth, that is our planning and investments. When we do them, we should think for the 2050 horizon, not just for 2020 or for 2030. That's very important, for instance, for infrastructure. And then the seventh principle, we must sort of apply a life cycle perspective that must be integrated in the policy choices we make. And the eighth, that new proposals should, as a natural thing, calculate the CO2 impact, as natural as we are in calculating economic impact. And the ninth principle was that, of course, we must build on well-functioning markets, and finally, we should report on what we want to be achieved and what we want to avoid. I think if we sort of had a set of economic principles like that, directing our policy, informing our policy making at all levels, that could make us take, in a cost-efficient and faster manner, take some of the very big decisions that we need to take in politics for the next years to make Paris not just a nice and solid outcome, but also actually delivering on it.
Commissioner, thank you very much.
Great. I see some common themes starting to emerge, including this idea of integration. Mayor, did you want to just add a point on that?
I just want to add something. Protocol and governance. That's the issue. Because we can, and the principles are great, and we are living that, we are doing all those things. But it will be important at one point. And like for the United Nations, for example, okay, we can have all those great treaties, everybody is in agreement, but if you don't have that kind of co-governance between local governments and countries, it won't work. So first thing first, we need to make sure that cities are defined as governments and that we are part of the solution, and then the protocol for the results to apply those principles, that link, I think, is a matter of governance.
So I think that's actually a good point to pause, and let's look at the survey results, which are going to highlight some of these issues, and we're going to find out what our audience believes are the critical points of connection. So if we can post those, we have our survey results ready to go. All right. Not sure what you all make of this, but I think we've heard all of these points raised by one or another of our speakers this morning. And it does seem like really the answer is the package as a whole is what's critical. So with that, let's move on. Jonathan, I'd like to turn to you, if I could. You gave us a perspective, and you are also one of the folks who helped shift gears in Paris with the idea that each country should develop its nationally determined contribution to addressing climate change. And I'm wondering, as you think about how those NDCs are going to unfold in the coming years, what role cities are going to play, and how we're going to, with regard to what several of the mayors and speakers have suggested, how we're going to track it, how we're going to gauge it, how we're going to add it up, and how we're going to make sure that it really does follow through in an integrated way.
So thanks very much, Dan. I would make a couple of comments, first reflecting on the poll we just saw, and then secondly to your question. I'm struck in the poll that people were looking at energy as a key component. 30% of the respondents picked up on that particular question. And yet in some sense, I would agree with Connie, energy is actually doing reasonably well. It's a market problem. We've got to get a bit more financing in place. Cities are beginning to think through their solar rooftop programs and cladding for buildings and how you might do that. But that technology is pretty far advanced. I'm struck more in some ways that cities are at the forefront of two other pieces, and it's the building space and the transport space. And that's harder, and we don't have the same kind of advanced technologies moving there. And there may be a real role to be played in that regard. And to me, this is where one of the intersections might be most productive. If I take a look at what the national government in the United States is doing, and I spent the previous 3 years before I came back to the foreign policy side advising the Secretary of Energy on climate and energy policy, I'm struck in the transport sector by some real windows of opportunity. One's electrification, fabulous in terms of scale, it's moving forward really very quickly. A second is, of course, the mass transit. A third is efficiency. A fourth is, in fact, some alternative fuel structures and where things are going. But modal shifts play a big role here in the transport sector, not only in the personal vehicle side, but in the transport side. On buildings, we have similar kinds of things. A number of cities are now looking at being net zero emissions from buildings. Singapore, a clear leader in this domain. We're seeing places, Copenhagen pushing this very, very aggressively. Montreal's got some programs in this. Washington's begun to take this on as a serious question. This is the future. How do you use federal government programs? How do you collaborate between partners to make this happen? How do you take advantage of work that Yale is doing and MIT is doing and the universities in Denmark are doing? These are our communities and constituencies. I want to close just with one last point. I am struck in the international negotiations how much is about competitiveness. how much we worry that if we do well, others will perforce do less well. That the competition for jobs and the competition for success and access to companies and finance is a zero-sum game. Anyone wins, somebody else has to lose. What I'm struck by in the city's conversation is a very different discussion. Every one of you collects trash. Every one of you manages water. Every one of you manages urban congestion. You don't do better if somebody else does worse. You have a fundamentally different form of collaboration here. And if I could urge that forward, it seems that that may be a place where you bring an information piece to governments at a national level, but you bring your own processes through this and other fora to think about collective solutions that are likely to be part of our success.
Jonathan, thank you, because I think that actually sets us up for the last little bit of our conversation today. We are going to be in a lightning round, so 1 to 2 minute answers so that we can get through. But I would like to ask Secretary General from Wuhan, Secretary General Dong, if you could tell us, in answer to Jonathan's point, what is it from your perspective that C40 might do to support the collaboration within China and internationally to bring some of these best practices to bear and to create that collaboration that we've talked about? Secretary General Dong.
好，非常感谢 C40给城市提供的各种支持和帮助，所以在下一步的城市应对气候变化的工作中呢，我们希望就是 C40能够在以下几个方面提供更多的支持。一呢是在城市低碳发展方面提供能够适应城市特点和需求的技术支持，这是从技术上。二呢，是在城市减缓和适应气候变化的具体项目上，能够提供更多的绿色的金融支持，也就是说资金支持。三呢，就是我们能有效地发挥C40这个平台作用，完善优化我们城市之间相互的交流。我刚才已经提到了，就是我们交流情况，分享经验，共享成果，互利合作，完善这个机制。另外，最后一点呢，就是我觉得我们希望C40呢，今后会能够进一步加强与有关国家中央政府之间的沟通联系。为什么这么说呢？因为这便于我们 C40的成员城市政府在 C40框架下开展应对气候变化的工作中呢，与各自的国家的相关的任务和目标政策能够达到协调统一。好，谢谢。
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask our other two mayors, is there anything in that survey result that struck you? And is there any priority you have in thinking about where C40 goes in supporting the kinds of collaboration being talked about? Mayor Bowser, do you want to start?
Sure. I would just say I was struck by some of the comments earlier as well about financing, because that's where I see our biggest challenge. We just completed a study of our infrastructure, looking at all of our public buildings, our streets, alleys, you name it, and their condition, and what it's going to take our city to invest in those assets. So at some point, we're not talking about a bridge falling in the river, because we've actually maintained it and how we're going to plan for it. And the bottom line is, when your cities and you're asking your local taxpayers to make all of those investments, there's a limit to which you can ask. So we have, for example, already started a whole initiative around public and private partnerships, and looking at projects that we know are coming down the pike, and to see how we can get the private sector involved. And that's the type of thing that we are interested in C40 and our federal government helping us think about, as we have really big projects that need to be changed. For example, you talk about our water system. We're under a decree from our Environmental Protection Agency to build 4 huge tunnels that will separate, long story, combined sewer issue that we have in the district. 4 huge tunnels at a cost of $4 billion. Now, we have examined it over the years and have pushed back and are coming up with some green jobs and a green way to deal with some of it, but still we have to build 4 huge tunnels. And so it is important for us to think about ways to finance that, because right now, who's financing it is the ratepayer. And right now, I have citizens, I have residents of my city who are seeing water bills go up 20 and 30%. Literally, people who used to have a $15 water bill over the next 5 years could have a $100 water bill to help pay for some of these projects that we need. So the financing and innovations with financing and how we leverage the public's dollar, the ratepayer's dollar, with the private sector dollar is huge for us.
Well, I would want to echo that, having spent my career studying environmental protection and looking at how we're going to have to do things differently in the 21st century from the 20th. And I would say one of the questions we didn't ask in any systematic way in the 20th century was, where is the money going to come from for all the things we need to do? And the second point you made, I agree. We had a whole structure of environmental programs and law focused on red lights, telling people what they had to stop doing or couldn't do. And the 21st century has to be, as you've said, about green lights, about incentives to engage people in making these investments and doing the good things that need to be done. Mayor Coderre, same question. Anything strike you, and do you have any particular thoughts for C40?
Well, I understand energy, but it would have been the first thing. We are focusing on that already, but it's a matter of, I think, sustainable mobility and buildings and waste management. So that's the issue. Everything is related to traffic, the drinkable water, what are we doing with our garbage? You know, when you go in certain cities, they're stuck with that problem. We can try to reinvent the wheel, but we have to be really focused and down to earth, and that's the issue that we have to take a look at. You see, we have governments who are willing to invest a lot, so we are doing that through the electrification process, green infrastructure. Social infrastructure is important too, because you cannot think about economic development without talking about social cohesion or sustainable development. So I'm very in favor about all the procurement and focusing on every time that you put up together some bids that it has to be green too. But prevention and inclusiveness and awareness. I mean, we will ban plastic bags. Those gestures where everybody is part of the solution, I think it's important. So it's not just a matter of relation with other level of governments. It's about the relation that you have with your citizen and make sure that everybody is part of the solution. But I think most of the people, we're all thinking the same way. It's all about making sure that we are focusing in the same strategy to make things better.
Commissioner Hedegaard, with our last minute, I invite you to offer a thought on anything that we haven't addressed that you think needs to be part of the agenda going forward.
I think the big advantages for the cities are that you're very close to the citizens. And I think that many of us had this feeling after Paris. Wow, now we are on track, now we are moving. And then suddenly EU is preoccupied with Brexit and other stuff, and there's a new administration coming in the US, and you see how fragile it is. But we need to carry the citizens. And that's why I think, like in journalism, you should sort of be the ones where we say, don't tell it, show it. Show the co-benefits, show how it can be a creative city. Show, as we saw yesterday in the transport session, you have new spaces, a new kind of city. It's attractive, it's creative, it's something I, as a citizen, want to be part of. I think there to focus on that and to focus on the behavioral part, we need to understand better what is it that also make people, citizens, wanting to be part of that. Sure. Here the cities are better placed than any national government. So all the best.
Thank you. And before we bring Vanessa back to tell us what the rest of the morning looks like, please join me in a big round of applause for our panel.
Thank you. I'm applauding.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you to all the mayors. Thank you, Dr. Parrish. That was a fascinating conversation. And I think that you are absolutely right. I mean, climate change is an issue that affects everyone in the planet, and we need from everyone in the planet to solve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, now we have time for a short coffee break. Our program will resume here in 30 minutes, exactly at 10:45. Thank you. ¿Cómo estás? I'm happy to see you.
It's great to see you.
Really.
Разорванный рот у комбата, потому что граната, белая вода, красная вода не лечит солдата.
Estoy muy contenta de estar con este grupo de mujeres que son todas alcaldesas y también mujeres como Cristiana Figueres, que han jugado un papel increíble en el Acuerdo de París. Ella estuvo en ONU llevando todas las negociaciones sobre el clima y también es una mujer convencida por la necesidad de darle las responsabilidades a las mujeres. Y también vendrá la ministra francesa Ségolène Royal, que antes de ir a la COP de biodiversidad en Cancún ha pasado por México a saludarnos. ¿Por qué un encuentro con mujeres? Cada una va a decir por qué lo que piensa. Como alcaldesa de París y ahora como presidenta del C40, estoy implicada desde hace ya muchos años en este tema de igualdad y en este tema de darle posibilidades a las mujeres de llegar a responsabilidad. Cuando las mujeres llegan a responsabilidades, que sean en el ámbito asociativo, en el ámbito del sector económico privado, en ámbito político, siempre las mujeres actúan y ponen por delante también este tema de la participación y de la situación de la mitad de la humanidad. No es decir que las mujeres sean mejores que los hombres, somos todos seres humanos con nuestras imperfecciones, pero esto de dejar a las mujeres de lado es dejar la mitad de la humanidad de lado, y eso no es posible. Es un tema de democracia, de justicia, de igualdad. Pero también es un tema que tiene que ver con la eficacidad de las políticas que podemos seguir. Cuando las mujeres llegan, como lo hemos hecho aquí unas cuantas, a un nivel de responsabilidad como el nuestro, sabemos por dónde hemos tenido que pasar, lo sabemos. Hemos tenido que trabajar mucho más que los hombres. Hemos tenido que estar presente día a día. Hemos tenido que justificar en cada momento que teníamos competencia, autoridad, capacidad para gestionar. Todas, cualquier sea nuestro país, cualquier sea nuestra historia, hemos tenido esta experiencia. Y esta experiencia, si no te mata, te da más fuerza. Y yo creo que es lo que nos ha pasado. Nos ha pasado, pero también cuando llegamos a un nivel de responsabilidad, sabemos que es tan difícil de alcanzarlo que cuando estamos, sabemos que estamos aquí no solo para decirnos qué bien, aquí estamos, no. Estamos aquí para actuar y cambiar las cosas y permitirle a jóvenes, mujeres y hombres de vivir en un mundo donde igualdad sea algo natural, natural porque es la vida nuestra. Y tenemos que actuar para levantar estas montañas, levantar todo lo que hoy no permite a jovencita, por ejemplo, de decirse, yo también podría, yo también quiero cumplir, que sea con política, que sea con otra cosa, pero yo quiero escoger la vida mía y saber el papel y decidir del papel que quiero yo jugar en esta vida. Y tenemos que cumplir con esto, y cuando estamos en los niveles de responsabilidades que son los nuestros, queremos darle visibilidad a las mujeres. Hay mujeres que... Las mujeres en las historias de nuestros países siempre son invisibles. Por ejemplo, en una ciudad como París, cuando llegué hace ya algunos años como teniente de alcaldía y que comprobé para verificar, por ejemplo, los nombres que se le dan a las calles, solo 2,5% de los nombres de calle parisina eran mujeres. Como si las mujeres tampoco habían hecho historia. Aquí está la ministra Ségolène Royal y contenta de que venga con nosotros. Merci, Ségolène. Entonces, las mujeres son invisibles y hemos querido, en una ciudad como la mía, darle más visibilidad. Esto es decir que mujeres son heroínas que no se conocen ella misma como heroínas. Pero en todos los países, en todos los continentes, en todas las ciudades, las mujeres están levantando las montañas para permitir que la vida se pueda organizar, que el bienestar esté aquí, que lleven temas de educación, pero también temas que son temas que siempre se les da más bien a los hombres. No es decir que las mujeres solo se ocupan de cosa concreta, no, tampoco, porque las mujeres que están aquí también tienen visión y comparten visión. Pero la experiencia nuestra nos da también la oportunidad y la voluntad de actuar en temas de vida cotidiana, que son temas políticos. Otro ejemplo pequeñito, y ahora le voy a dar la palabra a todas mis compañeras. Cuando por primera vez me eligieron en el Ayuntamiento de París, no como alcaldesa, pero como vicealcaldesa, yo tomé estos temas de igualdad. Y era en los años 2001, y parte de prensa y también de compañeros de la vida política, que sean de mi familia o de otras familias de oposición, dijeron, pero ¿esto qué es? Esos son temas de mujeres, esos no son temas políticos. Y con todas las compañeras, porque en aquel momento llegamos muchas mujeres en el ayuntamiento, porque había una ley sobre la igualdad, sobre la paridad en el ayuntamiento, en los ayuntamientos franceses, dijimos, bueno, para nosotros estos temas de vida cotidiana son temas políticos, verdaderamente políticos. Y les vamos a demostrar que cuando se habla de igualdad, se habla de todos los temas de la vida política, que políticos tendrían que hablar un poco más de esos temas. Hablar de violencia de género, hablar de oportunidades económicas para las mujeres, son temas políticos. Y lo que mejora la situación de las mujeres, mejora también la situación de cada uno. En este tema de cambio climático, las mujeres, por ejemplo, en África, están comprometidas con el tema del agua, están comprometidas con todos los temas del trabajo que hay que hacer para poder sobrevivir. Las mujeres están comprometidas en esto y van a comprometerse todavía más. Muchas redes de mujeres están trabajando ahora, las vimos en la COP22 en Marrakech, están trabajando, están alzando la voz, no para gritar, para actuar. Lo que queremos decir aquí es que sin la participación de las mujeres nada es posible. Con ella todo es posible. Muchas gracias. Y le voy a dar ahora la palabra a mi compañera, amiga Muriel Bowser, que es la alcaldesa de Washington, una ciudad grandísima, una mujer con mucho leadership y que va a hablarnos ahora. Gracias. Oh, yes, you don't have it's not working. The translation is not working. You can maybe have a translation. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Ça marche pas l'anglais. Yeah. Oh. Tu peux traduire, Hervé, ce que j'ai dit en anglais rapidement? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he was working. Oh. Yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Okay. Well, just 1 minute. Maybe Muriel now, and I tell to Clover what I said before. I said women, we are very strong. Humanity needs women, and women in local governments, in the cities, in C40, but in another network of cities, we are here to say that without women, nothing is possible. We need women, not just because women are better than men. No, maybe a little, but we think that the half of humanity it's need to be in responsibility, and we need to take more visibility to the women in our cities and women in our countries, because the women are not visible and they are heroine of our daily life, you know. And we are very strong to bring this message and to have a very great role in the climate change now. Thank you. Muriel.
Well, thank you to Anne Hidalgo for her invitation. She was in Washington, D.C. a couple of weeks ago when I was trying to decide if I would be able to make it to Mexico City, and obviously I'm here because she's a fantastic leader and a great friend. So I am representing, I think there are about 11 American mayors at this conference, and we want to send the very strong message that American cities are stepping forward and leaning into all that we can do to fight climate change. And that fight, those values don't change on any given night, certainly not an election night. And when I speak to residents of Washington, D.C., they are more than ever committed to the values that make us Washington, D.C. It's also important for me to note then that leadership for women and women in cities, there aren't very many women who lead large American cities. I am one of a handful of women who lead major American cities. And with our most recent election, there is a lot of unease and anxiety about women running for office in the U.S. and being even more resolute at attracting women and recruiting women to run for political office at all levels. At City Hall and state legislatures and governor's offices, we were successful with a number of women gaining seats in the United States Senate in this past cycle, and we always have to keep that message and advance that message. Many Americans, I'm certainly one, we are disappointed in the level of representation of women across the spectrum, and we have to be very focused on how we attract more women to office. For us in Washington, we take very seriously the role that a mayor can play in advancing climate change initiatives. When I am with my fellow mayors, we frequently talk about how we don't have the luxury to succumb to political gridlock. You will hear mayors say all the time, there's no one way, no partisan way to collect the trash or move the traffic. Our residents expect us to deliver every single day, and that includes how we protect our environment. Now, the district has had Washington, D.C. has had this view for a number of years where we've been focused, for example, on being leaders in U.S. cities on green buildings. I recently announced a very important agreement that would allow us to buy wind power to energize our government buildings that not only is good for the environment, but it's good for our bottom line. It'll save our residents $45 million over the next 20 years. We've been also focused on how our transportation systems will work better. Now, when you're in a city of 23 million people, our issues in Washington with moving 1 million people a day seem pretty small, but they're very big to us. The thing that we have, you will know that Washington, D.C. is unique in the American system. We're neither a city or a state, but a city, county, state, and a federal district and the seat of our government. So I have a lot of ability. I have, quite frankly, we act and operate in most ways like a state. And so there are things that when there are good ideas that come forward, we can move very quickly. I work with a legislature of 13 people. They have a lot of ideas, very progressive members of our legislature legislature that are also focused on the environment. And we can take an idea to funding to implementation relatively quickly. And because we have a higher profile, because the Congress people and the president live in our town, things that work can be replicated or seen as a model across our country. And we take our responsibility to be leaders in the environment, an example for the whole nation, very seriously. So I wanted to be here because I'm proud. We're proud as a city to be a part of a global movement of mayors who have said no matter what happens at the national legislature, we have tremendous ability to lead our citizens, procurement power to make the investments, and we're nimble enough where we can implement good ideas quickly. So I look forward to Mayor Hidalgo's leadership, and you can expect our very active participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muriel. I will thank to being here, UN women in this room. Thank you for being here, and young minister from in Spain, from Zapatero, President Zapatero, very young minister from about equality in Spain. And now Patricia Delille, great mayor of Cape Town. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, and I would like to greet all my sister mayors and congratulate Mayor Anne Hidalgo with her election as the chair of the C40. It's a true leader, trusted leader, and I look forward to working with her going into the future. More than half of the population in the world are women. And what we experience today is that in many of our constitutions all over the world, you'll find there's a clause contained in the Constitution to outlaw discrimination on the basis of gender, sex, race, and all of those things. But in reality, in practice, it's not always like that. And therefore, it's important for women leaders across the world, like mayors also, to lead in making sure that women in the world claim those rights that are already enshrined in our Constitution. We need to lead, it's our sisters, we need to make sure that we claim those rights for them. But what you also see around the world is feminization of poverty. In poverty, it is mostly women that bear the brunt of poverty. And with climate change coming, higher temperature, droughts that we experience, the impact of that on the cost of food, access to food is also a burden, especially in developing countries that's carried by women. And so climate change will actually increase the number of women living below the poverty line. And therefore, this initiative, as the women of the world and women mayors, we will make sure that the emphasis and that we prioritize the struggle of women around the world. I would say also, together with our male counterparts, we will fight to have equality for women in our cities. I believe, and especially for young women, that if you empower a young woman, a young girl, that you empower a community. Because it is women in the communities that are normally the leaders, the carers. I mean, we all know the emotional side of being a mother and having to look after your family. And then just lastly, maybe I've heard a saying that say that if you want something said, then you must ask a man. If you want something done, you must ask a woman. And so, Mayor Hidalgo, we're asking you to lead us to deal with the feminization of poverty, to deal with climate change and the impact of climate change on our women. I thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. And now, Clover Moore, the mayor of Sydney, big, great city in Australia. Clover with a big leadership.
Thank you, Anne.
Big woman.
Thank you, Anne. And thank you for your leadership on this issue. I thought I might just talk about how there are some very fine women leaders now, and there have been some very fine women leaders, but I think it is still hard for women, and I think we only need to think of the US election to think of what happened to Hillary Clinton. Same thing happened to our Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, in Australia. And I have to say, as a mayor in Sydney, I have received the same sort of treatment from the media. And I think a lot of young women, I think one of the most important things we can do, Anne, is to encourage young women to take up the mantle too, because we do need strong young women coming through. But if they look at what happened to Hillary Clinton, or in Australia look at what happened to Julia Gillard, or even sometimes look at what happens to me in Sydney, they might think, I don't want to experience all of that. I don't want to be pilloried by the press. And I think for women, it is much harder than for men. And I think women are judged much harder than men. And I think women have to be stronger, better, whiter than white. You know, we have to be right up there if we're going to be a leader. You know, that's not really fair. We should just be judged in exactly the same way and treated in exactly the same way. But that is not our experience. And I know in Australia, a lot of the people who are leading the environment movement, who are really concerned about the impact of climate change, are young women. And I know in Australia that the most important environmental issue in our federal parliament was perhaps carbon pricing. It was the leader of the Greens Party, Christine Mills, who led that and took it to our female Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, and they negotiated carbon pricing, which was one of the most important things we could do. We then got a Trump-style Prime Minister, a male, and he removed the carbon pricing. So that just, and he was praised by the right-wing media for doing that. And so Australia is left way behind in the contribution we should be making the global community to reduce our emissions. So in Sydney, you know, I've been mayor there and I've just had my 4th election with a 10% swing, but, you know, the right-wing media have really gone after me, and they've gone after me because I've taken a very strong position on the environment and on climate change. I have not resigned from that position. Clearly the community supports that position, but, you know, I think if I was male, I probably wouldn't have had that same experience. So I think it's really important for us to support young women, encourage young women coming through. I mean, I think Angela Merkel in Germany has done a very fine job in terms of climate change, in terms of a humanitarian approach to refugees, a great leader. We had a great leader, I think, in Australia. I think Hillary would have been a great leader. You know, so I think these are the important things we need to think about. How can we do our job really well? And effectively, you know, we did. In fact, I said to some media just recently after my election, what is it about men? Why don't you just let strong women get on with doing a good job? And just let us do that. Because I do think we have a great contribution, as we should. We are half the population. And where you have people who are committed and strong and have the ability, they should be able to do it, and their path should be as easy as it is for men. But I think in the 21st century it still is not. That's certainly, it seems to me, our experience in the Western world. So, all strength to you, Anne, and all strength to our movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Clover. Thank you so much. Now, Hélène Fernández. Hélène Fernández es alcaldesa de Caracas, en Venezuela, que vive una situación muy específica porque el alcalde de Caracas está preso por razones políticas y para mí es un momento muy fuerte de poderle darle la palabra y escucharla ahora, querida Hélène.
Bueno, buenos días. Yo voy a hablar en español. Gracias, Ana, por darnos la oportunidad de poder expresarle en la Ciudad de México una pluralidad de mujeres lo que significa la mujer. Cuando me dijeron que iba a hablar en un panel de mujeres, me preguntaba, ¿y a qué sector le voy a hablar? Le voy a hablar a todas. Le voy a hablar a la de todos los días, le voy a hablar a la que trabaja, le voy a hablar a la madre, a la hija, a la que cumple compromisos gerenciales, todas. Porque todas las mujeres tenemos incidencia en todos los estratos en los cuales estemos desarrollándonos. Definitivamente, la mujer ha sido colocada a un lado en todas las decisiones del mundo. Y hoy día el mundo está atravesando una crisis mundial. Y creo que puede ser por la falta de tener siempre el hombre al lado, una mujer que produzca. Es verdad que las mujeres las han catalogado como vulnerables y pues pareciera como que somos más vulnerables que los hombres. Creo que ha sido un mal enfoque porque las mujeres no somos vulnerables. Lo que no han sabido es realmente especificar cuáles son las cualidades y aptitudes que tiene la mujer. La mujer hoy en día es una mujer de avanzada, es una mujer con un espíritu de lucha incansable. Y los riesgos son todos, los tenemos en el mundo, pero para ello tenemos que tomar a la mujer como punto clave, porque la mujer además es la formadora de la familia, la que trae el ser humano. La familia es lo que fortalece a la sociedad y juega un rol importantísimo dentro de lo que puede ser el desarrollo económico, político y social dentro de cualquier nación. A la mujer hay que darle oportunidades. La mujer tiene que estar en las decisiones de Estado, cosa que nunca ha pasado. Nos ponen a un lado y es el hombre el que toma las decisiones. Las decisiones han girado alrededor del ser humano, pero el ser humano es el hombre sin tomar en cuenta la visión tan importante que puede tener una mujer. En mi país, el 47% de la población vive en la pobreza. Y de esa pobreza, la mayoría la lleva la mujer, porque es la que lleva.
Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos de regreso. Very happy to see you all. Did you have some coffee? Sí? Perfecto. The next session will consider the all-important issue of how cities can access the financing necessary to pay for the climate actions. And to introduce this session, I would like to welcome to the stage Ms. Antha Williams, Environment Program Lead at Bloomberg Philanthropies and one of C40's strategic founders. Bienvenidas.
It's a pleasure to be here in beautiful Ciudad de Mexico. Thank you so much to Mayor Mancera for having us all. This session is called Invest for Success, Financing Climate Action in Cities. I'm Antha Williams. I head the environmental programs at Bloomberg Philanthropies. And Bloomberg Philanthropies is the charitable home of all of Mike Bloomberg's activities to save the world. So we do everything from making grants on issues around public health and the environment to engaging Mike Bloomberg himself as the chair of C40 and now the president of the board of C40 and in his role as the UN Secretary General's special envoy for cities and climate change. At Bloomberg Philanthropies, we really see cities and finance as key to moving forward on the action that is required to solve the climate crisis. I don't need to tell this room of mayors from amazing cities around the world why cities are so critical. But we do see, as you all see in your cities, that as mayors, you have to act on climate change and air pollution because the inhabitants of your cities demand it. At the same time, some of the most critical actions that you can take actually require finance, and there's a mismatch between those projects and the capital that's available. Analysts at Bloomberg New Energy Finance estimate that this investment opportunity for low-carbon infrastructure could be $12 trillion by 2040. So we're talking about a really significant opportunity, as well as a challenge to match those sources of private funding to the projects that are most worthy and most innovative and most world-changing in all of your cities. Bloomberg Philanthropy supports a variety of projects that work to address these challenges. So 3 quick examples. We support in the US a project called Risky Business that's really about cataloging the financial risk and the opportunity to invest in low carbon infrastructure and move away from polluting investments. Second, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures is a global industry-led task force that Mike Bloomberg chairs, which is really about cataloging the risks to companies' bottom lines around climate change and strategies for shifting investments and business plans to truly low-carbon infrastructure. And finally, the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance, which helps identify, develop, and pilot new infrastructure projects to drive low-carbon development at scale. And this is a public-private partnership between our foundation, investment funds, development institutions, and government donors. So as much as we are all doing at Bloomberg Philanthropies in all of your cities, there is lots more to do to shift the trillions of dollars that are needed into low-carbon projects, and that's really why we're here today. That's what we're going to be talking about. And before we move into a discussion, I'd like to welcome to the stage Mayor Paez. And before he comes up, I just want to say a couple quick things. As the outgoing chair of C40 and as the mayor of one of the world's great cities working to address climate change, Mayor Paez has been an incredibly powerful champion for innovations in finance for climate-friendly projects in cities. Many of you might remember that a year ago in Paris at the Climate Summit for Local Leaders, Mayor Paez launched the C40 Cities Finance Facility. And since then, Mayor Paez has presided over the successful Olympic Games that included really major new investments in green infrastructure that will continue to deliver for decades to come for the people of Rio. And so thank you so much, Mayor Paez, for everything you've done and continue to do, and we look forward to hearing from you this morning. Thank you.
So thanks for your kind words. I want to say good morning to everyone. Thank you once again to our friend Michael Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies for their significant and continued support for C40, which has underpinned so many of its achievements and for which we are extremely grateful. It's great to be here in Mexico City, so my fellow mayors, especially my friend Mayor Mancera, and I need to say that I remember, I think we met first time in New York, I don't know, 2-3 years ago, and Mayor Mancera wanted to host this great meeting here. Could not be better, so I'll have to leave right away, but Mexico City, it's an amazing place, and thanks for everything you've done. And last night we had the pleasure to present the city of Shenzhen with the 2016 City Awards in Finance and Economic Development for the groundbreaking emission trade scheme. So this session, as we know, as Anta said, will focus on access to finance for cities. There's a saying there I always like to say, at least we say that in Brazil, that poetry is money, poesia es plata. So if we don't have the means or the ways to get things done, I mean, we keep talking, but don't get it done. So I think this is a very important session. This may sound a bit dry, which is why I'll try to keep it simple, my presentation. So throughout the summit, we have been discussing the transformation of our cities, which is needed to address climate change. Based on my experience as mayor of Rio and what many of my fellow mayors have been saying, coming up with the vision for this transformation is not the hard part. Mayors across the world have this vision and often have detailed plans for how to deliver it. When I was elected mayor of Rio, I knew I wanted to raise the quality of life of our citizens. That's what most of the mayors, or all the mayors, want. For that, we would have to provide sustainable transportation and cleaner and more efficient waste management, and knew the steps I had to take to make this vision a reality. The barrier I face, and which mayors across the world face, is finding a way to finance this vision. This is particularly true for cities all over the world, but especially in the global south. So let me be clear about something. The issue is not about lack of money. The issue is about lack of access to that money. I'll give a few examples here. First, institutional investors alone, such as insurance companies and pension funds, have an estimated $100 trillion under management. Investing in infrastructure in cities offers substantial returns, yet there are few platforms to facilitate this potentially transformative matchmaking. Second, we live in a time of historically low interest rates, where borrowing should be cheap and accessible. However, C40 research has shown that only 1 in 5 C40 cities are able to borrow from the state, and only 1 in 4 are able to issue municipal bonds. Third, even the money that has been earmarked as climate finance has been left unspent. The Green Climate Fund has only committed around 10% of its reserves and disbursed a negligible amount of them. A parallel and equally important issue is that cities in the Global South often lack the knowledge, experience, and capacity to assessing the financial mechanism that is most suitable to their needs. Even when cities are empowered to approach international financial institutions to support their climate actions, they frequently lack the resources to understand the requirements they have to fulfill. Or when cities are able to make use of the private sector, they are ill-equipped to distinguish between the risks that the private sector can or cannot make, or cannot take. Mayors across the world are trying to find a way to reach that finance, but they still face a range of barriers preventing them from implementing their vision. I have made access to finance a top priority, and I have strived as chair of C40 to address these challenges. I advocate for the creation of a fund to help cities receive the technical assistance they need to develop infrastructure projects. I was honored to launch, as Anta just said here, the C40 Cities Finance Facility 1 year ago in Paris. The finance facility is funded by the German and the American government and supported by the Inter-American Development Bank. By the way, thank you very much for the help. C40 and GIS in these first 12 months have welcomed new partners and begun operations in 2 cities, in Bogotá and here in Mexico City. The initiative has grown significantly to support project preparation and capacity development in cities across the world, and we hope that more partners will join to make the C40 Cities Finance Facility a trust intermediary between cities and the finance sector. C40 is financing Sustainable Cities Initiative in partnership with City Foundation and the World Resources Institute, also provides cities with tools and resources to better access the financing they need. The initiative supports cities through peer-to-peer sharing, technical assistance, and online resources. We hosted the first C40 Finance Sustainable Cities Forum in Rio in April of this year, and I'm delighted to announce that the forum will take place in London on April 4th next year, 2017. Even though these are great news, it is not enough. Cities need more partners from across the world to overcome these barriers and deliver on their ambitious vision of a low-carbon and inclusive urban future. The current international financial system was designed around nation-states, and it has not changed to account for the significant devolution of powers and responsibilities to cities. Through the call for action on municipal infrastructure finance, which has been endorsed by almost 30 organizations, we are asking national governments, banks, and international community to address these challenges now and ensure that the financial system can meet the needs of cities. This is extremely urgent. The window for making the right choice is increasingly narrow, and the next 2-3 years, as we discussed a lot in these last 2-3 days, will be crucial in bringing about a fundamental change of direction. So C40 is at the forefront of this movement to make the finance system work for cities, and I know that Mayor Hidalgo, with the help of all the mayors present here, will prioritize, and the great team that we have in C40, by the way, thanks, because they put together this finance structure, I know that they will prioritize this issue, especially Mayor Hidalgo as C40 chair. So, gracias, thank you, y que venga la plata para los alcaldes.
You'll be missed.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you so much for your really tireless advocacy on behalf of C40 cities, Mayor Paez. Your leadership is much appreciated, and we'll look forward to keeping you close. I'd like to go ahead and invite our speakers to the stage. If we could have them come up and join us. Mayor Miguel Angel Mancera of Mexico City, of course. His Excellency Akel Biltaj, the Mayor of Amman. Agnes Dashowitz, from the Director of the Office of Private Capital and Microenterprise at the United States Agency for International Development. And Marta Gutierrez, the Head of Governance, Crisis Management, and Construction Division of GIZ. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming off of a press conference that just was taking place in the other room under Mayor Hidalgo's leadership, the Women for Climate initiative launch, I just have to note that it is a proud moment to be here with a panel that's the majority women here on the stage talking about finance, no less. So yes. it's a good moment. Thank you. What we'd like to do on this panel is really outline some of the most successful financing initiatives, as well as what cities really need and require from the financial sector. Just by way of process, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to open it up to the crowd for questions, but through the C40 Summit app, you can submit your questions, and we will, throughout the day, be talking to some of the panelists and even recording video of those answers to some of your questions and putting them up on the C40 website. So we do hope to get to everything that you all would like to talk about. So first, I'm going to turn here to Mayor Biltaj, who is another mayor developing major transport infrastructure. And you have big ambitions for what you're doing in Amman, and also a really significant challenge around the incredible increase in population with the refugee crisis in the Middle East over the last 5 years or so. So I'm hoping you can speak to what you hope to accomplish and how you're overcoming some of the barriers to accessing finance to get it done.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Mayor, ladies, good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to dwell on something. We may have missed it throughout the conference, and that is to differentiate between mayors and cities, municipalities and towns. You know, not every capital and not every city in the world is like Mexico or like Rio or like Montreal, to that matter. There are cities that are part and parcel of governments. They're part of the national government, so their structure is entirely different. Their financing is different. But there are others are quasi in the sense they're independent on their resources for funding, yet they are inclined and they must do things for the city when it happens to be the capital, like Mayor Browser earlier in the session, and DC and the federal government. The city has to accommodate for the state as well. But what does the state give in return? I'm finding it difficult. When I walked in 2013, after what was called the Arab Spring in the Arab world, and the refugees pouring in from Syria, I found that no salaries for my staff for October of 2013. So I immediately went to the local banks. I said, I want to know who your clients are. Who are your clients? Open your books. show me who owns the shares and who has deposited money. And it turned out to be that every single person that the city has to deal with has to license somewhere or another, either in a profession or in a construction or a building or a clinic. Even the cemetery is the responsibility of the mayor and the city. I said, where are you going to help me? Do you think I'm going to declare Amman bankrupt? There are certain icons in Amman, pillars of the Greco-Roman time. Each is worth $1 billion because you cannot just duplicate those anymore. Where do I go? So very first thing, I had to get the confidence of the local banks and tell them I want my city to be bankable. Come and look at my books, come and look at my receivables and my payables. I will be very transparent. Yes, we had problems. Yes, we had issues, maybe some corruption at one stage or another, but let's bring it all out and sort it out. Then I went to the government. I said, where are you from all of this? You asked me to make a parade for every head of state and raise the flags of all countries of the world when someone comes into the city. And what are you paying me for? And this is coming from the citizens of Amman and not the people of Jordan. Yet Amman stands for Jordan. So I want you to see the difference between how cities finance. And then I went to the people. I said, listen, you want better roads? You want the trash to be taken out? You want a better zoning? You want an environment and a climate that you all want to really enjoy, a better life? Then help me out. Have you paid your taxes? And let's, the rule of law. Now, anybody that is not paying taxes, I'm going to the court. So from there on, I started building a base. The banks came in June 2014 and gave me a $250 million JD, $350 million loan, a syndicated loan. And I paid off all the debts. Everybody that we owed a penny was paid for. But yet, on the receivable side, I showed everybody there was double that amount in the pockets of the citizens and the government, because the government is also a client but has not paid. So there is this issue of going and getting what you ought to get if people want a better way of life. The fourth thing is I went to the international, and I said, you know, the USAID, GIZ, the agency of French, the FD, and others, and I said, you know, you are in the city here and you're looking at the situation in the area. Can you help me? Show me where we went wrong. Show me where we can be together on this. They put me back on track for a $176 million loan to build the infrastructure of the BRT, which was abandoned about 4 years before, simply because of the Arab Spring. And someone blew the whistle and said, the money's gone, the $176 million is gone. The money was still in the banks in France. It has not been even released. And in doing so, I brought back confidence to the people. I said, you see, when we get the confidence of the international arena, now we have to put in return and join and make sure that the BRT is a success. By the way, congratulations. I watched it last night, and I meant to check on it, and I'm copying, stealing ideas from it. The USA, I said, you know, every senator has come in to see the Syrian refugees. I went up from 2,000 tons of garbage lifting every morning to 4,500. Now, where does that come from? I have over 500 million of Syrian refugees in the city. How can you help me? Immediately jumped in, Agnes, and I thank you for that, to say, well, let's look at the landfill and the new cell that you need to for the landfill of our garbage, and let's see if we can help you with the waste to energy So from now on, we burn, we incinerate that, and we don't have to bury it in ground and jeopardize the aquifer and the like. Immediately, they put $200,000 to start the bid that we put out. And now we are sorting out the bid with the help of, again, the GIZ has sent a specialist to look at the waste to management, waste to energy, and if the process is transparent and accountable and the like. So it's a combination of things. The very first thing is you have to gain the confidence of the city, of the people of the city. You have to take them around. Look at this. You want it different. They keep on saying, oh, we want to be like Dubai. We want to be like Frankfurt. I said, come on now. Give me a break. We're not behaving like the people in Dubai, and the people behave like them first, and then we act. I stop here to come back.
Excellent. Thank you. Just to go a little deeper on the city perspective here, I want to turn to Mayor Mancera, who is certainly confronting some of these same challenges. And congratulations to you and Mexico City in being selected as one of the pilot cities for the city's finance facility.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk about, when you came in as mayor, tackling air quality was one of your big priorities. And I'm interested how what your ambition is for that and how the city's finance facility is helping you implement.
¿Cómo no? Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Good morning, everyone. Yo diría que el centro de la discusión para mí es que los países han construido las formas de financiamiento para los gobiernos nacionales. O sea, lo que se ha construido internacionalmente es cómo se puede financiar a los países. Entonces, cuando vas a la búsqueda de los fondos, como explicaba el mayor, no encuentras, porque lo que te dicen es, toca la puerta en tu gobierno nacional, y así pasó cuando hicimos la visita de representantes de varias ciudades, por ejemplo, con el secretario de Estado en Washington, y nos decían, pero sí, claro que hay fondos verdes. Pues yo no he visto uno solo. Entonces, ¿dónde están esos fondos verdes? Están en los gobiernos nacionales. ¿Qué ha pasado? Que las ciudades somos las que tenemos las principales prioridades y el principal contacto con la gente, y eso nos ha llevado pues a que sea muy difícil, porque cada acción, como lo estaban explicando, es verdaderamente costosa. Si hoy calculamos, nada más para que pongamos en contexto, poder hacer una sola estación de metro, estaríamos hablando de cerca de 100 millones de dólares, más o menos, poco más o menos, sí, son 2,000 y tantos millones de pesos. Solo una estación de metro. Entonces, si estamos hablando de una línea, por ejemplo, cuando yo pude platicar con mi colega de Quito, me decía, pues es imposible que nosotros lo hagamos si no tenemos un soporte del gobierno nacional. Y cuando vas con los bancos internacionales te dicen, claro que sí, nada más que nos lo tiene que solicitar tu gobierno nacional. Entonces es un círculo vicioso que además ahora está entrapado por una larga duración de evaluaciones de proyectos. Y yo creo que debieran de colocar a las ciudades en formas prioritarias. A mí un punto fundamental en una visión de cambio climático es debemos apoyar a las ciudades que más lento están avanzando en sus sistemas de movilidad. Debiéramos de pensar en esas ciudades que son las que más requieren apoyo para concretar un trabajo, avanzar en los proyectos. México, por supuesto, como comentabas, está muy contento de poder ser una de las primeras ciudades que accede a este financiamiento impulsado por el C40. Es verdaderamente algo inédito, algo que nunca había sucedido. Y lo tenemos para un corredor verde, $1 millón que será bien empleado en la ciudad. pero me parece que debiéramos de crear una estrategia en la cual las ciudades que requieran financiamientos urgentes en áreas estratégicas que sabemos que además le van a dejar a la ciudad un beneficio económico, debiéramos apurar esos financiamientos. Voy a poner otro ejemplo muy rápido. La transformación de los taxis en la Ciudad de México. Nosotros hemos ordenado ya que todos los taxis nuevos, y aquí en la entrada pusimos un taxi que no está para trasladarse, sino para que lo vean, aparte de los que tenemos para trasladarse. Pero lo pusimos aquí en la entrada porque este es el modelo de taxi híbrido, además del taxi eléctrico. Si nosotros logramos encontrar estos financiamientos, es muy probable que le demos un beneficio al taxista y le demos un beneficio a la ciudad, en menos cantidad de emisiones y mejor ganancia para el taxista. Un vehículo de estos consume el 10% de combustible de un vehículo normal, lo cual, por supuesto, reditúa en ganancias financieras para quien lo opera. Pero, ¿qué sucedió? Cuando nosotros quisimos ir con la banca nacional a encontrar los financiamientos, pues nos tardamos una vida. O sea, entonces, mejor estamos haciendo el financiamiento directo con los bancos sin pasar por el gobierno nacional, porque es muy tardado. Yo creo que hoy lo que estamos demandando las ciudades es tener acceso directo a los fondos internacionales. En un acceso directo a los fondos internacionales podemos encontrar una gran ventaja. ¿Y qué necesitaríamos? Saber cuáles son las garantías de cada ciudad. Hay ciudades que podrán acceder a un fondo X y otras ciudades que podrán acceder a un fondo diferente, pero eso también tendría que estar tomado en cuenta, porque los fondos internacionales nos dicen, hay miles de millones de dólares. Pues sí, pero ¿dónde están? ¿O cómo accedes a ellos? Eso lo dejaría yo como un primer acercamiento.
That's great. Thank you so much. We're very fortunate to have Agnes Dasowich here from USAID, and it's very exciting that you and USAID have come in to announce support of the pilot phase of this city's finance facility. So I'm hoping you can speak from your perspective to some of these issues and what's compelling about these pilots and about what they're trying to do.
Thank you very much. And actually, we are very excited to be supporting this facility for a couple of reasons. First is the fact that we really recognize this demand early on. As some of you might be aware, about 2 years ago, the US government launched an initiative called Power Africa, which really meant to accelerate energy projects on the continent. What we recognized at that point is that local governments really needed assistance in order to prepare bankable projects. We got all these commitments from financiers who wanted to finance these projects, but a lot of the projects which were coming out of the procurements were not bankable and really needed assistance. So when we heard about this facility, we thought it was an amazing opportunity to really deliver that globally. The second reason is simply all of you. I mean, the fact that C40 is a convening of all the mayors who are dealing with the same struggles and who are actually sharing the learning is incredibly compelling. I don't think we could find a better, really, nexus of knowledge that is needed for cities from emerging markets to really learn from cities from developed markets and vice versa on some of the issues that are really facing all of them, all the climate change issues and others that they're trying to address. I think the lessons learned that come out of a community like this and that can be shared are incredibly powerful. And really the third compelling factor was just the ability to execute. I think that both GIZ and C40 are incredible partners, and we believe that even though this is a very challenging endeavor and has potentially a lot of pitfalls, we are very excited, and we think that this will lead to an incredible expansion of this kind of activity globally, with the cities and their citizens really being the beneficiaries of those outcomes. So we're very, very happy to be part of this facility.
That's great, very helpful. I think one of the themes that I have certainly heard coming through the sessions, including some of the discussions yesterday, were across the board, C40 cities are really faced by this challenge of access to finance for very different reasons. In some of the North American and European cities, it's more about just the debt cap problem, and in some of the mobility work like we're describing here, it is this issue of bankable projects and getting projects to the size where they're attractive to investors. And so I want to turn to you, Marta Gutierrez from GIZ, as the key implementing partner along with C40 in these pilot projects. If you could speak a little bit to how this is working, why the facility is important, and how you're making it work on the implementation side, both for the Mexico City project and then the other pilot project in Bogota. It would be great to hear from you a little bit about both of those.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'm very glad to be here. We've heard a lot about the city's finance facility, but I would like to take up something that Mayor Mancera just said. He said, una cosa inédita, something the city's finance facility, let's call it the CFF, is an unusual, unconventional helping hand for cities that have ambitious climate change projects. So why is it inédita? Why is it something unusual? Three things come to mind. First of all, the city's finance facility will provide technical and financial support for the cities to develop the design of the programs. Secondly, and very importantly, the CFF will provide capacity development to city administrations so that they learn how to assess and shop around for the best source of finance for their projects without having to commit at the onset to one particular capital provider or one financial instrument, so that you learn how to see the whole picture and make decisions accordingly. And the CFF will also be able, down the road, to link cities to possible investors in the future. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mayor Paez for his leadership on this. Without his support, it would have been extremely difficult to get here. And I was extremely happy to see that Mayor Hidalgo yesterday took up the flag of the CFF and said, I will support this.
Yeah.
We need her strong leadership on that. So now, Mayor Mancera already talked about his project. Let me allow me to say something on the Bogota project and then come back to Mexico. Let's all travel to this wonderful city of Bogota. Mayor Peñalosa said yesterday that he is cooperating with the city's finance facility to design a one-of-a-kind bicycle highway. It's called the Quinto Centenario Bicycle Highway. And it will be a 25-kilometer highway for bicycles connecting low, medium, and high-income neighborhoods, connecting people to places of work, places of recreation, education, etc. And his vision is to get as many Bogotanos on their bikes so that they reduce the transportation costs, but they also help reduce CO2 emissions by about 26,000 tons a year. And, which is very important, it will be located in an area which provides an alternative to the routes in the west that are more flood prone. So it has a climate component as well. What is the CFF going to do? The CFF provides, again, the technical and financial support to design the Quinto Centenario project and to have a sustainable business model to go with it. And it will provide, I think, from January, February on, technical expertise long-term, as well as in Mexico, in order for the city administrations to learn how to, or to get the capacity, the knowledge, and the experience in accessing finance. So this is what we're going to do. So the ultimate aim of the city's finance facility projects, the pilot projects, is obviously to have these projects brought to financial closure, of course. But more than that, it is actually to help the transformation of the cities so that they can use these pilot projects to learn, to have the experiences institutionalized, documented, discussed so that in the future the cities will be able to develop similar projects and have the experience how to actually access the finance. So this is capacity development and the development of institutional capacity in general is key for the support that CFF will be providing. And I must say it's the reason why GIZ is so excited to be part of it. Let me finish by saying what is the way forward. The main funding partners right now, as you've heard, are the German government and USAID, which have contributed. Yes, can we give an applause? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sure.
We do need the starting capital in order to move into such an unusual outfit like this one. So they are provided about a bit less than $6 million for these 4 pilot projects. And the Inter-American Development Bank is also providing some sort of technical expertise for the cities that require. And with this, we will support the Bogota program, the Mexico City program, which is a very exciting green corridor program. I think this will have, Mayor Mancera, the potential of transforming the whole city as you go along. So we're very excited to support that. And 2 other cities that are still to be chosen. We'll gladly let you know what's happening. I would like to close by saying that we would like right now, as Mayor Pai said, start winning some of you partners here, some investors, some donors, so that as the CFF grows and develops, we can actually reach many more cities. So
Great.
I hope that my enthusiasm just kind of spreads around and you all join the CFF in the future.
Great. Thank you so much.
So
we've had some discussion about the work at the city level, and I think one of the exciting things about launching these kind of pilots through the C40 network is the ability, this theme that Mayor Biltaj brought up, which I love about C40, which is let's steal the best ideas from each other and spread them city to city. But to turn to the mayors for a moment, Mayor Mancera, you brought up the issue that there actually, while there's a set of things that national governments have devolved to cities, appropriate finance is not necessarily one of them. So I want to broaden the conversation a little bit to just what you think national, international institutions should be doing to enable better infrastructure finance for low-carbon cities. And I just want to point to, as Mayor Paez did, C40's call to action, if people haven't seen it, on municipal infrastructure finance, which really outlines how a financing system built for cities can help deliver. So, Mayor Mancera, why don't you take that first?
A mí me parece que hay otra parte también muy importante, que es que se requiere, además de encontrar las facilidades entre gobiernos federales y gobiernos locales, que estoy seguro que aquí habrá varios casos similares, porque he platicado con mis colegas, con los mayors que vienen de varias partes del mundo, y aquí acabamos de escuchar un ejemplo clarísimo de que lo que sucede es que muchos de los fondos no arriesgan el capital, o sea, no se está poniendo en riesgo el capital. Pareciera que los fondos, y lo digo con todo respeto, los fondos quieren tener números negros todo el tiempo. Entonces, pues hay que arriesgar también el capital, porque si no se arriesga, pues entonces no tendría ningún sentido. O sea, si tú tienes nada más este margen para estar soportando, para estar invirtiendo, quiere decir que nunca vas a alcanzar pues un mayor objetivo. A mí me parece que los fondos debieran de arriesgar más, porque debe de ser algo más fácil. Qué bueno que nosotros podamos aprender el camino para llegar a los fondos, eso está muy bien. Y seguramente las ciudades que ya obtuvimos un fondo podemos dar capacitación a otras ciudades para que esto sea mucho más rápido. Pero me parece que los fondos también debieran de acercar mucho más el capital a las ciudades. Yo pensaría en un ejemplo, si hoy a la Ciudad de México nos dijeran, aquí tienes $1,000 millones para construir una línea de metro sin necesitar el soporte del gobierno federal, solamente con la tarifa podríamos dar la garantía plena de que ese dinero se va a reintegrar, porque es un mecanismo en el que traes fondos futuros al presente. de algo que tiene una garantía absoluta. Todos los días el metro tiene 5 millones o 6 millones de usuarios. Entonces, encontrar esos mecanismos que puedan facilitar en los fondos que existen, de todos los fondos de pensiones en el mundo y que están nada más en un esquema latente. Yo creo que ahí es donde debemos llegar y esa es una gran virtud de lo que ha planteado el alcalde Páez. Ir este call for action en donde a todos nos esté involucrando a que vayamos a encontrar esos fondos y que C40 pues sea un garante de las ciudades que estamos participando ahí. Pero sí creo que, uno, los gobiernos han construido unos caminos muy lentos, con muchos obstáculos para poder avanzar. Hablo de los gobiernos nacionales y para poderte dar los fondos, a veces esto se vuelve político. Entonces, si tú no tienes la misma frecuencia política, o no eres de derecha o no eres de izquierda, con el gobierno local, pues lo primero que se va a hacer es no ayudar a este gobierno, independientemente de lo que importa, que es la lucha contra el cambio climático. Por eso los fondos también deben de buscar, me parece, y lo decía yo en la otra intervención, encontrar este apoyo directo a las ciudades. Si aquí pidiéramos que levantaran la mano las ciudades que quieren financiamiento, yo creo que todo el auditorio levantaría la mano. Y si luego les preguntamos quiénes lo han obtenido, se va a hacer una reducción dramática porque no es fácil para las ciudades encontrar el financiamiento de manera directa.
Thank you. I want to invite our other panelists in to speak to this question on the steps that national and international bodies can take.
I'd like to follow up on what the mayor has just said and probably pick up where I left from. Having secured the public, the citizens, and having convinced the local government, having reached the international arena, then you will have to connect on items that the international institutions are interested in. Environment seems to be the number one. So the moment we mention waste to energy, garbage collection, equipment and all, we had the EBRD, the European Bank, come in and invited us to the donors conference in London in February. So I made a presentation of what my city is like and what is it I need. They offered a 50 million euro in supporting the financial budget of the city as part of the syndicated loan that I had acquired in 2014. To reconstruct that into 310 million and take an extension of 10 years with 2 years waiver. So this has given me a time to breathe. They've given me a 50 million euro back to back for any project to deal with environment. And 15 million JD, I'll pay 15 million JD in return. So the international banking, particularly the ones like, in Europe now that took over the World Bank role, EBRD is one, and I'm not promoting the EBRD, though I'm grateful to what they've done. We've just signed that last week in London with Sir Sumo Chakrabarti, is to really reach out. And the moment we said C40 and the resiliency of the city, they found that part of the preamble they used and the presentation they made to their board. Why? Credibility, because the investments now must come from the private sector. And they insist that you have to partner. Now, the private sector would like to have guarantees. That's why we introduced in Jordan the PPP, the Private-Public Partnership Law, which gives confidence to how can we get these big projects, the question is asked, without the private sector being bought into this. And I'm sure once the presentation is made, the right agencies are to certify and qualify your projects, you will find international money coming in like we did in my part of the world.
Agnes, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I actually have a couple of examples of things that we have been participating in and following that are pretty exciting in the world of trying to raise financing for infrastructure, including for cities. One is about a year and a half ago, we launched something called the Sustainable Development Investment Partnership, which was first a partnership between, it's housed at the World Economic Forum and OECD. And it's a partnership of donors, all the major donor organizations, major private banks, and lots of other investors who are really coming together to help accelerate infrastructure projects. This is fairly new and it's just being formed, but we are definitely looking for projects where we can help to blend capital, where public financing can be used to provide guarantees, to provide different kinds of structures, where what happens is that catalyzes the investors who may be very risk averse. So this kind of blending structures we hope will emerge from this partnership. The second thing is the use of pooled vehicles. Here in Mexico, we're working with an investment firm called Evanson Dodge, who is pulling together various municipal projects in the hopes of establishing a bond bank, which will then issue bonds to potentially be purchased by the Mexican pension funds. There's been a lot of discussion about pension funds here at this forum and how to attract them. Pension funds are probably the least risky investors that I've come across. We have a big partnership with US pension funds, so we've been speaking a lot to them. They, first of all, would like to have as little risk as possible. And second, they really like large projects. So pooling lots of projects and sharing the risks of those projects within one structure really allows institutional investors to take a serious look at some of those projects, as opposed to going one by one. The good news is that institutional investors are looking for long-term investments. They're looking to emerging markets, to developing markets, because they're not getting the kinds of returns we heard earlier today. There's lots of negative returns coming from the developed world. So I think it's incredibly important that some of this conversation starts really revolving around how do we establish entities that can pool risk and can come up with large vehicles that pension funds can access. Another really good example that we want to try to advance in some of the countries is revolving funds. A really similar example that's really been used in the US to fund water utilities, where states set up these funds that lend to water utilities, and once some of the loans are getting paid back, they issue bonds to the market, which supposedly, I'm not a municipal finance expert, but it's some of the best, most successful municipal finance stories in the US have been around these revolving funds. So we would love to help countries in emerging markets really try some of those vehicles to see if we can attract these bigger pools of capital and to see how we can blend public capital and private capital to allow some of these investors really take on the risks that normally their shareholders really will not allow them to take.
That's really helpful. This is a timely conversation because I've heard lots of conversation among the C40 cities about exactly that question. Is there a way to aggregate some of what we're doing so that, you know, where one LED light system or water system in a city may be either too risky or too small to be attractive to investors, can we pull that together in a broader way? So that those are great examples. Marta, do you want to speak to this question about what national and international institutions should do, what steps they should take?
Thank you. Is my microphone working?
Yes,
yeah.
It seems to be,
I
right?
think national governments know what they have to do. They committed to all the declaration of the new urban agenda in Quito. They know that they have to set up the legal and policy framework for sub-sovereign lending, for local finance, for intergovernmental fiscal frameworks. They already committed to it. So our role is just to see that they actually keep to these commitments. But there's also something which is more than technical, is what you're saying. They have to, regardless of political issues, they have to make sure and invest in making cities more solidly financed to make them more credit-worthy. And that includes much more than just a framework. It's actually an issue of capacity. It's also an issue of having cities be able to design and implement large-scale climate projects. But there's something else that has been mentioned and I would like to take up. Is the fact that international, regional, national bodies have to strengthen the supply side of finance to local governments. And that means making sure that intermediaries for urban financing, doesn't matter if national, international, or local, as long as they're independent, that these intermediaries better understand how cities work, the kind of needs that they have, the kind of long-term debt management that they could provide, as you said. And so this is quite a challenge to try to bring more knowledge to these intermediaries on how cities work, so they're more confident in assessing the creditworthiness of a city. So we really have to move in that direction.
Yeah.
Just to comment.
Very helpful, thank you. So I want to ask a last final question as kind of a speed round for each of the speakers here, which is, what do you see as one potential near-term game changer for city finance? Mayor Mancera, I want to start with you.
Well, yo creo que definitivamente creo que los retos que tenemos, y digamos que yo diría que el primero es romper esta inercia de financiar a los gobiernos nacionales. Si logramos romper esto del financiamiento de los gobiernos nacionales y encontramos la manera de que los fondos lleguen directamente a las ciudades, vamos a tener un gran avance, porque es muy cierto lo que dice Marta, se aprende y puedes llegar más fácil a los fondos una vez que tienes este conocimiento, cuando ya no necesitas tanto a los intermediarios. El ejemplo del alcalde Peñalosa, él es un alcalde con mucha experiencia y él se mueve muy fácil, pero yo pensaba, ¿qué sucede con un alcalde que llega nuevo, que llega recién y que se encuentra con una ciudad que no tiene el apoyo federal para la infraestructura y que sí tiene la demanda ciudadana para que ésta aparezca? Es donde creo que se debe de poner el objetivo. Ayer que se estaban entregando los premios de C40 observamos varios ejemplos en donde se tienen un retrofit de las inversiones, incluso para la propia ciudad, le genera beneficios. Todo lo que estamos haciendo ahora con las plantas de tratamiento de residuos sólidos es para generar energía y para pagar menos de lo que estamos pagando hoy por energía. Eso va a ser incluso más fuertes a las ciudades. Afortunadamente las empresas han entendido esto y ahora todas las empresas que están buscando ser inversionistas van hacia líneas verdes. Pero sí creo que debiera de haber un gran consenso de los fondos para decir, a ver, vamos a apoyar a las ciudades, vamos a dejar un poco los gobiernos nacionales tradicionales y los apoyos tradicionales y vamos a apoyar a las ciudades, que finalmente lo que se necesita es tener garantías. Es un esquema financiero, entonces necesitas dar garantías para que te puedan dar los fondos. Trabajemos en las garantías y una reunión de C40 debiera dejarnos este compromiso de ser cada vez más sólidos en esto que es el Call for Action, irlo fortaleciendo de tal manera que tengamos los accesos o la llave, ¿no?, de Keystone para acceder rápidamente a estos fondos, porque también el tiempo cuenta. Nosotros tenemos un proyecto que se trabajó con un banco de financiamiento internacional mundial que llevó prácticamente 3 años y medio en planeación. Cuando llega el momento del financiamiento ya se va a acabar el gobierno. Entonces, eso es lo que yo creo que el primer reto sería ese, romper ese esquema y pasar directamente a financiar a las ciudades.
Terrific. Thank you. Well said. Marta, let's turn to you. One game changer.
When you're talking about game changer, I just thought of a quote from Carlos Fuentes, since we're here in Mexico.
Yeah.
The last book that was published in 2016 after his death. He said, why are artists so creative and so imaginative and politicians are not? Well, I think Carlos Fuentes would be delighted to see the C40 network, which is the home of the most creative, imaginative, and daring politicians, mayors that come together, and they are the game changers when it comes to climate change. And when it comes to climate change finance, we hope that the CFF will be a game changer too.
Great. Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm glad to say that the examples I have pour in exactly the theme of this summit. And, you know, I feel like if we are preparing for war or campaigning for the AIDS or Ebola or whatever, we gather forces, we reinforce ourselves, we bring in money for it. So this is the same thing. We want to bring it down. We don't want it to reach to Celsius plus. We want 1.5. That means we have to reinforce ourselves. And we have to bring programs and projects in that line. The reason is, I find that renewable energy in my part of the world and waste to energy, examples on hand, and with the appreciation and support of both the USAID, the EIZ, EBRD, we're willing to going to do that. I mentioned at the press conference the day before yesterday that we will be the first capital in the world to be totally LED by June 2017. Now that in itself, when the people feel and know the meaning of this, then I think we will win the war against global warming.
I like that very much. Gather our forces for the challenge ahead. Agnes, I'll let you have the last word on this.
I'm going to have two really quick ones, though. One is mobilizing local pension funds. I mean, pension funds are really growing in a lot of these developing markets. People are saving, and people would like to see their money in actually going to the benefit of their cities. So mobilizing local pension funds, while not easy, is really critical. They offer local currency, which is often lacking. I think that we're trying to do that. We're actually hosting a conference of US and African pension funds in Johannesburg this May. We would love to do this in other parts of the world. I think pension funds getting together and sharing their experience and seeing how they can co-invest is really key. So mobilizing local pension funds is really a huge game changer that I think is coming. The second one, I think, and this is a bit of a challenge, but if this could be overcome, this would be a game changer, is really trying to figure out how projects in emerging markets could gain their own ratings. Because in a lot of emerging countries, the projects are really capped at the sovereign rating, which often is not investment grade. And what happens is that even though the projects themselves may be investment grade, they cannot get a higher rating. So if there could be some sort of a rating developed for projects that can access funds directly, that would be incredibly game-changing, I think, for cities and for individual infrastructure projects that are bankable. So those are the two things that I think would make a huge difference.
Those are important points. And I've heard a few times in conversations over the last couple of days this idea of fast-tracking, figuring out some way to cut through some of this and fast-track projects for climate objectives that national governments in a lot of cases want to meet too.
A little thing, one thing more? Yes?
Sure.
Bueno, yo quisiera decir gracias a los fondos internacionales que están creyendo en las ciudades. Thank you very much for the international funds believing in the cities. It's great for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well said. A couple just quick themes I want to say as we wrap up here that have come out. One, I think it's clear among this group certainly that the time is now. The science requires that we act on climate change very, very quickly. And to Mayor Mancera's point, if mayors want to act to be able to build the infrastructure that they need to grow the economy of C40 cities at the same time that you're cutting emissions, we need to unlock more private finance now for these projects. Second, just that finance itself is a barrier, and there's a real hunger for working together to overcome some of these challenges. And I think we've all agreed this has been a really key contribution and achievement during Mayor Paez's tenure as chair of C40, and really encouraged to see that it's a big priority for Mayor Hidalgo as well. I hope to see many of you in London, April 4th. C40 is hosting a Financing for Sustainable Cities Forum, so that's London, April 4th. And then finally, I just want to really thank our panelists for all of your thoughtful contributions and even more importantly, for all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely great being with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Antha. Thank you to all
Gracias
the
por
mayors. Wonderful conversation.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Now, I would like to turn our attention to a different but equally important issue. In fact, perhaps it will be one of the most important issues in this summit. And I'm talking about inclusive climate action. Cities around the world are facing the impacts of climate change and taking forward the dramatic transformative actions that will be required to address this challenge. But another major challenge that many cities face is that of social inequality, which, like climate change, is a threat that is rising all over our planet. The pursuit of a low-carbon development presents a substantial opportunity for cities to tackle the dual challenges of inequality and climate change. This is critical to help mayors better make the case and win broad public support that they need for climate action. Now it is my honor to introduce City Foundation President Brandi McKaylee, who will explore what it means for cities to capture this opportunity and to be truly inclusive in their approach to the climate action. Please, you can come to the front podium. Welcome.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you. So I'm incredibly honored to be here with all of you, but I'm actually really excited for what we're about to unveil in just a few moments. We've all traveled here and left our corners of the world to convene in Mexico City because we each deeply understand that despite our cultural and geographic differences, we have a shared responsibility to help shape our collective future. We're also here today because we increasingly understand that our environmental, economic, and social challenges and opportunities are just as interconnected. As cities continue to rapidly grow, these engines of opportunity are also at risk of continuing to grow inequality. Resources are limited, and far too many residents are struggling to make ends meet. According to a recent report by the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, cities comprise 42 of the world's 100 largest economic entities. So there's no question that cities are at the center of the global economy. But the question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we harness this influence and scale to address disparities and inequality? At the City Foundation, investing in cities has been central to our work from the beginning. As more people around the world move to urban areas at unprecedented rates, we are expanding our work to help build vibrant, inclusive communities where no one is left behind. Because if we're developing our city's infrastructure, we must also develop our people. If we're sustaining our environment, we must sustain quality education, jobs, affordable housing, and social services. We have to integrate each approach. We can no longer operate in silos. So to protect our climate and serve our cities and residents at the pace of progress needed, we have to change our mindset and act from a place of both or and instead of either or. We can't sustain those trade-offs because climate action is both an environmental issue and an economic issue. Sustainable infrastructure, both urban development and community engagement. Poverty, both ecologically damaging and socially devastating. More and more cities understand this, and highlighting their success is critical to inspiring others around the world. And so we're proud to support and to share with you today We Live Here Together, which is a short film featuring 6 cities, Bogota, Cape Town, New York City, Paris, Portland, and Seoul, each with inspiring examples of leaders with a clear vision of inclusive climate action and the projects and policies to help deliver that vision. Now, the film showcases is just a small sample of some of the great work happening in C40 cities to deliver climate action that benefits all parts of the population, but we need to do more to tell this story. Cities are at the beginning of this journey, and we believe that more support is needed from mayors, city officials, and the people they serve in order to ensure that the most disadvantaged communities benefit directly from efforts to address climate change, particularly at a time of so much uncertainty and division around the world. Finding bold solutions will help our cities continue to be beacons of hope and deliver increased quality of life for all. We'd like to thank Mayor Hales, Mayor de Blasio, Mayor Peñalosa, Mayor Hidalgo, Mayor DeLille, and Mayor Monsoon for generously sharing their time and their stories with us. I think they have all show up as rock stars in this film. We hope you find their words and actions as inspiring as we have.
As usual in society, when things go wrong, it's always the poorest of the poor that suffer. So climate change is a reality that whatever you do, how you design, what projects you want to do, you have to include climate change as a factor.
Have seen the projections. We understand what it means for a city like this. We have to keep building our plan farther out and farther out and farther out, because we literally have to protect our people. We have to protect our way of life. It's really essential stuff.
We don't have to choose between social goals or quality of life goals or environment goals. They are the same.
Si nous n'incluons pas la totalité de la population, nous n'arriverons pas à résoudre le défi climatique.
Part of the urgency of this issue is that cities are leading. Cities are leading on climate, but they're also leading on these issues of income inequality. If there is a way to combine social equity with environmental responsibility, that is powerful.
This year is on track to be the warmest yet on record.
Some new figures on global wealth and income disparity, and they are so shocking it takes a while for them to sink in.
At least 40 people are dead after a massive landslide in Colombia.
Hurricane Sandy crashing on shore.
More than 9 out of 10 people worldwide live in areas with excessive air pollution.
15,000 deaths because they were living in homes they couldn't afford to heat.
If the warming continues, an additional 100 million people will be plunged into poverty.
We're a coastal city. We're talking about huge amounts of public housing. Some of the poorest people in this city live in Manhattan below 14th Street. All of that is immediately threatened by climate change. This area is profoundly vulnerable. So we're setting up a comprehensive set of resiliency measures, literally a loop around lower Manhattan to protect it for decades to come, to recognize the progression of the threat and actually set up the physical kind of barriers we need.
I think it's dual purpose. One is the employing the energy consultants from low-income families, and through them we can make the many humble homes energy efficient. So it's like, you know, catching two birds by one stone.
L'idée, c'est de montrer aux habitants qu'on peut se réapproprier la ville autrement. Se déplacer, c'est très important, mais la ville doit être pacifiée également. Et le fait d'avoir des moments ou des espaces géographiques importants sans voiture ou avec moins de voitures participe aussi d'une ville plus apaisée.
We had a situation where we to look at houses that were built 10, 15 years ago, no ceilings, no waterproofing. The impact socially on the people living inside there. They have got chest problems, it's cold in winter, it's damp in winter, and that's why we took the initiative to retrofit and put ceilings in all of those houses. We have retrofitted 8,000 homes, and that will lead to a reduction of 5,600 tons of carbon emission.
The climate crisis is a crisis. It is the most significant fundamental crisis that we will face as people. But there are real opportunities in climate responsibility.
You know, we have to accept the past and we have to honor the past. But I'm a strong believer that you can design your own future.
Il faut considérer que les êtres humains font partie de cette planète et que la pauvreté est un frein, justement, à la résolution.
The job of mayor is not guaranteeing the prosperity of current generation, but the next generation.
Fight against climate change has the possibility of unifying us, has the possibility of concentrating our energies and allowing us to think about rebuilding our society, reshaping our society, and just in time for us to address an inequality crisis which is reaching very dangerous proportions.
A city is only a means to a way of life. A great city can help people not feel inferior or excluded. We are creating a way of life.
Cities are the drivers of change around the world. And if you want to counter or deal with the effects of climate change, it needs to be in cities.
Thank you so much to the City Foundation for that wonderful and very important film. Thank you very much. Our next panel will carry forward with this theme of social equity and explore how C40 supports cities in the pursuit of inclusive climate action. I would like to welcome to the stage the Ford Foundation Director of Equitable Development, Don Chen, New York City First Deputy Mayor, Anthony Shorris, Paris Deputy Mayor, Patrick Klugman, and Lamia Camille Showi. She's the director of the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Local Development, Tourism, and head of Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth in Cities initiatives. Welcome all.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, or I guess it's still morning. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much to the C40 and congratulations. We hear that there's a very exciting strategic plan now in place, and of course, congratulations to the Mayor of Paris. It is wonderful that she's assumed the chair, and we're very excited to see what the results and the future direction of the C40 will be. I'm Don Chen from the Ford Foundation. I just want to mention a couple of things about the foundation, which is devoted to reducing inequality in all its forms around the world. We have offices in 11 parts of the world, mainly in the global south and also in New York. And we firmly hold the belief that inequality can't be addressed unless we address some major challenges. Climate change is one. We have a major program on climate change. And we also have a program on economic inclusion. So we try to really weave these threads together to form cohesive strategies that can accomplish these goals together. The topics that we're going to talk about today are terribly important, not only as the C40 has said in many of its materials and in the awards last night, not only because of the moral imperative of social equity, which we're all familiar with, it's also important because we know that economic growth can be better when it's more sustainable, when it's more socially inclusive over long periods of time. And I know one of our speakers, perhaps all of them, will speak to that. And then finally, it is terribly important from a political economy standpoint. We've grown to believe, we've observed that when people believe that their economic conditions, their social needs are not being met, it's very hard to advance other agendas. It's very hard to address a climate change mitigation agenda. And so forming these alliances, developing the good ideas, like the City Foundation showed us, and in Brandy's speech, identifying how to do it is absolutely critical. And so here we are with two deputy mayors from our leading cities in the C40, two of our leading cities, and a representative from the OECD who will speak to this. So I'm first going to turn my attention to the Deputy Mayor of Paris, Patrick Klugman. Deputy Mayor, please tell us why this is such an important opportunity, the C40 chairmanship, and also I believe you have an announcement to make about a working group within the C40 that you'd like to share with the crowd. So tell us why it's so important for the mayor and your team to participate in this venue.
Well, for Paris, it's been a tremendous opportunity to continue the efforts that we carried before COP21. For COP21, we really made something. I mean, everyone made tremendous effort that led to the conclusion of what's called now the Paris Agreement. But within all the stakeholders, cities played a great role, and we played a great role by organizing the voices of all the mayors with all the networks of cities, ICLEI, UCLG, and of course C40, and with Michael Bloomberg and Michael Bloomberg's team, we organized a Mayor Summit, which was probably the biggest ever gathering of mayors ever known. And the mayors were so visible, so tangible about their action on climate that it really, in a way, shaped the negotiation at the COP21. And we didn't want to lose this momentum, neither for us as a city of Paris, as the host city of the COP, but for cities. And it's a tremendous opportunity to continue to take C40 from where it is, probably the most influential city network on climate, and to bring it to another level. The level is that the moment we are facing now is crucial, is essential. And if cities don't make it, we won't make it at all. Mm-hmm. And if C40 cities don't make it now and reach a 1.5 degree agreement, then it will be impossible for other cities, because we have the research, the funding, the access to finance due to C40. So we have all this support. So now it belongs to us, the cities, to showcase, to broadcast, to bring it into reality, this 1.5 degree. And the recent research that was released here by the C40 is that if the C40 cities reach the 1.5 degree goal, then we will have made 40% of all the work, of the global work that has to be carried. So that's why it is so important for us.
Thank you. And I know you have to leave early, so don't be alarmed when the deputy mayor has to leave. So.
It's okay. I think I have more time than
you have more time than you thought. Okay, very good, even better. So Deputy Mayor Shores, along with Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor de Blasio, is working within the C40 to really advance the social equity agenda that is a more prominent feature now with the new strategic plan. And why is it so important for you in the city of New York to participate in the C40 in this way?
Well, Don, I think one of the things we've been most proud of in our work with C40 has been encouraging literally that focus, that shift to including inequality and inclusion as part of the central mission of C40. When Mayor came into office and asked us to create a strategic plan for New York, it was built very fundamentally on climate issues, resiliency and sustainability, of course dealing with growth, but fundamentally on the question of inequality. And our strategic plan for New York, which includes raising 800,000 people out of poverty and near poverty, creating another million jobs, raising wages, creating 200,000 units of affordable housing. Those are the kinds of equity goals that are balanced with a series of very ambitious climate-related goals, reducing greenhouse gases by 80%, many of the things that other cities here are doing. Our notion in doing that was to leverage the two. In other words, to look at the $20 billion climate adaptation program we have and use it to create jobs in communities for people who need those jobs. To think about how our community engagement around those projects can enhance community resilience, can increase social capital in low-income communities in particular. And that's why a lot of this, the C40 inclusive climate agenda is important, because it's reflecting exactly that. We're also spending a lot of time thinking about how to take a vision and implement it and drive it through the organization. And that means thinking about every tool we have. New York City has about 375,000 people who work for it. Thinking about who we hire, how we hire, where we hire. We spend about $16 billion a year buying things. Thinking about who we buy from, how we buy, where we buy. And of course, we regulate a lot of the local economy. And thinking about the rules that we have to regulate business and commerce in the city can be also an important tool in advancing inequality, the inequality agenda, as well as our climate and sustainability agenda. Driving metrics to do that, using the research that I'm hoping C40 will help us support to create, identify what works in New York and elsewhere, tools that we can use, and measures that we can have consistent across world cities so we can see what kind of progress we're making. This is obviously more important than ever for us right now with the rise of nationalist, populist governments around the world. Cities are going to be more threatened by this, and they're going to have to step up in a bigger way. For New York, as for many of the cities here, we have always been about immigration. We've always been about social integration. And we've always been about innovation, and they are related. And using these tools to advance those goals reflects exactly what the point of the statue in our harbor is about, for which we still thank the French. A statue that welcomes people to New York for all of those reasons. So I think that's why this plan makes more sense to us than anything else could possibly be, and is very deeply aligned with Mayor de Blasio's agenda.
It's fantastic. Thank you for that. Lamia, the OECD is a different player in this space than most of the members, all of the members of the C40, and yet it has recently elevated its work on cities within the context of its inclusive growth agenda. And I'm curious if you can tell us about that. And of course, this is the result of a partnership that we've had with the OECD, so I'd love to hear your reflections on that.
Sure. Thank you very much, Don. I think we all agree here that maybe the two defining challenges of our time is rising inequality and fighting climate change. And the OECD has been working in this area for a long time. As you know, the OECD is an intergovernmental organization serving national governments. So we are mainly providing recommendation and working with national government and also international platforms like the G20 and the G7. But for both agendas, whether it goes for climate change or inclusive growth, we strongly believe that if we want things to happen, we need to engage with cities. So we have been working in these two areas with cities. On the inclusive growth agenda, by the way, that the Ford Foundation has supported from the beginning, we thought that at one stage it was very important to engage mayors, because we know that rising inequalities is an issue, but to get the political support and the momentum to address that was extremely difficult in the current political context. However, we know that mayors, they are confronting with this issue at the local level on a daily basis, and they are leading the charges. So we decided to create the Champion Mayors for Inclusive Growth campaign. It started with the campaign, and we launched it in New York with Mayor de Blasio and 20 other mayors. And then, progressively, this has become an initiative, because now we have a global coalition of 50 mayors who made a commitment to engage into specific areas and take concrete action to fight inequalities. So working with these mayors, we drafted the Paris Action Plan that was delivered 2 weeks ago in Paris at this meeting hosted by Mayor Hidalgo. And in the Paris Action Plan, we have these 4 pillars of action: education, labor market and jobs, housing, and built environment, transport. But thanks to the leadership of the Office of Mayor de Blasio, we were recalled that we need also to reintroduce the climate change dimension, although it didn't mean that we didn't address that. It was also part of our agenda. It's not that we recall that we need to address both in tandem. So we have been talking here about the co-benefits, the win-win, but we need also to be very conscious that there are also sometimes some trade-offs between the two objectives. Eco-neighborhood is a fantastic example. We know that it can lead to gentrification issues. Land use regulation can be good for green objectives, but can drive up housing costs. So it's important that we document on that. So the objective of the initiative, of course, is to provide data, help to share best practices, but also make sure that the work that we are doing with mayors is reported back to our ministers, to our constituency, because we also believe that it's important. Cities are leading the charge, but they cannot deliver by themselves. Right. We need also to engage national governments. So that's the reason why we can help to bridge the gap between the local and the national.
Yeah, that's
and
great.
The international.
Yes, and that connection is critical. I want to turn back to the deputy mayors. Mayors are masters of the art of the possible. They're also masters of balancing multiple needs from multiple stakeholders. And if there's one thing that the C40 could do to support these mayors that are really trying to do excellent work, what would you recommend? Why don't we start with Deputy Mayor Klugman?
Well, what C40 can do on the climate action for mayors is really simple. We have very clear objectives. We want every C40 city to have a climate action plan. Our cities have had one for many years now, but it's essential that every C40 cities has a climate action plan, and C40 can help building this. And the second, it's a three-step plan. First, you need to have a plan. Then you need to have the measurements to show the effectiveness of the policies driven. It's also essential, and C40 will have all the assistance and the support to help city measures their peak, their emissions, the cost and the efficiency of their policies. Then the first step is to help cities finance their green projects. There is within C40 a brilliant initiative called the Climate Finance Facility, and it has to reach much higher level if we want to reach the goals that we set here. So this is very briefly what C40 will do for C40 cities. And by the way, and I'm saying that with OECD, we will share all the data we have, because there's a lot of research in C40 with all other cities that may need it. It's not just a closed club.
Right. And Deputy Mayor Shores?
Well, nothing, I wouldn't build on what Patrick said, because I agree with that 100%. I would add, in particular on research, two things. One, the demonstration, clear evidence-based demonstration of what works, and what works to advance multiple agendas. So, for example, as we talked about before, advancing the inequality agenda while we deal with climate change, there are tools that these cities have come up with. Evidence and research that supports the efficacy of those will be extremely important. Yeah. So we all know, not that we're trying, but that we're succeeding. And I think that's particularly important, and I think we both touched on it, both my colleagues, is big cities, the New Yorks and Parises and Tokyos, have substantial resources to do some of that kind of thinking. Smaller cities, less well-off cities, technical assistance from C40 to help that knowledge transfer happen, I think can be extremely important.
Yeah, and we're running out of time, so I'll just conclude just with an observation that, yes, research, evidence, leadership, a shared sense of learning, and also backing each other up. I think all of those things will be terribly important. I think in the space of addressing social equity intertwined with climate change action is going to be especially critical because it's a relatively untested field. There are relatively few examples of demonstrations, policies, practices like we saw in the video, and the metrics that are designed to really track progress so that you can achieve these goals simultaneously are still relatively underdefined, underdeveloped. And so if the C40 can do more of that type of work, I think that'll be a great boon to those who are trying to undertake it. So that concludes our session today. Please join me in thanking our panelists, and thank you very much. Great. Very good. Thanks.
Para todos los que han participado en nuestras sesiones de la mañana. Mucho gusto, gracias, muy amable. Gracias. These morning sessions have offered insight into some of the barriers that need to be overcome to enable cities to meet the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. And most importantly, has given clear examples of how cities on their own and with the support of C40 are addressing these challenges. As yesterday, concurrent sessions will commence at 2 o'clock immediately after lunch, with the cities in the circular economy, focusing on new models for material management and green growth taking place in the Don Diego Room 4, and the Creating Climate Smart Cities, discussing business, technology, and innovation presented here in the main stage. I look forward to seeing everybody after lunch. Buen provecho para todos.
Muertos al año únicamente en la ciudad de París debido a esta contaminación no puede dejarnos sin reaccionar y sin proponer otra vía. Es lo que estamos haciendo y este es el compromiso también de ir a otras movilidades con transporte públicos limpios, con vehículos eléctricos, con bicis, con también peatonal, porque la primera movilidad es también en nuestra ciudad lo peatonal, y entonces nos comprometimos todos para avanzar y con la ayuda del C40 y con la ayuda, claro, también de Johnson Johnson, que nos va a ayudar a plantear estos planes muy concretos. Y ahora tengo el inmenso placer de darle la palabra a el que nos acoge aquí en esta ciudad magnífica de México, nuestro amigo, mi amigo Miguel Ángel Mancera.
Muchísimas gracias, presidenta de C40, nuestra amiga Anne Hidalgo, alcaldesa de París. Muy bienvenido, Gregor Robertson, alcalde de Vancouver, amigo nuestro también. Y bueno, pues inspiradora tanto Vancouver como París también. La ciudad del amor, la ciudad del progreso, del desarrollo. Ya lo soy. Bueno, saludo obviamente a todos nuestros amigos y amigas de los medios de comunicación. Ha sido muy provechosa esta reunión de C40. Hemos refrendado tareas muy importantes, hemos encontrado coincidencia en acciones que estamos implementando en las ciudades, por largas que sean las distancias. Ayer mismo en la entrega de los premios de C40, todas las ciudades nominadas estábamos compartiendo tareas muy similares de nuevos retos de movilidad, de nuevos retos de gestión de aire, de nuevos retos de renovación de espacio público, y la verdad es que a mí me da mucho gusto poder decirles que vamos en la ruta correcta aquí en la Ciudad de México, que estamos planteando las acciones y estamos tomando las decisiones que pueden llevarnos hacia esto que es un derrotero común de mejorar la calidad del aire y de detener el cambio climático. Tanto Vancouver como París son ciudades de alto desarrollo y de un gran compromiso. A nosotros nos da mucho gusto que en esta tarea y con esta iniciativa esté acompañando Johnson Johnson. Acabamos de terminar recién una participación que habló del financiamiento, en donde también agradecí públicamente a los fondos internacionales que están apoyando a C40, es decir, que están apoyando a gobiernos locales, porque lo más fácil o lo que siempre sucede es que apoyan a los gobiernos nacionales y que los fondos verdes no llegan de manera directa a las ciudades. Entonces, esto también lo hemos manifestado. Quiero felicitar también a Anne Hidalgo porque ha echado a andar una iniciativa, un grupo de trabajo que convoca a las alcaldesas. Es una nueva iniciativa que ella ha dado a conocer, a la cual nosotros aplaudimos porque esta ciudad siempre está en favor de la lucha que emprenden las mujeres y del reconocimiento del talento de todas ellas. Ahora precisamente estamos en la lucha contra la violencia hacia las mujeres y a las niñas aquí en la Ciudad de México. Vaya, yo quisiera decirles que en este compromiso de lo que acaba de mencionar nuestra presidenta, hemos asumido tareas muy puntuales. La Ciudad de México, como saben los amigos de los medios de comunicación de esta capital, ha establecido por decreto del jefe de gobierno que no habrá una sola concesión más para los llamados microbuses que todavía circulan en esta ciudad. Toda la renovación del parque vehicular concesionado de esos vehículos colectivos tiene que ser de buses con reductores contaminantes de última tecnología. Así serán de hoy en adelante. También el jefe de gobierno estableció un decreto y se ha venido trabajando con la reglamentación correspondiente en la Secretaría de Movilidad para que la renovación de los taxis en la Ciudad de México solamente pueda ser de vehículos eléctricos o vehículos híbridos como el que tenemos a la entrada de este hotel, que lo trajimos precisamente para que sea conocido. Tenemos compromisos pues muy claros en donde nosotros estamos planteando incentivar, claro, incentivar el uso de los vehículos eléctricos y por eso hoy les puedo decir a mis amigos y amigas de los medios de comunicación que han sido ya instaladas las primeras 30 estaciones de carga eléctrica en la ciudad que vienen a complementar o vienen a sumarse con las estaciones que teníamos tanto en algunos centros comerciales como en las propias distribuidoras de vehículos eléctricos. Pero el compromiso que hicimos hoy en este marco de C40 lo doy a conocer, han quedado ya instaladas las 30 estaciones de carga eléctrica, las primeras 30 que seguramente vendrán muchas más. Nos hemos comprometido también y asumimos el compromiso con nuestra presidenta, con Vancouver, de invertir y seguir invirtiendo en los BRT en la Ciudad de México. Hoy mismo tenemos ya en curso 2 de las que serán las nuevas líneas, ampliación de la línea 5 y ampliación de la línea 7. Si en este momento tenemos 125 kilómetros de BRT en la Ciudad de México, estaremos alcanzando prácticamente 150 kilómetros ya con estas con estas 2 nuevas líneas que acabo de mencionar. Y bueno, también estamos comprometidos para seguir reforzando nuestro sistema de ciclovías y, por supuesto, del uso de ecobici. Ecobici tendrá una nueva forma de estar presentándose. Estamos mejorando nuestras estaciones, ya se están modificando varias de ellas que pueden recibir tarjeta de crédito, que pueden tener una mejor comunicación y un mejor uso. Como saben, hicimos una expansión, hoy tenemos 6,500 bicicletas acá en la Ciudad de México. Ayer observaba una ciudad que tiene 18,000 o algo así. La verdad es que sí me dejó bastante impresionado, pero creo que la Ciudad de México va para allá. Lo vamos haciendo con cuidado y creo que va para allá en esta mejora. Entonces, compromisos muy claros para sustituir los vehículos diésel, como estos que acabo de mencionar, en donde toda nuestra flota del sistema M1, que es el sistema de movilidad de transporte público de la Ciudad de México, dejará de usar diésel en toda su renovación de la flota. Los autobuses concesionados que estaremos buscando en los sistemas BRT, que se vaya hacia la versión híbrida y después el primer corredor eléctrico y obviamente lo que acabo de mencionar de mayor infraestructura peatonal, rescate de espacio público y ciclovías, que es una realidad para la ciudad. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Miguel Ángel. Y ahora le voy a dar la palabra a Gregor Robertson para decirnos también cuáles son esos retos tan importantes que lleva la ciudad de Vancouver aquí, que nos inspira tanto en el C40.
Gracias, Alcalde Hidalgo. I will speak mostly in English, but first, gracias, Alcalde Mancera, por su hospitalidad. Ciudad de México la Ciudad de México ha progresado mucho para ser una ciudad habitable. Gracias por su hospitalidad. Y Alcalde Hidalgo, gracias para su liderazgo, C40. We're very lucky as cities of the world to have leadership from Paris and Mayor Hidalgo and Mayor Mancera here in Mexico City. Their leadership is very important for cities all over the world. Vancouver, we appreciate the leadership. We appreciate the vision to see the importance of cities taking action to protect our citizens and to make our cities more livable. Vancouver, we are very lucky. We are considered one of the world's most livable cities. We are a very green city, thanks to visionary actions for generations of mayors and leaders in the city. So I've been fortunate as mayor to inherit a city and be mayor for 8 years now that has made great progress, being green, and in particular with very high air quality. Air quality is so important to our health, to our well-being, and in Vancouver, we now take it for granted. So when we travel to other cities and the air is not clean and pure, it's difficult. It's difficult to understand how it is to live in a city that doesn't have clean, fresh air. And in my travels in the past, to Mexico City, to Paris, I worried about these cities. In North America, Los Angeles was always notorious for poor air quality. But cities are making progress. Los Angeles is different. Paris has been a big change, and Mayor Hidalgo's leadership is driving that change to clean the air. In Mexico City, I see change compared to years ago when I traveled here. The air is getting better. Their efforts are being made, and that leadership is very important. But we're not all the way there yet. And I appreciate the leadership of these two mayors and their teams to make sure we take these next steps. Every city needs to focus on the most dangerous pollution that we create. In Vancouver, our focus is on the natural gas pollution, which comes from heating our homes. We have colder winters than Mexico City, and we need heat in our buildings. Some of it is electric from hydroelectricity, so it's very clean energy, but some is natural gas, which is a climate pollution. It doesn't affect the air quality like diesel does, but it is affecting our climate. It's the #1 source of emissions in Vancouver. So our focus as a city is on shifting off of natural gas in our buildings to electricity, to renewable heat. And that is to meet our goal of being 100% renewable energy in Vancouver as soon as possible, and no later than 2050. We want to be no fossil fuels in Vancouver. So we know we need to make this transition away from fossil fuels in all of our cities, and we need to do that carefully, given it's a big step, but we also need to be ambitious and aggressive. And when those fossil fuels present health risks, when we know from science that they are killing people, we need to act more swiftly. So I appreciate the efforts of these two mayors, appreciate the efforts of fellow mayors around the world in taking leadership. These aren't easy choices necessarily, but they're the right choices for our people, and particularly for our children and the future generations. So gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Gregor. Para concluir este momento muy importante, quiero decirle que estos retos son muy importantes, lo hemos dicho, Es un tema de salud pública. Hay muertos por culpa del diésel y de la contaminación del aire. Los que saben no pueden callarse. Los que tienen que actuar no se pueden parar de actuar. Es algo imprescriptible. Segundo, es que muchas veces, por ejemplo, en este diálogo, porque Francia es un país que le dio mucha oportunidad al diésel, es un país que escogió el diésel hace más de 20 años y que apoyó incluso la industria del diésel y del automóvil como si fuese la única posibilidad para la movilidad urbana. Hoy estamos en un diálogo con empresas, constructores automóvil, constructores de autobuses que son los que necesitamos para nuestras ciudades. Y yo lo que veo es también una visión del sector privado que también es interesante y quiero mencionarla. En el sector privado, algunos siguen pensando el mundo como era ayer y siguen pensando que la energía será siempre energía fósil, con todo lo que sabemos de las consecuencias sobre la salud pública. Pero mayor parte hoy del sector privado, incluso en el tema de construcción de vehículos para automóviles o para nuestras ciudades, están ya pensando el mundo como el de hoy y de mañana, con energía limpia. Lo están pensando y lo que hacemos nosotros los alcaldes, teniendo estas propuestas, actuando, comprando vehículos limpios para transportar a la población, los ciudadanos, haciendo esto, abrimos un mercado nuevo, abrimos oportunidades económicas para esta transición ecológica, energética y económica que tiene que entrar en esta transición la mayor parte de todo el sector privado de la construcción automóvil. Hoy lo saben, muchos de ellos y están por aquí, están con nosotros, son también empresas que apoyan esta visión nueva de la ciudad y la movilidad. Yo quiero saludarlo. Es verdad que siempre hay un riesgo cuando se cambia de tecnología y que se hace una transición. Hay un riesgo, incluso un riesgo económico, pero nosotros grandes ciudades, el C40 es el cuarto de la riqueza mundial que está en nuestras ciudades. Decimos, nosotros queremos actuar y trabajar con el sector privado, con los constructores, para que ellos acompañen este movimiento que tenemos que acelerarlo. Sé que están acá, sé que están en la cita, pero tenemos que acelerar juntos y esta mañana es también esta llamada que le hacemos a lo que todavía no están convencido. El mundo de mañana no es un mundo con la energía fósil, es un mundo con energía limpia y aquí estamos para colaborar juntos con todo este sector privado. Gracias.
avientas TBC? Porfa.
In Mexico City, cities have finally taken their seat at the table. We know that the next 4 years will be crucial, but we also know that we are in capable hands. Under the leadership of C40 Chair Mayor Hidalgo and the sustained leadership of Michael R. Bloomberg, C40 will continue to help cities forge ahead to unlock a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and climate-safe future for citizens.
Respond to that poll question and to sum it up for this session. Bienvenidos de regreso. Welcome back, everybody. In this session, we will continue talking about how cities are working together with other critical stakeholders to deliver the change we need to see. The next discussion will focus on how cities and businesses are using technology and innovation to drive climate-smart cities, accelerating and scaling climate actions in cities. But before I invite the speakers to the stage, I want to seek some of your opinions and your inputs. So please refer to the Summit app that I imagine that we all have. And this is the question that we'd like for you to answer. What is the most significant tech innovation today for scaling climate actions in cities? So if you can take a minute to answer that question. and we're going to see what did you answer very soon in the panel. Okay, now I would like to invite to the stage Nagil Toppin. He's the CEO of Women Business. Seattle Mayor Edward Murray, Ms. Stella Lee, Senior Vice President of BYD Company, Hani Fan, Executive Vice President of MasterCard Enterprise Partnership and MasterCard, and Secretary Lee Chindong, and Gregory Hodkins, Chairman of Arut, to the stage, representing both innovating cities and innovating business with a shared goal, climate smart cities. So please welcome to the stage. Mucho gusto.
So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session on creating climate smart cities, where we're going to explore technology, innovation, and the collaboration needed between cities and businesses. So we've heard a lot over the last 2 days about the need to scale up action at speed and at scale, beautifully illustrated in the Deadline 2020 report. And we know we've got great leadership from city mayors, and we've got great leadership from many company CEOs. So in the panel, we're going to explore some of the nitty-gritty of what actually makes successful change happen on the ground in cities by exploring some real examples of technological innovations and partnerships. And also later on, we'll explore some of the things that maybe don't always go so well, some of the lessons that we're going to have to learn to scale up and to accelerate the pace of action. We know from the C40 research that the private sector is an absolutely crucial partner for cities in implementing the actions they need to hit the Deadline 2020 pathway. The research shows that approximately 75% of all actions taken by cities need to be done in partnership, mostly with the private sector. And we also know that the city and the private sector interact in two main ways. Firstly, with the city as a customer, procuring goods and services from private sector. And secondly, as a setter of policy, the legislative framework which encourages investment in new goods and services in the city. And we also know that there's some delicate balances between due processes and transparency on the one hand, and flexibility and innovation on the other. And getting it wrong at either end of that spectrum would likely land political leaders in hot water. So the C40 research has showed that this balance between allowing early engagement from the private sector, early enough to allow bespoke climate solutions while still providing a fair and transparent process, is one of the key challenges, and I'm sure we'll learn some of the lessons about how to make that work and what can get in the way. There's lots of organizations working with businesses and cities. I run an organization called We Mean Business, which is a coalition of many organizations working with businesses, including CDP, who provide the reporting platform for C40, the World Business Council and others. The World Economic Forum does a lot of work in this area. Gregory, who'll speak later, leads some of that work in the Urban Forum. And the C40, of course, has just launched its City Solutions platform as a forum for engagement between the private sector and megacities and some of the complex challenges they face. But we need to move beyond the kind of really encouraging institutional collaboration that we're seeing from groups of mayors and groups of CEOs to really accelerate action on the ground, and that's what we're going to explore. So let me introduce you to our panel. We have a lovely mix of city leaders and business leaders. So to my right, we have Mayor Edward Murray of the city of Seattle. And then next we have Secretary Lee Chun from the city of Qingdao. And I just pause there to say a few words about Qingdao. We're very pleased to welcome Secretary Lee here to speak on behalf of Qingdao. I can share with you that Qingdao has received approval from all levels of Chinese government and made an application to join C40 cities, and that they're in the advanced stages of the application process. The MOU was signed at the summit only yesterday, and it's expected that Qingdao is going to become a member city in the very near future. So I think that's worth a round of applause for Qingdao. So we're also joined by leaders from the private sector who've in strong partnerships with C40 cities. We have Stella Lee, Senior Vice President of BYD, Hani Pham, the Executive Vice President of MasterCard Enterprise Partnerships. And he's going to explain to us that he's not here to sell everybody credit cards, but is working on some very interesting, innovative projects with cities. And then finally, Gregory Hodgkinson, the Chairman of Arup, of course, the author with C40 of this impressive report. So let's get straight into questions. I'm going to start with our city leaders. Mayor Murray, you've set out to reduce transport emissions radically to create dense, livable communities and an environment where zero emissions vehicles, electric vehicles, are increasingly available and easy to use by citizens. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've gone about creating the environment for the private sector to really engage in that process as a mayor?
Sure. I think the important thing to think about when you think about Seattle, it's a western city in the United States that was developed around the car. And so our biggest challenge is how do we move from a car-based city to a multimodal-based city. We're blessed with some advantages. We have the first carbon-neutral green electric utility, publicly owned utility in the city of Seattle. So what we have done is we have partnered with the private sector as we build out that infrastructure. In some cases, that means sidewalks. In some cases, that means bike lanes. It means building out the streetcar with the private sector. We're building out a light rail system. We partner with the private sector and we asked for 3 different transportation initiatives. One, the largest increase in bus since the bus system was created. Second, the largest transportation infrastructure package. And third, with the region, the largest light rail package, $54 billion, which passed in the election in November. So good things did happen in that election. And I'm focusing on the transportation part here because, again, for Western cities in America, if we are going to reduce our carbon print, it is about transportation. We're also partnering around electrification, our own city government fleet, but working with the private sector in building those charging stations around the city and in people's homes so that it becomes absolutely possible to have an electric vehicle. So it's a series of transportation moves. I'd add one other thing. Again, it's a western city, low density. We're focused on creating more dense neighborhoods. We're offering our developers additional height if they build affordable housing that's near those transit stations and near those parks.
So that last point's a really interesting example where you've actually changed some of the regulations in the favor of the private sector, so allowing them to build more homes and sell more homes if they do it in a certain way, which meets your climate objectives. So say a little bit more about some of those sort of nuanced tweaks or changes of the rules of the game that you've had to learn.
In our city, there had been a 20-year battle between low-income housing advocates and between developers. And basically, the compromise was that the developers would start building low-income housing when they build units. They would build units in those buildings, and in return, we would be allowed to make our neighborhoods denser. It's a win for business. It's a win for low-income housing. The neighborhoods are somewhat mixed because density is not something people necessarily want in their neighborhoods.
You mean mixed in terms of their political support for that?
Mixed in their political support.
You also mentioned a very big number that's just been passed in the recent election, $54 billion.
Yes.
Is that a $54 billion tax hike?
Yes.
Right, so tell us a little bit about the politics of that and how do you manage to get a $54 billion tax hike?
So again, a city without good transit or transport behind the rest of the West Coast cities. Over the last 15 years, we've started to build our light rail system. We go to the voters. So by the way, every time I say I got approval in the West, you go to the voters and you have to ask them to raise their taxes. I don't just get to do it. So we, over the 15-year period, we went twice to build out that light rail system. This last time we raised their property tax, their sales tax, and a tax on cars. And although the voters had said no for about 40 years to this type of package, they said yes, and by a large majority. So it's a shift. I mean, we are one of the fastest growing cities in America. There are 65 buildings under construction in the core of downtown at this moment. Suddenly, I think both business and kind of people who didn't want to pay the taxes realize that the wonderful quality of life we have in Seattle is gone unless we build that system.
So you mentioned businesses also seeing it, but what for a Seattle-based business, whether it's one of your huge multinationals that are based there or a small and medium-sized enterprise, what's the business argument that they're able to make to themselves to get comfortable with supporting a tax hike?
Well, the best example I can give you is a company you all know, Amazon. Amazon made a great decision to build their offices, their plant in the center of the city, really on the edge of downtown, literally creating about 40,000 jobs in a few years. Their employees who want to live in the city can't get to work unless we build out that light rail system.
Right, okay.
And by the way, their goods, you know, Amazon likes all those trucks to run around the city and deliver things within a few hours. Those trucks can't move if everyone's on the roads.
Right.
So,
okay, great, thank you. Really good examples there. I'd like to turn now to Secretary Lee from Qingdao. Just those in the audience, Secretary Lee will be speaking in Chinese, so unless you understand, I suggest you put your headphones on. And I would like to say, every time I've traveled to China, I particularly enjoyed Qingdao beer, so it's a real delight to hear more from such an important city.
Thank you.
So, Secretary Lee, since 2012, Qingdao has been a representative of the Chinese cities at the China Pavilion in the Conference of the Parties, the COPs. So perhaps an early precursor of the role of city government in these processes, where you've been introducing the practices of China at the city level in undertaking international responsibilities and fulfilling obligations of environmental protection. So I'd like to invite you, Secretary, to share with us the practice, the achievements and the vision of Qingdao regarding low-carbon development.
Thank you. 谢谢。我们中国政府啊，对这个环境生态文明建设还是高度重视的。采取了一系列的措施，从中国整体的这个环境呢有了很大的改善。当然，城市呢又是人类活动的一个中心。毫无疑问呢，我们要减少排放啊，建设低碳这样的一个世界，每一个城市都需要共同的努力。像我们这个城市啊，在过去的5年当中，由于采取了一系列的综合的措施，使得整个排放呢下降了24%。我们现在的万元国民生产总值，也就是万元 GDP 的能耗啊，只有0.35吨标准煤，那么要比5年前呢下降了24%。那么这里边就是要综合的施策，政府的政策啊，税收的政策，各种补贴。其中我统计了一下，我们这个城市的这个碳排放下降最大的方面呢，第一就是建筑领域，第二就像刚才这个西雅图市长所介绍的，在交通领域，下降幅度是比较大的。当然我们这个城市呢又有它的特殊性，就是制造业比重原来是比较大的，5年前我们这个城市的这个制造业的比重啊还是占50%以上，所以对青岛这样的一个城市来讲，通过产业的结构的调整啊，以及产业水平的升级啊，来降低排放，也是一个非常有效的方法。像我们这个城市在中心城区啊，我们这5年关掉了120多家原来的这样的制造企业，这样使得整个城市的排放啊有了更大幅度的下降。交通领域更有我们的优势了，这个比亚迪的大巴的生产企业就在我们的青岛啊，中国高速列车的 生产中心也在我们青岛，所以我们有这样一些得天独厚的条件。青岛的公共交通已经几乎一半的这个采用了你们的，还有其他企业生产的纯电动的这个大巴车公共交通。我们现在规划了18条地铁线，现在每年要通一条，所以交通会对整个城市的排放产生很重要的影响。青岛还有个特点就是港口城市，实际上港口的排放量是非常大的。那么这几年我们也采取了一些这个港口的智能化的改造，所以说这个码头排放也有很大的下降。所以我们还是有信心，从我们这个城市做起，从我们每一个企业做起，从每一个市民做起，我们共同努力能够建设一个低碳的、绿色的、环保的一个城市和世界。
Great, thank you, Secretary Lee. I think very strong sense of taking a holistic approach to planning, and also I think very interesting. Where I live at the moment in the United Kingdom, finally the government is realising that action on climate change, infrastructure, and industrial strategy go together. So it's interesting to hear you talking about closing down polluting industry and some of the success stories of clean sectors in your city, which of course are the sectors of growth of the future. So we turn now to our business leaders. And Stella, it's a delight to have you here. I must admit, I'm very excited about the transition to electric vehicles, so I have a bit of a crush on BYD as a company. What I'm really interested in exploring is just how bad we citizens and often policymakers are in thinking through and planning for kind of radical technical transitions. We know that electric vehicle technology is developing rapidly, but still most people are saying, well, it's only 0.6%. The International Energy Agency is saying it'll be 2050 or 2060, so that the real switch to mass electrification of vehicles is a long way forward. But you're a technology-driven company and you're driving through that technology S-curve, which tends to go much faster. When you look forward to 2030, Stella, what's the kind of technological city that you're anticipating or that you're building towards as a technology company?
Yeah, I think, this is a very good question, but for our view as a private sector, it's always more effective and turning the change more faster. So I think in 2030, you dream about every day you walk on the street, you're going to take it as a public transportation, as our two major things, and to work, or you take Uber, but it's zero emission, transportation. And then you're going to have on your roof, you have solar panel. In your house, you have battery storage. Then you go, with your phone, you can have intelligence. And maybe there's a lot of talk. Maybe it will be a driverless car to come to your house, pick you up. And then if you don't need to have an assistant, your phone will remind you next meeting will be in where, then the car will automatically guide you there. So that's a kind of part of the life. I think it can be happen rapidly in next 10 to 20 years. But I like also response back to the first question we're talking about. Actually, as the Party Secretary Lee shared, how China is doing. Then my responsibility is for the oversee, mainly for American region. So I have a lot of experience there with the policy maker from Canada all the way to Brazil. So I can see the difference. So in China, the government, I would say private sector is ready. The technology is ready, it's robust. We're ready for change. We're ready to put more electric car, electric bus, monorail on the street. But sometimes the government policy is not too much behind. But now in China, you can see the central government set up a goal, and then state government have the same alignment together. Then the city government is put action to do. Then the three party of the layer of the government is working the same direction. Maybe it's due to the benefit is one party. Yeah. One party's governance. But then in overseas, often sometimes I find a lot of challenges. The city leader is ready, the mayor is ready to change, but then we're talking about public transportation. More than 50% of funding are from central government. They're not ready. Central government says, why you need more money? Why you do this? I don't approve. They delay the process. Sometimes the central government is ready, but the state government is not. So you find like we waste a lot of energy just because the government's like a policy, we don't align together. So that's something if we can, but I'm glad that like C40 is such a good, wonderful organization. We put everybody together, be transparent, talk, challenge. Then step by step, we're going to educate our policy maker from the federal government to the state government, all the way to the city. Because for climate change, doesn't matter you are from different parties, we have the same goal. We need to react take the same action.
So when the goals line up at the different levels of government,
yes.
when the planets are aligned,
yes.
then the private sector can come in and play its role really powerfully. Mayor Murray was talking about some of the politics of and again, it depends on the political system, right? As you say, maybe having the central party in China makes this alignment easier. Maybe also having a political class who are generally technocrats makes it easier as well. Yes. But what about the politics of a mayor who's elected for 4 or 5 years who has to make decisions on infrastructure which is based on a 20 or 30, you paint a very evocative picture of 2030, yes. One which most of us could probably share because it's something that we're all passionate about, but one which maybe not all populations would share because they may have other short-term. So what do you find the route into that conversation with political appointees who are having to maintain political life in the short term whilst building an infrastructure for the long term?
Yeah, can I answer? This
yes.
is a wonderful question, actually. So for our view, we can see any country, if you have longer, like a goal, longer target, sustainable plan, you'll see, you almost don't need to do anything. The private sector going to invest by their own money, going to train the people, going to bring the technology, going to invent the technology to fulfill the trend. But that's also sometimes make it some advance for China because they always carry the same mission. The government stay there. In China is the only country can proudly say we're going to have the 13th 5 years plan, the next 14th 5 years plan, but then other government. So for the Western government's plan, I think the most effective way is put the climate change into the law, into the regulation. Just like California is doing. We have the carbon trade law. So this one we put it into the basic regulation. Then doesn't matter the government change. This policy is continue working. So then the money is a continue. If you don't follow the policy, reduce your CO2, you get the funding. In the end, any private sector or public sector cannot afford not to taking care to reduce CO2. You will be paid, right? So this kind of regulation, I think, is important. I think in next 5 years, every country, every city, or we should put up the regulation, put the climate change into the law.
Right.
Yeah. And the set up a target.
Into a long-term legal framework, yeah. So, thank you, Stella. Turning to Hanny from MasterCard. I mean, Hanny, it'd be helpful if you explained a little bit about you have a very interesting role driving innovation using some of the assets of MasterCard. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about why you chose to partner with C40 and how you go about working with cities. And I'd love to hear some war stories about what really works and what, from your point of view, would really allow you to speed up in helping cities on their kind of deadline 2020 plans.
Yeah, well, I promised you I'd be a little bit provocative this afternoon, so let's get a little bit provocative. So a quick couple of minutes first. The enterprise business within MasterCard is the side of the business that's not directly linked to what we do in our consumer business and the one that you're familiar with that's probably in all your wallets. We look at structural industries on a worldwide basis where there's an inefficiency that's quantifiable, and we go at that using all of our combined assets in partnership with leaders in various industries. And some examples of that, we're doing work in the airline industry that we've been at for a number of years very successfully. We're doing some very significant work in the international trade sphere, very significant work.
But to explain a bit what you mean by assets, because most people know MasterCard as from the sort of front of house. But you've got, what are the assets that you're talking about that you can bring to play?
So MasterCard really is a tech-first company. We happen to have a payment business, but we have one of the world's largest unified networks that has all of its intelligence distributed at the edge. The network doesn't really care whether it carries soybean contracts, medical records, railway tickets, or payment transactions. It's the fastest network of any type in the world, and it is the most secure by a long way. And we've been at it for 50 years in the network. We have, in most markets, around 780 products and services on offer. And many of those we have the ability to flex and repurpose in terms of how we use them and where we use them. As a company, we really focus on 4 fundamental areas. First of all, we talk about inclusion. That's inclusion of citizens and businesses. And we have a stated objective of including the next 500 million people on the planet and the next 1 billion businesses. We talk about safety and security, and that ranges from cybersecurity, where we advise many governments around the world, through to individual security, and we've developed most of the standards and most of the platforms to secure your identities, your personal security, and so forth. We talk about innovation, and we're ranked as the 7th most innovative company in the world, of any company. And the last one is cities, which is the culmination point where all these things come together.
Right.
So we are a very large tech company. We have a services business. We have capabilities. We have consultative businesses. And we have one of the most significant data warehouses in the world. In fact, it's one of the top 3 data warehouses in the world where we've been collecting and scrubbing data. I should tell you all that all of our data is completely anonymized, so there's no risk of it being hacked and someone stealing it. And we also tokenize all of our data, so that, but from that, we have the ability to append that data and join it with data in cities and data in those other industries that I described to create very significant solutions to big structural problems. So let's get really specific about some of the city war stories and some of the city challenges we see. So a couple of things. First of all, we're currently working with 73 cities around the world, and that number is growing by about 10 every month. Where we're being asked to bring to bear integrated solutions to very fundamental city problems. To give you some examples, one I quoted at lunch earlier in the transportation sector, and I want to talk about that a little because it's been a theme within this panel a little, as one of the, and I won't steal Gregory's thunder, but it's probably the most significant, one of the most significant polluters in the city landscape. Transportation, both private and public transportation. London went to print recently and said that we worked with them and basically saved them £100 million a year in their transportation system. And that's because they adopted an open architecture working with us to completely open up that system so that it wasn't reliant on proprietary ticketing models, et cetera, you could literally turn up with anything in your wallet, your phone, whatever, and get on the system and ride. That's very significant. That £100 million is now £100 million that the city can use to do other things where they really do need to make capital investments, and et cetera. So we work with cities to identify within their existing budgets very significant savings, such as the case in London. By the way, we've done the same in Chicago, and we're doing the same in Singapore and Sydney and other cities around the world. One of the things we find when we get into that very specific space, and one of the reasons why, so it's public record, the cost of ticketing in London, and by the way, this is the same whether we're talking about Bogota or whether we're talking about Mexico City, the average cost of ticketing is about 15%. Why is that? Because what we've found is a proliferation of cities building proprietary systems, which goes to your provocative question earlier about how policy is written in cities and the tenure of public officials. What we find very frequently is that tenders are written with a view to the lowest cost in the short term, which means that private sector providers to those cities are having to make their money at the back end. What that means is that often we see proprietary systems profit to lock the cities in. That has led to the proliferation of 300 major different ticketing systems around the world. That is a very significant issue, and that's a real clarion call alert to public officials in terms of how tenders are written and the content in their tenders. We spend a lot of time talking to cities about breaking that nexus.
So if I understood right, there's two sort of dynamics that you point to there. One is this sort of political cycle challenge of like short term versus kind of cost of ownership, and maybe passing on a higher cost of ownership to a later. But the other one is the use of standards, right? Versus proprietary.
Yeah.
So those are two.
Yeah, we are fierce advocates against proprietary standards by providers of technology. We really don't like them, and we think it costs cities a great deal. The example I gave, 15%, you go to an open standard, it drops to 9 and on its way to 6. Right. These are big numbers we're talking about here. So that's one issue. Yeah. The second issue is in the private sector, the way that solutions of profit are usually designed about locking in cities. We're fierce advocates against that too. We believe in open standards and open architecture. The third thing that happens is very few people have been speaking to cities about active demand management. So transport systems, housing, all sorts of infrastructure is typically built to accommodate the peak of peaks. So to stay with our transit example, you build a transport system to accommodate the highest peak. You build a roadway to accommodate the highest peak. If it breaks at the peak, it doesn't work. Very little work, and that, by the way, fuels incremental expenditure, CapEx, and others. But there's a different model that can be pursued, and that is the model of demand management. Again, this is a combination of city policy and private sector involvement. So we are working with cities to build predictive models to spread demand more evenly so that the CapEx pressure is reduced somewhat.
And I'm familiar with the importance of demand management in the electric grid, but you're talking about other services, right?
No, I'm talking about other services. I'm talking about everything from planning for housing to roadways to public transport. To give you an example, if you were able to nudge 5 to 7% of commuters off the highest peak off a system like New York or London, you would have the effect of pushing the city's CapEx curve out by 2 years. That's worth probably $150 million a year in interest alone savings, let alone the consumer experience of congestion and all the rest of it. That is an important point that we rarely hear discussed in cities. Before you undertake CapEx activities, have you done sufficient work in active demand management across all the resources of a city? We spend a lot of time appending city data, our data, the data of partners and third-party data sets to actually build, an optimized demand management model so that as you're putting in place incremental CapEx, you're doing that most efficiently.
Great. That's really interesting. I think I'll come back to city leaders later and ask a question about how well-equipped city officials are to work with a private sector that is innovating quickly so that what is possible may not have been what city officials have grown up knowing was possible. And how do we do that kind of mutual learning, right? So we're innovating policy and innovating. Thank you. That's great, Annie. Thank you. So I want to turn now to Gregory Hodgkinson from Arup, also the member of the CEO Climate Leadership Group for the World Economic Forum and leads the Urban Futures Group?
Future of Urban Development.
Future of Urban Development Group at the World Economic Forum, which I think, Greg, it'd be great if to share some of your experience. I mean, you've been at this game a long time, and what's some of the examples that you've seen of where the private sector and cities are really, really finding the sweet spot of synergy, where the best of policy making and the best of the private sector creativity come together to create good solutions, and maybe a counter example where it hasn't worked quite so well without naming names.
Well, maybe I'll name names.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that polite way of saying that I'm old, but I have been at it for a long time. I wasn't going to say very much about transportation. I was going to focus on land use. But, you know, the discussion, because I knew that Stella and Hanny would talk about transport, but actually I'm a transportation engineer and by profession. And I'm minded to tell a little story about 25 years ago, before we had access to Hanny's, state-of-the-art modeling. We had an old-fashioned kind of a model. And I'd done a certain amount of modeling on rapidly developing Asian cities that showed that cities of the scale of Jakarta and Shanghai and Manila, that showed that public transport was essential in order to allow the cities to function, let alone to meet the challenges of climate change, and that at a certain scale and a certain density, that public transport had to take the form of metro underground. And it was a mathematical model that, you know, was based on certain city examples, but it proved this to be the case. And I was invited to the university in Shanghai, and I gave a lecture about it. And 25 years ago, Shanghai was nothing like Shanghai is today. The Pudong district hadn't actually come out of the ground yet, and now it's, you know, the size of Manhattan and more. And I gave my lecture, and afterwards, in the green room, the mayor of Shanghai was present, and afterwards in the green room, through his interpreter, he asked me, did I recommend Shanghai should have 2 or 3 ring roads around the center of Shanghai? And I said to him, well, that's a very nice question the mayor has asked me, but actually my paper was about the importance of public transport, and instead of ring roads, I would recommend that you set about planning a public transport network. And so the interpreter went away and spoke to the mayor for a few minutes, longer than it should have been to give that answer. The mayor, and then he came back and he said, no, you don't understand. The mayor wants to know 2 or 3 ring roads. So I said, okay, 2. Shortly after that, and I'm sure it had nothing to do with my lecture, Shanghai set about building a subway metro system, which is now the envy of much of the world, one of the biggest, most extensive, most efficient, most well-run metros in the world, and that in and of itself has allowed Shanghai to continue to thrive. So these sorts of actions are possible. But I want to tie that now to land use. And I think this is something that cities are not taking advantage of anywhere near enough. Mostly it's because they have jurisdictional boundaries between transport on the one hand, land use on the other. There are very few cities, as I go around the world, actually, where the mayor has control of both in an integrated way. But if you take an example of one of my favorites is in Hong Kong, again in Asia, where much of the modern metro system has been built on a transport-oriented development basis, which means that deliberately land use has been densified around metro stations for sort of obvious planning reasons. But not only that, the sale of the real estate associated with the air rights above the metro stations has allowed Hong Kong actually to pay for the metro system. And even better than that, it paid for the metro system in a cash positive way, because it sold the apartments and whatever they were above off the plan before they even started building. So I think this is a fantastic tool, and one that clearly there's an incentive there for the private sector to be involved, working in private and public partnership. And I would recommend that cities do what they can to negotiate the ability to be able to do that, both with state and national and provincial governments as appropriate. So what I was going to say was about land use. So yesterday, Naoko Ishii said that mayors are on the front line of the battle against climate change, which of course they are. But their troops to win the battle are the private sector. What the private sector does is it's relatively efficient. What it does well is execute, but what it needs is the right policy signals and the right market environment, both at high level, in terms of high-level goals, such as we saw signed off at COP21 in Paris, but also at more granular levels in order to do it. So the private sector is increasingly convinced itself that climate change represents an existential threat to itself. You're seeing that, Nigel, with business leaders all over the world who are clearly identifying climate change as a threat to their own business. But not only that, they're seeing it as an opportunity because climate positive policy and a climate positive policy framework represents great business opportunity. The green and or circular economies, there's terrific opportunity for business and private sector in that. So one such opportunity that I think cities can control, or at least set the framework for, is the carbon emitted by the world's building stock, or the building stock of cities, which is largely the world's building stock. So in addition to the transport stuff, and I could talk about transport all day, the building stock is the proverbial low-hanging fruit as it applies to carbon reduction. And all it needs is the right policy framework in order to be able to harvest that fruit and thereby keep global warming down to less than 2 degrees. So yesterday, in a vote that was shown on the screen behind us here, only 12% of those who voted said that they could see all new buildings in cities being zero carbon by the year 2030. And I find that incredibly disappointing because actually we know they have to be. All new buildings have to be zero carbon by 2030 if we're going to be on the pathway to a less than 2 degrees and certainly a less than 1.5 degrees warmed world. And it's particularly disappointing because we know how to do it. The technology is straightforward. We know how to make zero carbon buildings, and cities who are in control of building codes can make that happen almost with the stroke of a pen. So I encourage you all to do that. Having done that, that's not enough. Unfortunately, we only renew our building stock, notwithstanding cities like Shanghai. We only renew our building stock at a rate of certainly less than 5%. Many established cities at only 2% of building stock is renewed annually. So we don't have enough time to just wait for new buildings. We have to retrofit the existing ones. And again, I think there's tremendous business in doing that. Energy saving to be had. And cities are in a position to be able to set a policy framework to allow the private sector to go to work and do that. And I'm sure that the real estate development industry would be behind you in doing that and would see the opportunity that represents.
Great. Thank you, Gregory. I think your observations around land use change and buildings and the fact that they don't seem to be so high up the priority list for mayors, maybe I would say for the climate leadership movement generally. I think that's shown out in the word cloud. We asked, what's the most significant? You see the kind of obsession with energy and transport. It's not that we don't need to go through a massive energy transition and a transport transition. Yeah. But here we see solar, batteries, power, energy, electric, very much around the energy system and the transport system. Nothing about buildings, nothing about land use. That's perhaps an area for the C40 to lean into because there's some pretty good momentum in some areas and maybe not in others. I wanted to perhaps use that to come back to our city leaders and ask the same question but in two different ways around the challenge often of translating between two different worlds, the policy world and the business world, who have different objectives and different different reasons for existing, different languages, different measures of success often. And just asking you, Murray, in many of these areas, the technology is changing so fast. How do you make sure that you and your staff know what's possible? Because it seems to me that if policymakers don't know what's possible, then they can't make the boldest possible policy. And what's the flip side about what the businesses need to know more about in terms of the reality of making climate policy?
So that may be the most difficult question I've been asked in my 3 years as mayor. So,
good.
Yeah, you know, the American system of government was designed to move very slowly. By the way, going forward, which is a good thing. But it does make it very hard to get sometimes into new lines of business. And as you see things such as Uber or Lyft appear in our cities, no one thought of it, no one thought about how to regulate it, and suddenly we need to figure out how we not kill something that's actually making people not own cars, at the same time regulate it so it doesn't create a new sort of congestion crisis. What I have tried to do is, first of all, change our own approach to technology, our own approach to IT within the city. We've had luck hiring people from Microsoft, spending time understanding what the industry is doing, which isn't necessarily something government gets. So having people who actually work for us now, who come from that sector, is very, very important. The other thing I think that we struggle with, I don't mean to use the Seattle company again because there's others that are here on this stage, but Amazon has changed, and yesterday I was at Amazon Mexico. Amazon Mexico is changing customer service. It's instant, and cities are not real, government is not real good at that, and we have to be honest about that. That forces us to adapt to what business is doing. Now, on the other side of it, I would say, what we offer business is, you know, business may have a good thing, and it may work good someplace, but you live in a larger geographic or mixed community. The issue of equity has to be involved there. It's not cool to create a cool transportation system that doesn't benefit everybody in the city. Right. And that's the equity thing that I think we bring to business, to help remind them that it may not work for their business model in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to work for their business model.
There was a really nice interview with President Obama and some Silicon Valley leaders a few months ago, where they were basically saying to him he needs to run the country more like a business, and he kind of gave him a government 101 on why you can't run a country or a city like a business, because there are other factors.
I mean, we need to, and I'm happy to say this, we need to learn to act more like the innovative businesses in our city. But at the same time, the issues of equity just don't lend themselves to running a government that way.
So I want to come back to you and ask you the last question about the politics of this transformation in a minute. But let me come to Secretary Lee. I'd ask you a related question, and maybe my observation is wrong, but my sense is that the political leadership in China has a lot more engineers and scientists in it than in my country, where I think we have mostly philosophers. Which is great if you want to think big thoughts, but not so good if you want to understand how to integrate intermittent renewables into the grid. How do you go about making sure that city officials in Qingdao and in China more general are up to speed with what technology is capable of doing, so that they can take that into consideration in making policy?
首先，你刚才和他的那个交谈的这个问题啊，也是一个既有回答难度的一个问题，但是又必须回答的一个问题。因为政府和企业，为什么政府叫政府，不称其为企业呢？因为政府要有为，政府要有前瞻性，政府要看得更远，要更有责任。企业呢，要相对马上要解决问题。 要考虑眼前，那么长远和眼前之间就需要政府和企业的一个密切的合作。所以，就中国来讲，每一个城市，我们的国家都有5年的规划，有10年的中长期规划。我们中国还有50年的规划，100年的规划。我觉得这样才能够更好的把 城市的目标和企业的目标来结合起来。那么政府首先要带头，很多前瞻性的、超前的呢是没有眼前利益的。那么这些领域政府就要带头。你像我的政府，首先要带头推广新能源汽车的应用。我们的国有企业，像我们的公共交通的国有企业，它是最快的在推行你们的这个比亚迪的这个纯电动汽车。所以这个问题呢，我们要这个处理好这个平衡。当然，您刚才谈的那个问题也非常重要，解决低碳问题还要靠高新技术。因此，作为我们青岛这个政府来讲，我们提出了3个创的奋斗目标。我们这个城市要建设成一个创新之城、创业之岛、创客之都。特别是要在新的科技、新的创新领域呢，我们要制定很多的这方面的政策。在这方面，我们也有见到了很明显的成效。你像我们首先要加大投入，政府在研发创新方面投入。我们这5年，我们这个城市 R&D 就是研发投入占 GDP 的比重，从原来不到2%，已经达到了接近3%的这样的程度。这是政府在推动。由于整个社会用于科技创新的投入的增加，带起了很多企业的创新。我们的发明专利申请量去年就达到了2万，一年申请新的专利达到28000件，在中国所有城市当中，我们是排在前3位的了。所以整个城市的创新呢，在不断的迸发。那么创新过程当中就有很多新的技术，一些新的办法来解决我们生活、生产和工作当中的一些排放的问题。所以这方面呢，我们还是有信心的，也是有办法的。特别是今天我们面临着新的科技革命爆发的一个前夜，特别是互联网、大数据云计算我们在企业里广泛应用，使得企业的效率和能耗大大降低。我们的生物技术我们的新的能源技术也在快速的推进。所以我想我们中国每一个城市的政府对未来还是充满信心，还是非常乐观的。
Thank you, Secretary. I think your answer and Mayor Murray's both indicate a really, I come from a private sector background. It's always very easy when you come from one sector to belittle the other sectors. Private sector often put down policymakers and vice versa. I think. So I think it's very interesting that this idea of governments as having to see the future and the importance of engaging with the future as governments. I'd just like to turn to 3 private sector leaders and just ask them for one final thought each on if you had your magic wand, if you could make one wish, what would be the one change in city engagement with the private sector that you would wish to bring about that would really help with the delivery of the deadline 2020 ambition?
Yeah, I can
start with you, Sarah.
Yeah, I think for us it's very simple, clear. Just set up a target in 5 years, 10 years, all the buses, taxi, public transportation, 0 emission. That's it. Then you will boost a lot of job opportunity and also business. And also put the target boost like Mayor Murray saying, public transportation. He just, this way you automatically create business and the economy. As a party secretary leads that government, the role is build a platform, give the vision.
So very simple, put an end date on the transition to 100% electric vehicles.
Yeah.
Great, lovely. Hanny.
It's got to be informed decisions and open standards, or informed decisions leading to open standards.
So informed decisions in terms of?
Actually, don't guess at what you need to do.
Right. Okay. And beyond the immediate political cycle, to your point about cost of ownership.
Yep.
Great. And Gregory?
Well, I think you mentioned it before in relation to China. There's a lot to admire in any system that's got a majority of engineers on the standing committee of the Politburo. But anyway, apart from that, the ability to be able to strategically plan and infrastructure has, of the kind that we're talking about here, has a life cycle of perhaps 30 years, and usually it's pressed beyond its life cycle, in towards 50 years. And yet, perhaps Winston Churchill wasn't right when he said democracy is the worst form of government apart from all the others, because in democracy, the electoral cycle means that it's very difficult for our elected leaders, mayors included, to be able to focus on that kind of time frame, and yet that kind of time frame is necessary to be able to do it properly. So if I had a magic wand, it would be some method appropriate to circumstances to be able to depoliticize, and I realize that's a very difficult, impossible thing to do really, but depoliticize strategic planning such that there's a clear framework, set down by the public sector, understood by the private sector, and then we can get on with implementing it such that the reduction that we need to make in emissions to fight climate change can in fact happen.
Great, thank you, Gregory. And then finally, Mary, just a couple of final thoughts from you on the politics of the transformation. Not something that the private sector often thinks much about, right. but you have to, because you have to be re-elected. Right. Just a couple of thoughts on what are the real political drivers that allow you to go forward with an ambitious climate agenda?
Well, and in the context of the November election, I would say that it's important to remember that under our constitutional framework, power rests with the states and with the cities. And where the demand for change is coming is from the cities and to a lesser extent from the states. So that gives me, despite the change in administrations, a lot of leeway to continue to keep my city, along with cities around America, as innovators who work with you around the world, so that regardless of what happens to the national level, and I suspect there will be damage done, we can keep this thing going. If American cities take advantage of the authority they have under our Constitution, we can continue to move forward on climate change. So I could say more, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, just to say one little thing more about the politics of the pain of the urban middle classes that is being pointed to as the reason for a Trump election. So that's a politics which is in the cities as well, as in the federal.
And I think
so how do you see that playing out within your city?
I think that's an oversimplification. And let me give you an example. So Seattle was the first city in America to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. People in the middle of the country who voted for Trump are suffering because of wages. Yeah. Seattle has a huge affordable housing agenda that we just talked about. One of the huge crises that folks have is housing affordability. People are stuck in their jobs. Kids aren't graduating from high school. We're doing aggressive things to make sure our kids have experiences in our companies and are ready to graduate from high school. I think the issue is not what we are doing in cities. The issue is actually the fact that let me be a little critical of my own party, has not been able to articulate that vision. And it's just made into some lefty, elitist sort of thing, which it is not. And let me give you just one more example. The day after the election, I went to a classroom full of 13-year-olds, high-achieving 13-year-olds, almost entirely Latino, half undocumented. Their parents and those kids are creating the economy of the future. They're doing jobs that no one else will do. They're creating small businesses that drive our economy. Those kids are excelling in our schools. This national dialogue about we need to get rid of these people, it won't work because our economy won't work without them. And I think that's the power that cities can bring to this conversation.
Right, thank you. That's really useful. Well, sadly, we've come to the end. I've learned a lot. Just to pick out a few highlights for me in this interplay between city leadership and the private sector. One, this crucial role, which is easier in some political systems than others, of aligning long-term at different levels of government what the goals are. Actually, I see in the UK, we've made some progress with the setting up, for example, of the Climate Change Committee, which sits outside the political cycle to set long-term goals. And hopefully we'll have a similar National Infrastructure Committee, which is charged with setting a 30-year plan. So there are ways of doing it in different political systems. So this alignment's key. I take from Hanny this really important issue of getting the procurement processes right so that they're really asking the right questions for the right investments for the long term and not getting sucked into some of the political dynamics. I think there is a really interesting question that maybe C40 can play a role in helping cities be aware of where technology is going so that policies are fit for the future, not fit for the past. And finally, this I think really stark message that everybody's focusing on energy and transport, and yes, those transitions need to be managed, but we perhaps need to start putting more effort and getting more granular on the building stock and on land use change. So the Deadline 2020 research shows that with cities following the C40 lead, then we can get 51% of the way to 1.5 degree target, but 46% of that 1.5 of that 51% is only going to happen through partnership. And we've had a lovely conversation starting to open up some of the levers that we need to pull to be able to move forward in partnership with that very ambitious target to stay well below 2 degrees and on track for 1.5. So I'd like to thank the panel for a very interesting conversation and some great insights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that exciting discussion. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to have a small coffee break before we reconvene at 3:30. I urge you to come back because this is going to be our exciting final session of the 2016 C40 Mayor Summit. Next up will be a thrilling session about how cities are working together with their citizens, and especially with young people, to deliver the climate action we all need. There is still our exciting closing to come after that, so we look forward to seeing you at 3:30.
Presentar a los líderes. Por favor, déjenme llamar al estrado.
C40's strategic founder, Mr. Jesper Nygaard. Bienvenido.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us for this final session of this great summit. A key theme for what we have been discussing for the last couple of days is how will we be able to scale up the action, to do it fast and to do it so we can make the world more sustainable. One of the best ways to do that is a theme that hasn't been discussed yet and which we are going to use 1 hour to discuss now. It's about citizen engagement. And when you look in the C40 Unlocking Action Report, it is one of the top barriers that has been identified. So we're going to use 1 hour now to discuss that. But before I introduce our keynote speaker for this session, I have a very special, new and very innovative friend who I would like to invite to come on the stage. Hopefully. Yeah, here it comes. This is the modern times answer for R2-D2. This is a robot who is able to transmit through Twitter all what we are doing now. So this robot, hi robot, it's going to be our friend for the next couple of minutes. It's going to be live streaming our keynote speaks so we can use it. So, and it doesn't have a real name yet. So if you use Twitter now, you could use the hashtag Cities for Climate and a hashtag Give Me a Name. Then maybe they will use that name if you have some good ideas. But then on to the topic, on to our keynote speaker. We're going to hear from somebody who has been on the front line of the global youth-led environmental campaigning for more than 10 years, and he's only 16 years old. He addressed the UN General Assembly when he was 14 years old, a couple of years ago. And now he's a youth director for Earth Guardians, an organization of young activists around the world. He's currently plaintiff in a lawsuit against President Obama for the failure to protect the atmosphere and the future of our world. So please join me in welcoming on stage the most difficult name in this session to pronounce, Ciutescat Martinez. Please welcome on the stage. The stage is yours.
Me okay? ¿No? Bueno. Órale. Bueno, pues buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Ciutescat Donatiu. I'm 16 years old. I'm a climate activist, a spokesperson for my generation, a representative of the youth voices all over the world that aren't necessarily in this room, but still need to be heard, still need to be represented. As was said very beautifully in my introduction, thank you, by the way, for saying my name correctly. It's not an easy one, but I've been on the front lines of this movement for the last 10 years of my life. And a part of what I've done everywhere that I go is say that I'm a representative of mi comunidad in Mexico, of my community in Mexico, the Mexica people. That's my ancestry, that is my lineage on my father's side. And for me, it means a lot to have a lot of my family here in the room, mi tribu, mi gente mexica aquí en este cuarto. It means a lot to have my family here in the room for the first time in a very long time that I've seen many of them. So I have a few things to say today, and I hope that they resonate. And this all begins with a 6-year-old kid who stood up onto a stage in his community to speak of an issue that he believed was more important than anything else. And when I was growing up, learning about my culture, about my heritage, about my traditions, my language, my dances, my songs, of my people, it gave me a perspective of the world that helped me understand that everything that we do today is in honor of our ancestors and of those generations that have not been born yet. The decisions that we make and the actions that we take will impact the world. That we have a responsibility as people, not activists, not politicians, but as people, to protect this planet for our generation and those to follow. And so when I was 6 years old, I stood up onto a stage and I delivered a message about climate change. I was telling the parents, you have to educate your kids different. We have to remind the parents of the world that we have to teach young people how to love the earth again. We have to remind each other of a connection to the planet, that we live on a living, breathing planet that we all depend on for life. And I saw that the greatest threat to our earth was climate change. That the climate crisis was going to be the most important issue of our time, and never before would there be a greater opportunity for people to come together to create change. So seeing this crisis through the eyes of a child, of a young person, is very different than looking at this problem from the perspective of a politician or of a businessman or a CEO of a company, where when I look at graphs and charts and statistics of the carbon dioxide of the atmosphere, I think of my siblings, of the children, of the young people in the world today that are going to be inheriting this crisis. Where today we have more carbon in the atmosphere than we ever have since human beings have been on this planet. Because of the way that we are living, because of our imbalance with one another, our imbalance with the planet. Learning about the destruction of our earth and the fact that my world is unraveling was terrifying. That was a very scary thing for me to learn at a very young age. And I guess what I began to understand is I would go to all of these environmental rallies, these environmental protests, and I began to learn that climate change isn't just an environmental issue. This issue was being divided and separated from the rest of the world because people believed that it was up to politicians and activists to deal with climate change. Where in reality, if you look at the impacts that climate change is having everywhere, we see that it's a human rights issue. People's lives are being lost because of climate change. We have millions of climate refugees all over the planet because of islands that are disappearing into the oceans because of storms and wildfires, droughts, changing weather patterns that are disrupting human systems. And they're going to make it impossible for us to survive on this planet if we wait any longer to take action. And you all know this. You all know the statistics, you guys know the facts, you know the fact that our world is collapsing in many ways. And for me, it's been personal because in Colorado, we experienced some of the worst wildfires, some of the worst floods ever just in the last couple years, where I have friends and family members that have lost homes, that have lost community members. And for me, climate change is very real. And as I travel more all over the world to share my voice with more people, I have a greater understanding that we are all connected, and that regardless of where we live, who we are, the God that we believe in, the color of our skin, we are all gonna be affected by climate change at one point or another, if it hasn't happened already. And so this all has helped build an understanding that climate change is the most important issue of our time. And as a young person growing up in the world, I understand how easy it is to be disconnected, to feel hopeless, to feel apathetic about a crisis that is so big it seems daunting for one human being to ever be able to create change. You know, my generation, you often find that young people don't care about anything, far less the environment, far less climate change. Because everything that we receive in the media is largely about the crisis, the problem, the suffering, the damage, whether it's climate change or war or nuclear warfare or Syrian refugees. We hear about the problem without being taught how to create solutions. And as human beings, we have been disconnected from these problems by failing to see the solutions that we must create. And if you look at the issue of climate change, many more people will see the solution as wind turbines and solar panels, as just a shift in our energy infrastructure. New laws in the end of the fossil fuel era, and yes, that is important. But I believe that more than anything, to create a change that will last forever, that will pass on a legacy that we are proud of handing to the future generations, we gotta change the way that human beings think. We are treating this beautiful planet as a resource, as a tool, as something that we can take from infinitely without even seeing the impacts and the destruction that is happening around us. As human beings, we have forgotten our connection to the earth, therefore we justify the destruction of it for greed and for more money in our pockets. And I think one of the most beautiful things of being a part of this movement for the last 10 years of my life, of traveling to communities, speaking to politicians, to elected officials, mayors, parliamentarians, presidents, world leaders, young people, activists, students, teachers, is that this movement is diverse and it is stronger when we come together. That every great change that has happened in the world, I see has come from people. Has come from people pressuring our politicians and our government to create change. Has come from revolutionaries standing at the front lines in their communities, mobilizing in their streets, fighting for justice, fighting for their voice to be heard in a world where people are no longer seen as leaders. So after Donald Trump got elected, man, I'm still dealing with that one. But after Trump got elected, people were like, well, what do you think? Is it over? I was like, it can't be, first of all. And second of all, I think that now that we have a leader in the United States government that does not believe in the existence of climate change, it is time now, more than it has ever been, for action to take place at a local level. Where we need change coming from our community leaders, from our mayors, from the youth in our community that have opinions, have voices, that care about these issues and need a place to be able to communicate them. Well, I've traveled everywhere. I've traveled to many places. Let me rephrase that. I've traveled to many places in the world. And I've seen that the greatest power lies within the vision, the voices, and the passion of young people. And so we come together in rooms and spaces like this with mayors from all over the world that each have a different story to tell, that each represent different people, different communities, different issues that they care about. We have power when we gather in a space like this, because if we begin to see changes in cities all over the world, then it's going to create global impact. And if we can connect the change that we see from our local politicians, and we connect that to the youth in our communities, that's going to create a greater movement than we've ever seen before. And in a lot of ways, I've lost hope in our politicians, in our congressmen, and in our presidents, because I've waited so long for change and nothing has happened. And the reason that I'm able to stand here today and not be hopeless is because when people ask me, what is it that you fight for? I think of the smile of my little siblings, of the children that I see on the streets, of the youth, and realize that this is their planet. These are their resources, this is their atmosphere, this is their problem that we're going to be leaving to them unless action is taken today. And it can be really challenging to think about where we are in the world today, but the way that I see it, there is no better time to be alive than now. And each and every one of us have a part to play in this movement, whether we represent the private sector, politics, or the legal system. Like, we all have a place and a part to play. Because this isn't about money, this isn't about politics, this isn't even about government, it's about change, it's about the survival of your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. That is what is at stake. So when you think about the way you live your life and the actions that you take, the things that you believe in and the things that you raise your voice or your fist to the sky to fight for, think about who we're doing that for. And the way that I see it is there's no nobler cause than to fight to protect the only home that we have for the young people that will inherit this planet. And it begins today with every person in this room, whether you're a mayor or not. Things like this need to continue to happen. We need to continue to gather, to mobilize this energy and realize that we have so much power in this room. And if we mobilize and we work together, we have more power in this room than any president will ever have. That if we work together with our community leaders, with the front lines fighters, with the activists, with our local politicians, we will have more power and more voices. We will create more justice and more change than any president ever will. So we stand here united. We stand here coming together as one people to create change, to leave behind a legacy. We are here building the legacy that we will be remembered by. And after we are dead and gone, all we will have is a legacy, is the footprints that we have left behind us. So I truly hope, I truly know that we will create, that these kind of things are going to be the first steps to create the change that the world is ready for. Thank you all so much for being here, for listening, for taking this time. And remember that the power to create change is in our hands. I'm a 16-year-old sophomore in high school. And I'm doing everything that I can to create change so no kid ever in the future has to fight the way that I have. So remember, the power is in our hands, in our voice, in the way that we live our lives, in the way that we vote. So united together, we will create the change that the world is ready to see. So let's take this conversation and create it into action, create change. Because never before has there ever been a greater time to be alive than now. Thank you.
So good.
Thank you so much. Everybody here, we are a little more safe about the future of the world with people like you. This was fantastic. Who are saying that the kids of our time don't engage and don't do anything? You are a perfect example of people taking responsibility. So thank you very much. Please stay on the stage. You will have roles in the next part of it. And he's also a hip hopper. And I have this plan on having him throwing a rhyme sometime during this hour, so let's see if that's gonna happen. Now we're gonna turn the focus to a photo contest. The City of Mexico have taken a very important initiative to engage the youth in sustainability through Your Sustainable Mexico, a youth photo competition. That competition has some winners. And I would like to invite some of the young photographers on stage and to tell us more about the competition and to announce the winners. It's my honor to welcome on stage the Secretary of Environment for Mexico City, Tanya Müller. Please give her a hand.
Thank you.
And together with her, it's photographer and head of the photo competition jury, Susanna Catherine. Please take the stage, and the show is yours.
Good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and what a great way to end these plenary sessions with such an inspiring talk that we just had. And for the first time within the C40 Summit, Mexico City, we decided to engage with the citizens and to engage with the youth, with the future. And that is why we did this photograph contest months before the summit, to engage with the citizens of Mexico City, as I mentioned, and to have three categories within our photograph contest, which was climate change, mobility, transport, and green infrastructure, green areas. So I really, we had a great answer response, and I really want to take the opportunity to also thank the photographers, the juries, that really took the time to evaluate all the pictures, and we think this was a great initiative to really include the citizens and the youth of Mexico City in this great summit and in the consciousness of climate change and what we can do. So a big applause, please, for all the contestants and the winners. Carmen, if you would like to say a couple of words, si quieres te doy la palabra.
Ok, bueno, pues fue muy interesante y muy importante para nosotros la respuesta tan grande que hubo de los jóvenes. No fue fácil la selección, fue muy, muy complicada. Hubo imágenes muy interesantes, muy comprometidas. Y bueno, pues fue el trabajo de 4 jurados que finalmente calificamos como 750, una cosa así, de fotografías. Y bueno, estamos muy contentos de que haya habido esta reacción de jóvenes en relación a los 3 temas implicados.
So just to mention the photographs that you probably saw within the different halls, they're the pictures or some of the examples of the winning pictures and the participants of this contest. So I think we're going to, Carmen, please, if you want to start, si quieres iniciar.
Ok, bueno, entonces empezamos con el tema cambio climático y el tercer lugar es para Carla Patricia Mesías García.
Hola, si quieres, muchas felicidades.
Segundo lugar, Gerardo Daniel Vieira Pérez.
Muchas felicidades.
Bien hecho. Primer lugar, Ailín González Hernández. Felicidades.
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 Bien hecho, bien hecho.
Wow, qué padre. Bueno, ahora seguimos con el otro tema que es espacios verdes. Tercer lugar, María Fernanda Rojas Suárez.
Muchas felicidades.
Felicidades. Segundo lugar, Beatriz Sámano Figueroa.
Muchas felicidades.
Bien hecho.
Y primer lugar, María del Carmen Balbuena Ballesteros.
Bien hecho.
Y con el tema movilidad, el tercer tema, tercer lugar, Iván Rueda Luna. Felicidades.
Bien hecho.
Muchas felicidades.
Segundo lugar, Sandra Isabel Bobadilla Álvarez.
Muchas felicidades.
Felicidades. Y el primer lugar, José Rodríguez Ramírez.
Muchas felicidades. Ay, perdón, este es el tuyo, ¿no?
Bien hecho. Gracias.
Why don't you all come up here para una fotografía, ¿no? Que pasen todos. Muchas gracias a todos y muchísimas felicidades.
Gracias
muchas
por el
gracias.
esfuerzo.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Felicidades.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of you. Beautiful pictures, and congratulations with your work. It's very inspiring, and also that work gives us a hope for a sustainable future for our cities. So thank you very much. It's up to the leaders of our cities to harness and mobilize this passion from you in a way that helps achieve ambitious climate action and climate goals. Next up, we have a final panel discussion where we will explore how mayors are engaging young people and the rest of the citizens of our cities. So combining that with engagement, with how we can utilizing technology to create tools that enable better public access and better public engagement. To achieve this dramatic scale up in the climate action, which is needed and which has been documented through the whole summit, it is essential to scale this up if we have to meet the Paris Agreement's targets. So we need to be sure that all citizens are engaged, that all citizens are doing their part of this. It's not only better to do it together with the citizens, it cannot be done without the citizens. So I'd like to invite 4 panelists, where we have one already, but I would like to invite Mayor Charles Hale from the beautiful city of Portland and one of the award winners from yesterday. Give him a big hand. Welcome. Have a seat. And I would like to invite Secretary of Environment, Veronica Arias, from the beautiful city of Quito. Welcome. And I would like to invite Gabriela Gomez Montt, Director from Mexico City's Lab of Urban Innovation. Welcome to you also.
Thank you so
Have
much.
a seat. And I don't need to introduce the last one, Shoe Test Cat, which you have heard earlier. We're now going to have a discussion for the next couple of minutes, around half an hour, where we're going to discuss how we can engage citizens in this movement. And I would like to start with you, Mayor Hales from City of Portland. As we have heard from Shoe Test Cat, young people are our future. They are the ones inheriting our cities, and they will be mostly affected by decisions taken right now by you and other councillors and politicians in our societies. How is Portland ensuring that ideas from the young people, how are you ensuring that they are heard, and how are you sure that these things are being actioned, particularly with regards in addressing the discussion here?
Discusión del cambio climático. ¿Le gustaría hablar un poquito sobre esto, señor Hales? Sí, creo que Quetzal lo ha puesto muy claro. Creo que nosotros como sociedad, nosotros que somos más viejos y en posiciones de poder, y los jóvenes también que quieren enfocar su pasión como lo han hecho, cómo podemos abrir la puerta a aquellos de nosotros que tenemos la manija en la mano ahorita y cómo podemos pasarles la estafeta. Yo diría que de 3 maneras. Ser apoyador, ser vecino y ser líder. Hay que darles a los jóvenes la oportunidad de ser vecinos, de ser líderes, de actuar en pro de estas acciones. Y por supuesto, hay que dar la oportunidad a estos jóvenes de entrar por esa puerta. Por ejemplo, tenemos nosotros un esfuerzo de Friends of Trees, que es no lucrativa, que planta árboles y le da a la gente la posibilidad de construir, de ser vecinos y de ser la única ciudad de Norteamérica en donde estamos aumentando las copas de los árboles. Muchas veces los jóvenes de la ciudad son voluntarios o son voluntarios como vecinos para hacer esto. Si nos ponemos a trabajar como líderes jóvenes, podemos hacerlo. También hay que apoyar, hay que decir algo. El actuar es más que tweets y es más que protestas y hay que ser líderes. Si tenemos el liderazgo, si creemos que podemos ejercerlo, hay que dar un paso adelante. Da miedo a veces, pero hay que hacerlo. Y voy a compartir unas anécdotas. Tenemos un programa llamado World Cup Soccer. No tiene que ver con el cambio climático tal cual, pero es un programa de fútbol soccer para refugiados y para inmigrantes, para que la gente se incorpore a la comunidad. Y los jóvenes involucrados se organizan y ellos presentaron cosas muy interesantes de cómo el programa del fútbol soccer podía ayudarles a entender y dijeron, bueno, yo soy un somalí, puedo entender a los latinoamericanos jugando con ellos. Y la verdad es que la primera vez que lo escuchamos, la persona que estaba junto a mí me dijo, no me importa qué hagamos, pero en este presupuesto vamos a darle los recursos. Esta es la juventud que deja de hablarse en Twitter para poner acciones, para transmitir poder, y nosotros que estamos en el poder debemos escuchar y responder, como lo hizo mi colega. Y una cosa más, una mujer en Portland involucrada en una protesta donde la gente ya no quería que pasara un barco para seguir ahí. Bueno, ella estuvo ahí y semanas después o meses después presentó a Bernie Sanders a 18,000 personas en un rally. Y después dejó el esfuerzo para que nosotros pudiésemos pasar una prohibición para los combustibles fósiles. Lo que ella hizo fue pasar de la protesta al liderazgo y fue una joven con mucho poder. Ahora, mi obligación es darle a ella la oportunidad de hacerlo y ella tomó la oportunidad. Yo espero que estas 2 anécdotas del fútbol soccer, que es una cuestión apolítica con jóvenes que quieren hacer esto y hablando la verdad al poder, y alguien que llevó la oportunidad para ser un líder que ahora están hablando continuamente, y esta señora que les platicaba es una líder mundial. Yo tengo esperanza porque he escuchado estas historias, las he visto y porque sé que puede haber jóvenes líderes como tú. Muchas gracias.
How is Creator doing this about citizens, both young and elderly? How are you engaging them in the effort for doing this?
Bueno, voy a hablar en español, si no les importa. Que justamente personalmente ha involucrado mucho a su ciudadanía. Parte de principios que entendemos que no solamente las autoridades tienen que hacer lo que tienen que hacer, sino que la ciudadanía es corresponsable de sus actividades y de compartir sus riesgos y sus oportunidades y sus metas definitivamente. Así que la actividad y participación ciudadana en cada uno de los ámbitos de lo que tenemos que desarrollar es... En términos de cambio climático, básicamente desde hace 4 años hemos estado impulsando la Convención Nacional que ellos mismos el siguiente año ven cómo se lo implementa. El concepto es que vuelvan a sus comunidades y hablen y dialoguen con las autoridades, cómo incorporan sus metas, sus riesgos, sus ideas y se comparten conjuntamente. El otro tema la otra forma de involucramiento es el foro urbano ambiental. Y ahí no solamente comparten los jóvenes, sino más bien los ciudadanos también de la tercera edad y líderes comunitarios que son aquellos que conocen más la ciudad, que están más de cerca con los problemas de basura, de quebradas, de ríos, de contaminación, etcétera. Y ahí es la oportunidad para hacer el vínculo de cómo estos problemas justamente se pueden resolver y tienen que ver con el cambio climático. Entonces es una oportunidad de educar, pero también de recibir. Y estos son diferentes foros que comparten con las autoridades municipales para que posteriormente se haga un seguimiento de un plan de acción en base a lo que se dialoga en este tipo de acciones. Así que tiene el municipio de Quito.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring too. And now let's turn to you, Kat.
¿Has escuchado a algunas personas responsables de administrar las ciudades, de tomar algunas de esas acciones? ¿Tú crees? No tienes a todo el público, tienes alcaldes. ¿Qué podrías decirles tú? ¿Qué ideas en cuanto a cómo llevar el idealismo y la energía que tú tienes para poderlo transformar?
I think there are a lot of creative ways in which we can tackle and take care of multiple issues at once. And first of all, I see, I like the story that you were telling, excuse me, I forgot your name, which is ironic because I have the hardest name to remember ever, but I forgot your name. Sorry. What was your name? People of all different kind of backgrounds to be able to come together and engage in their community. Whereas I believe that leadership and action on climate change also has to come from strengthening our communities. And I believe that we can do that in a lot of different ways that involves addressing multiple issues at once. You know, for an example, in a city that has, is a food desert, that doesn't have access to a lot of good, healthy food. One way that we can bring the community together, you know, work on sequestering carbon dioxide in our soil by practicing organic gardening, as well as, you know, feeding a community, possibly making a profit off of it as well. You know, urban gardening is an example of a solution that I feel like brings people together that is a direct action towards climate solutions. That I think is just another important step towards creating change in our communities. I feel like there's, you know, growing up in a very tight-knit community and then traveling to other parts of the country, I've seen that the case isn't necessarily always that we have strong, united communities. And I believe that is also a very important thing to focus on. And always having spaces for young people to be able to use and share their voices. Where I think since at a very young age, as young people, we were taught that we have to live up to a certain point in our life to be an active member of society, where we have to, you know, go to university and graduate and have a career, and then we're going to be participating in you know, making a difference in the world. We can't create change until we grow up. And I really do believe that lots of young people have lots of diverse ideas, and I'm not going to speak for, you know, all youth, but I do believe one thing that could be incredibly beneficial is to take time and take spaces and opportunities to help listen to what the young people say. And if the young people aren't engaged, I feel like there's a lot of creative ways we can have them plugged in as well. I know that in Portland there are different projects and initiatives to have different communities come together around painting their intersections and having huge actions of street art all over the city. And I've seen that, and I've been participated a little bit, and all people come together around that. So if we can look at these different methods of art, of culture, of sports, of music, of dance, these different things that young people are engaged in, not necessarily environment or politics, but if we can look at these different methods that youth are interested in or inspired by, that can be a really great way to reach more young people and to invite them in. Say, you know, we are making an effort as leaders to invite young people and your voices into to be heard in our community. We want you there. We want you to play your part. I think that's another, to kind of diversify the methods in which we are talking about these very important issues.
Thank you very much. I'll get back to that a little later if we have time for that. Gabriela Gomez Montt from the City of Mexico. One of the areas in which youth are actively engaged is how to shape the direction of our cities through digital technology. meaning participating in civic activities and accessing and sharing information and innovation.
De información o de innovar o de hablar de las tecnologías. Como laboratorio de innovación, ¿cómo estás ayudando a llevar las ideas creativas de los ciudadanos y cómo ayudas a que esto mejore las acciones o las políticas y cómo te aseguras?
Are able to utilize digital technology and the internet. You could see how do you overcome the data divide we have in our society. Could you please share some thoughts about that?
Absolutely. So first of all, this morning preparing for this talk, I was thinking that probably Charles Dickinson is a great person to quote right now in terms of a tale not only of two cities, but of many cities worldwide, thinking that it really is the best and the worst of times to talk about open government and how we can restructure governance models. First of all, I mean, I think in terms of the despair, if you will, I believe that recent examples suddenly have us questioning once more, what does democracy mean? What are governance structures? And at the same time, I think there's definite signs of hope. One of them is density is destiny, it seems, the way that cities are voting and that cities really are becoming a lot more engaged in local politics and wanting to participate and be part of the political decisions that are getting made. And the second is the youth vote. No, I think we all agree that possibly the strata that I'm most excited in Mexico City to engage is youth. So with a little bit of that in mind and knowing that we're in Mexico City, which is 22 million people in metropolitan areas, you all know, and 9 million people city proper, one of the other stats that is interesting is that we have 50% under age 31, and in the metropolitan area we have almost 5 million kids. So what does this actually mean in terms of thinking of what government should do for its society nowadays and how we should act? And so I've been heading the lab for the last 3 years on an invitation of the mayor of Mexico City. And as a little bit of background, and I'm slowly getting into your question, the lab is 20 people. Only 2 people from my team had prior experience in government, so we all come from civil society, many activists. Half of my team comes from the political, social scientist arena, urban geographers, civic tech, data analysts. And the other half comes from the creative fields, artists, designers, filmmakers, etc. And the average age is 29 years old. And what does typing look like for a young generation that will feel that we are exploring urban forms and political languages that speak to who they are and what they want out of the city? So in terms of tech, one of the things that we found very interesting is, first of all, that we can definitely start thinking about technology as one of those spaces of hope, because democracy has never had a better time to include voices through new spaces where the one-on-one interaction, it does no longer has to be a representative democracy. Like, we can have one single voice amplified and societies articulated in very different ways because of the existence of said technology. So that is one of them. Second, people are already engaging and meeting, even though the voting is going down. Weirdly enough, what we're seeing in Mexico City in terms of percentages is that when you open up certain doors and speak in the way that, and basically offer up spaces that are already taken by the youth, there's an amazing response. So one example is our data festival, CDMX, where we work with different government officials to put open data out there and have young people come up with solutions, with statistics, with all sorts of things. And in the first one, we had 500 people signing up by day 2 and 200 people on the waiting list. And the last one was 1,000.
Pasado tuvimos más de 1,000 personas para un festival de datos, Data Festival, donde tienes que trabajar muchísimo por 48 horas. Entonces la gente no quiere a lo mejor trabajar con el gobierno, quieren participar con su ciudad. Si decimos que es el gobierno es el espacio, el acceso para la vida social y de la ciudad, entonces el gobierno puede ser fascinante y por supuesto los funcionarios se convierten en formadores. Tenemos el mapatón también, si han salido del hotel, tenemos los microbuses, que son los pequeños autobuses verdes, tenemos 30,000. Otra estadística dice que es el transporte que el 70% de la gente toma. Estamos hablando de 14 millones de viajes en los micros y sabemos lo que está sucediendo. Entonces, la Ciudad de México tiene uno de los medios de transporte más terríficos del mundo. No podemos dar políticas públicas si no sabemos lo que pasa en las calles. Y el que usa los autobuses y los locales, si ustedes quieren ir en un micro, tienen que pedirle a 5 personas y si no, a veces te subes y rezas que vas a llegar a donde vayas a llegar. Entonces hicimos un concurso porque tenemos mucho poder ciudadano y pusimos premios, tuvimos 700 equipos y en 2 semanas tuvimos Open Data del sistema de micros y de autobuses. Y ahora eso aporta a las políticas públicas y a las aplicaciones. Y otro ejemplo es que la Ciudad de México va a tener una nueva constitución. Ahora vamos a ser más autónomos del gobierno federal. Y le pregunté al alcalde Mancera si podíamos participar en la constitución para ver qué sentía la gente, y llevamos a cabo en change.org porque así vemos que la gente está participando. Y ahorita debo decir que tenemos el movimiento más grande en el mundo, 500,000 personas que nos están siguiendo. Tenemos chicos adolescentes que ni siquiera tienen edad para votar y que tienen 10,000 seguidores, y los chicos de preparatoria que le siguen miles. Con peticiones específicas. 13 de las 14 peticiones ya están en el anteproyecto de la Constitución. Estamos trabajando para poder certificar las propuestas y se han convertido en activistas en su comunidad, con el entorno, la transparencia y otras cosas. Ahí es donde estamos con la esperanza. Muchísimas gracias, muchas gracias. Yo vengo de Dinamarca y en Dinamarca tenemos 5 millones de personas. Ustedes son 5 millones de jóvenes. Tenemos muchas oportunidades. Creo que la información es muy importante. Creo que me gustaría saber cómo Quito está usando la tecnología y todo esto para reducir la huella de carbono.
El manejo de la información es importantísimo y evidentemente el manejo de la línea base, digamos, es importantísimo. Si no tenemos una línea base que sabemos de dónde venimos y hacia dónde vamos, pues simplemente estamos dando palos de ciego. Creo que para la ciudadanía, especialmente para los jóvenes, demandan mucho el tema de transparencia y transparencia en información. En ese sentido, hemos trabajado mucho estos 2 años con apoyo del C40 para generar la información de cuál es las emisiones globales que tiene nuestro aporte como la ciudad de Quito en el tema de cambio climático. Sin duda alguna, el 52% de nuestras emisiones provienen del transporte. Pero adicionalmente viene de la empresa, de la industria, del manejo de residuos sólidos y de desechos y del manejo doméstico. Es por eso el involucramiento de la ciudadanía que es tan importante, pero si no saben y no hay ese manejo de la información, simplemente no se sabe para dónde ir. Esto me lleva a que hemos construido de alguna forma algunos materiales interactivos con la ciudadanía para que de esta forma podemos educar y que también puedan contribuir de manera práctica que son en el detalle de lo que hace cada persona o que puede hacer cada persona en su día a día y puede hacer la diferencia. ¿A qué me refiero esto? Hemos llevado a diferentes sitios de la ciudad ecocines, donde se expone al público qué es lo que tiene la ciudad en términos de emisiones, de la problemática ambiental, pero también de conservación de su patrimonio natural, porque la ciudadanía por lo general vive en un sitio urbano, pero no sabe qué es lo que tiene alrededor, y especialmente en Quito, el 90% de su territorio son bosques, ¿no? Eso es importantísimo, hacer la conexión con la ciudadanía. Es una forma de educar. La segunda herramienta que hemos estado utilizando es precisamente aplicaciones de celulares. Por ejemplo, tenemos aplicaciones de los celulares para poder medir la huella de carbono de una manera simple que se la hace en 2 minutos y se les da los tips de cuáles son las acciones fáciles que puede uno como ciudadano emprenderlos en la casa, ¿no? El manejo de residuos sólidos, separación, ahorro de agua, de energía, etcétera, que muchas veces no lo sabemos y son de sentido común. La tercera es evidentemente la información subida a la página web en tiempo real y con modelamientos a futuro. ¿Qué pasaría en diferentes escenarios de aquí al 2030 con cambio de temperatura, ¿sí? O, por ejemplo, en línea sobre la calidad de aire que tiene la ciudad de Quito y cuáles son las acciones que se deberían tener para llevar a cabo ciertas medidas por parte más bien de la ciudadanía y no tanto de la municipalidad. Y la tercera, que es muy, muy importante, es que si tenemos una meta global de ciudad, tenemos que empujar todos hacia lograr esa meta de ciudad, de bajar la huella de carbono, porque lo que hemos encontrado es que son esfuerzos independientes de la empresa privada a través de temas de responsabilidad social, el municipio de Quito por su lado, muchas veces la ciudadanía con programas de reforestación o cualquiera que sea de las actividades ambientales, pero todos ellos tienen que ir hacia una misma meta. Y para esto hemos logrado crear la distinción ambiental metropolitana, que es una certificación que se da a barrios, ciudadanos, empresa privada, que logren apoyar a la meta, a la reducción de la meta de la ciudad de Quito, involucrando cada vez más a la ciudadanía en general. Este es nuestro segundo año y cada vez vemos con más éxito este tipo de programas que ha sido muy aceptado por la ciudadanía.
Quisiera agregar algo rápidamente, si me permiten.
Del futuro de tecnología, del desarrollo y creo que estas todas son partes del cambio que son muy importantes, ¿verdad? Pero también creo que el futuro del mundo tiene mucho que hacer, no nada más con el desarrollo, pero también a entender, a preguntar y a ver la información que tienen nuestros ancestros. Y también recordarnos de la gente de esta tierra, de la gente indígena, porque antes, pues hace muchos años había muchas gentes indígenas y tribus indígenas por todo el mundo que estaban viviendo en balance ya con el mundo, que no quitaron más que necesitaban, siempre regresaron a la tierra con ceremonia, con danzas, con canciones, y creo que esos entendimientos son muy importantes cuando estamos hablando de cambio en nuestras ciudades, que sí, que crecer es muy importante y que seguimos el desarrollo es muy importante, pero también con recordarnos de los entendimientos de la gente indígena y de los ancestros de esta tierra, que hay una balanza de las dos, a ver al futuro también al pasado.
Thank you very much. This time in another language. And now I was going to jump onto that point, but yeah, but you can do that in just a second, because we talk about data. Yeah. We're talking about how to use data as a city, and what you just brought in is how to interpret data and how to use data both in the context of now and in the context of the past. I think that's a very good way for you to continue. And how are you doing that
Es algo bien importante para poder continuar. Quiero regresar a las políticas nuevamente porque me intriga mucho lo que acaba de decir Gabriela y otros acerca de esto. Deben de entender que estoy aún en el estrés postraumático después de esta elección, que a pesar de los datos y la información, bueno, salieron por la ventana. Sigo gobernando con análisis, con datos, como debemos hacerlo. Y bueno, sé que hay también una lección de esta elección tan loca de los Estados Unidos y de cosas que están sucediendo alrededor del mundo. Es esta oportunidad de los jóvenes que ahora tienen dar y hablar acerca de historias auténticas y decir, ¿no? Yo tuve una experiencia maravillosa y poderosa en que habían dicho y presencié que, ¿sabes qué? Esta es mi hermana. Yo hablo a través de ellos. Llegamos como a las pasiones más profundas y no nada más estamos teniendo que ver con gobierno, tenemos que llegar al arte, a la música y tal vez, bueno, no sé quiénes hayan estado escuchando más a lo que estaba sucediendo en los Estados Unidos. ¿Saben quiénes? Los comediantes, de veras. El problema más serio fue ¿no? Algo terrible como funcionario y como padre es tener pena y otra cosa es que se burlen de ti. Aquí está sucediendo lo mismo. Todos estamos estudiando, por ejemplo, ciencias en la escuela. ¿Qué sucede con el drama, la música, el arte? Creo que podemos hacer un favor a todo este movimiento. Tal vez es hora de que volteemos a ver a todas estas partes. Si eres un artista, si eres un músico, si eres una persona en la calle que hace teatro, bueno, es ciencia, es maravilloso y lo podemos utilizar y unirlo también a la parte política.
You have a short reaction?
I have a very short reaction.
Bueno, uno de los tweets que estuve leyendo cuando ganó Trump es que decía que había unas reflexiones muy importantes en cuanto de la tecnología, en cuanto de las acciones, de que queremos ser neutrales. Y no, necesitamos pensar más en la ideología, no tanto en las políticas, ver cómo realmente llevamos a los ciudadanos y les portamos mejores herramientas. ¿No? Más de 40,000 personas hablando de la visión del futuro, de las cosas que imaginaban y nos dimos cuenta que la mayoría de las personas tenían como una visión o apocalíptica, por ejemplo, o ni tenían idea de lo que podía suceder. Hay que plantear esto, darles nuevas herramientas, involucrar a las personas desde el corazón, las entrañas y el cerebro. Es interesante, lo que generalmente nosotros reproducimos repulsión y después con eso reproducimos información, datos, PowerPoints, etcétera. Pero el conocimiento es bien importante, el cómo lo usamos. Nosotros, por ejemplo, hemos estado hablando, ¿no?, de los CEOs, los líderes, los secretarios, los alcaldes. Y podrías decir y disparar lo último que te es en unos minutos decirnos qué sucede con la gente de tu edad, cómo la gente de tu edad está reaccionando de forma diferente, si quieres acceder a otro mundo más allá del tuyo, y qué es lo que podemos hacer con respecto al clima y al que ellos se involucren de diferente forma. ¿Qué has visto? A ver. Híjole. El poder a ver, voy a tratar de cantar. Bueno, el poder está en nuestras manos y no en una sola persona, y conforme vamos caminando nosotros vamos a luchar por nuestros derechos en contra de la gente, vamos a retomar nuestras calles. Esta es nuestra tierra, esta es el único hogar que nosotros tenemos, debemos de defender. Nosotros tenemos a Obama, hemos luchado,
El viento, la agua contaminado, somos guardianes de la cultura de nuestros ancestros. En Catlazo, Camati, por la vida me ha dado. Es una cosa sobrevivir y otra cosa crecer. Como un flor en el bosque, es tiempo amanecer. Somos gente de la tierra, no la gente de la guerra. El camino rojo es nuestra cultura sagrada. Break free.
Muchísimas gracias y creo que fue una respuesta perfecta a mi pregunta de cómo podemos acceder de formas diferentes, ¿verdad? Y poner el arte. Bueno, tenemos aquí a la alcaldesa Hidalgo y a otras personas, pero la próxima vez que tengamos una cumbre tenemos que hacer parte de esto, del folclore. Hay que acordarnos que hay otras formas de discusiones, de pláticas, de incluir, utilizando aplicaciones, utilizando nuestro corazón, nuestro cerebro, como acaba de decir, todo lo que tenemos disponible para tener una percepción mayor y podemos llegar más adelante. Creo que con esto ya me dieron la señal, ya estamos casi listos. ¿Sí o no? Nadie me está dando la señal. No, ahí enfrente. Ok. Creo que con esto concluimos nuestro panel y esto nos trae esperanzas a todos, a los ciudadanos y las ciudades. Tienen grandes retos en el futuro. Tenemos que ser ambiciosos, no nos podemos limitar y tenemos que llegar al objetivo de 1.5, entre otras cosas. Vamos a tener la última sesión antes del cierre, que se va a llevar a cabo en unos minutos, pero nos han dado inspiración y visión del futuro, ¿no? Liderado y dado por la pasión de jóvenes líderes. Tenemos que utilizar la tecnología, otros medios para involucrar a todos los ciudadanos, no únicamente a los jóvenes, pero a todos. Tenemos un objetivo mutuo de maximizar las acciones climáticas, así que creo que esta ha sido una forma maravillosa el poder escuchar diferentes enfoques de cómo hacer a estas acciones. Lo que he aprendido en estos 2 días es que las malas noticias es que tenemos unos desafíos enormes y muy difíciles, así como complicados. Pero no nos vamos a ir con las malas noticias, nos vamos a ir con las buenas. Lo podemos lograr. Ha habido mucha compartición de buenas técnicas, buenas soluciones, buenas ideas, buenos productos. Los alcaldes, los líderes de ciudades de todo el mundo pueden utilizar todo esto, pero no olviden al recurso humano, no olviden a los ciudadanos, para que estos sean también parte de el cambio. Representamos millones y millones de personas y esto es increíblemente importante y esto se ha mostrado en todas las áreas. Tenemos que enfocarnos, por supuesto, en la gente joven, en la gente adulta, pero los jóvenes son nuestro futuro. No olvidemos escucharlos. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su participación. Gracias por los fotógrafos, felicidades a los ganadores y gracias a todos por estar aquí escuchando.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Felicitaciones. Muy bien.
Thank you. You did a good job.
Muy bien.
Yeah, thank you.
As the C40 Mayor Summit comes to a close, I'm sure that you have enjoyed the inspiring discussions we have seen over the past few days, helping us chart the way forward to deliver the climate-safe future that we all need. Over the course of the summit, C40 mayors and leading experts from around the globe have shared success stories, exchanged innovative ideas, fostered friendly competition, and announced new solutions to meet the historic Paris Agreement. On behalf of C40 and all participants and all attendees of the 2016 C40 Mayor Summit, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Mexico City y especialmente al alcalde de la Ciudad de México, Miguel Ángel Mancera, por su gran hospitalidad y abrir las puertas de esta hermosa ciudad para todos nosotros. Alcalde Mancera, bienvenido. Por favor.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todas y todos ustedes. Quiero agradecer la presencia del presidente del Tribunal Superior de Justicia de la Ciudad de México.
Good afternoon, city leaders from around the globe. The path to climate-safe world is clear. Cities are key to meet the ambition of the Paris Agreement. For 2 days, mayors from around the world have discussed and shared their experience of tangible actions and innovative policies to address the climate change. Nosotros, las ciudades de C40, nos hemos comprometido a cumplir con una serie de objetivos para mitigar el cambio climático, todos encaminados a mejorar la habitabilidad, la competitividad y, por supuesto, la prosperidad de nuestras urbes. Quiero agradecer a todos y cada uno de ustedes, a todas y a todos, por su compromiso, ya que sin este esfuerzo global, el futuro y la viabilidad de las metrópolis en las que residimos seguramente sería incierto. Expreso mi reconocimiento a todos los alcaldes y alcaldesas, líderes municipales reunidos hoy en la Ciudad de México, a investigadores, al grupo de liderazgo climático de C40, al director ejecutivo, Mark Watts, muchas gracias por todo su trabajo, a C40 por su compromiso en la organización de esta cumbre. Gracias también a todo mi equipo, a todo el equipo que participó aquí, gracias a los hombres y mujeres que hicieron posible la logística de este importante evento. De veras, muchas, muchas gracias. Quiero agradecer también a los medios de comunicación, incluida, por supuesto, la fuente de gobierno de la Ciudad de México. No hay paso atrás ya en este esfuerzo. Las ciudades solo podemos asegurar un clima próspero y equitativo. Debemos trabajar para ello en conjunto, con gobiernos nacionales, regionales y estatales. Quiero hacer un llamado a la colaboración estrecha entre las ciudades que conformamos esta red global. Debemos tomar acciones conjuntas, contundentes, para solucionar este desafío. Es imprescindible analizar el momento político actual antes de tomar decisiones por impulso que afecten la realidad nacional. Ni el pesimismo, ni la ansiedad o el temor permitirán actuar con claridad. Reflexionemos la situación en la justa dimensión. Mi llamado es a alejarnos de la retórica y de las descalificaciones, ir más allá de los análisis simplistas, profundizar las dificultades que hoy nos conciernen. No hay muros, definitivamente no hay muros que limiten las acciones globales como las que se impulsan en foros como en el que hoy participamos. Hoy tenemos una agenda clara: mejorar la movilidad, gestionar energías limpias, detener el calentamiento global. Tenemos los lineamientos y las acciones a realizar. As we did it in Quito, we reaffirm our call on the international community to review the governance of the United Nations systems and give cities and local governance a seat at the global table. Thank you to Mayor Paz for his work with C40 during his presidency that brought tangible results for this organization. Thank you to my friend, Mayor Hidalgo, and congratulations for her election as C40 chair. I'm convinced that her leadership will be decisive to bring cities around the globe together to achieve our climate change objectives. As mayor of the third largest city in the world, it has been great honor to discuss the fine local solutions for global challenges. The knowledge you have brought has inspired us to not let our guard down in this battle against the most urgent challenge of our times. From Mexico City, thank you to all my colleagues. Thank you to all the mayors that made this C40 summit possible. Thank you very much, and thank you again.
Muchas gracias, Alcalde Mancera. And I would like to congratulate one more time Ms. Anne Hidalgo for becoming the new leader of C40. She is the first woman to hold this prestigious role, and I have to say that we could not be better represented. So please, welcome to the stage, Ms. Anne Hidalgo.
Queridos amigos, what an amazing week, what an amazing summit. Gracias, Miguel Ángel Mancera, gracias, Miguel Ángel, por tu amistad, por tu hospitalidad y también la bella energía de tu ciudad y de todo tu equipo. Quiero agradecértelo y decirte que si esto es un éxito, es también porque la Ciudad de México contigo y todos tus amigos alrededor y los mexicanos de aquí, de esta ciudad, nos han acogido también. Creo que nuestra cumbre ha sido el momento clave que todos esperábamos, viajando desde nuestras ciudades y me imagino ahora que cada uno puede estar pensando, seguro que recordaremos este increíble viaje en bicibús con sabor de Tour de France en la Ciudad de México. También nuestras fotos de familia, que sea en el ayuntamiento, en el Palacio de la Minería o aquí en este Palacio de la Cumbre, el plan de selfie que hemos hecho y eso que ni comento, el número de tweets y de posts Facebook e Instagram que todos juntos representamos en esta sala, pero creo que hemos inundado un poco las redes sociales. Hubo muchos buenos momentos, eso sí, pero también, como siempre con los alcaldes, hubo más que nada compromisos concretos y a la altura del desafío climático que nos enfrentamos. Our deadline 2020 report made it clear. We have a 4 roadmap to change the world. As mayor, we can deliver over half of the carbon saving needed to keep C40 cities on 1.5. We have no choice, and we have one clear duty: achieve the Paris Agreement. It is not too late, but it will be soon. Yes, we can do it, and concretely, with more than 10,000 actions by 2020, more than 30,000 actions by 2030, and zero carbon by 2050. Yes, it is a tight deadline, but it is actually a lifeline. Nuestro futuro supone también tomar en cuenta que el aire que respiramos en nuestras ciudades está literalmente matándonos. Como alcaldes estamos conectados al terreno y no damos la espalda al mundo real, estamos en el mundo real. Hoy lo sabemos, son 3 millones de seres humanos que mueren al año en todo el mundo a causa de la contaminación del aire. Por eso, con la Ciudad de México y también apoyado por el alcalde, nuestro amigo de Vancouver, tomamos la decisión necesaria de prohibir vehículos diésel para el 2025. Sé que de pronto habrá más ciudades uniéndose y cuanto más seremos y cuanto más rápidos acabaremos con el diésel, mejor nos portaremos. I know it is not easy. In Paris, in each of our cities, we face conservatism. Whether there are lobbies, climate change, skepticism, or just political game. But together, we can work it out. It is our responsibility to hold our course. As example, Paris and Chicago will work together on this. With Mayor Rahm Emanuel, we invite you all in Chicago on March 30th to front our experience on waterfront. Chicago's lakefront, as well as the bank of the River Seine, used to be urban highway. We gave them back to the citizen. We'll bring back clean air to our cities. Juntos tenemos una inmensa responsabilidad y es la de comprometer nuestras ciudades en una transición ambiental. Hace unos momentos, cada uno pudo escuchar las declaraciones apasionantes que se hicieron en cuanto también a la participación ciudadana. Esta transición necesita siempre más vinculación ciudadana, siempre más democracia, siempre menos populismo y alejamiento de la verdad. Estoy convencida que ecología es política, social, economía y cultura, de que no descarta el ser humano de la naturaleza, sino que le permite progresar salvando el planeta y su medio ambiente. Esto es lo que vivimos en nuestras ciudades y es lo que tenemos que poner de relieve ahora para enriquecer la visión de los estados y también de las organizaciones internacionales que nos apoyan. Porque saber hacer trabajar junto al sector público, el sector privado, el mundo financiero, las asociaciones, las empresas las más importantes y tanto como las plataformas ciudadanas, nuestras ciudades son las más capaces a la hora de liberar el futuro y de comprender la evolución del mundo. Pero aún así es necesario que nos dejen actuar, o sea, que podamos poner en marcha un acceso más rápido a las nuevas soluciones de hoy y de mañana. Por ejemplo, es ahora esencial que como grandes ciudades tengamos acceso directo a los fondos internacionales y a sus principales donantes. Le agradezco a las fundaciones que nos acompañan en el C40, a Bloomberg Philanthropy y claro, a Mike Bloomberg. También a Real Dania y claro, también a CIF, Children Invest Fund. También les quiero agradecer a las empresas privadas que nos acompañan también inventando el futuro, las que han comprendido que trabajando juntos estamos abriendo oportunidades nuevas. Porque sí, ciudades tenemos capacidades inmensas y queremos la libertad de usarlas. This is real. These opportunities are real. Our role as mayor is to give to citizens space, scale, means. This is what we do. We do it with C40, and we do it not only for the citizen, we do it through them, we do it with them. porque los ciudadanos tienen el deseo y la energía de comprometerse para cambiar el mundo desde las ciudades donde viven, donde trabajan, donde respiran. Los ciudadanos son nuestra principal fuente de energía como alcaldes. Ya sé que cada uno lo entenderá aquí. Los ciudadanos son una energía renovable mientras confíen en nosotros. Esta confianza es algo importantísimo, es lo que sigue dándole credibilidad al papel político y a la democracia. Los ciudadanos son una energía limpia que obliga a todos los poderes, sin la menor excepción, a reinventarse a sí mismo. Son una energía positiva que quiere construir, no destruir, que quiere unificar, no dividir, que quiere vivir mejor, progresar y no arrepentirse. Es con esta energía que la innovación política, económica, social y cultural podrá resolver la ecuación climática y también el porvenir de la humanidad. Qué de buenas noticias desde esta cumbre de México. Quiero, y aquí ya lo sé, vemos el mundo con optimismo, aunque alrededor se hable mucho de pesimismo, pero estamos aquí para actuar, inventar el futuro. Mientras estamos vivos tenemos que estar de pies y inventando el futuro para nuestros niños. Sigamos así, compartiendo nuestras mejores prácticas en cuanto al medio ambiente, por supuesto, pero no solo. Inspirémonos los unos a los otros en todas las áreas, dando rienda suelta a sus ideas y a sus iniciativas. Nuestros 150 millones de ciudadanos podrán dar juntos la cara al desafío climático que reta a la humanidad entera. Mi punto es el de vosotros, hacer hoy oír la voz y las soluciones de nuestros 650 millones de ciudadanos, y podéis contar con mi determinación, como yo sé que puedo contar sobre la vuestra. Mil gracias a todas y todos. And I want to say a special thanks to the amazing C40 staff. Mark. And please, all the staff, stand, please. Please stand, all the staff of the C40. Yes, let's all give them a round of applause. They deserve it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But it's not finished. My second special thanks is for the great mayor, our friend, Miguel Ángel Mancera. Querido Miguel Ángel, ven al lado mío. Le tenemos este reconocimiento a Miguel Ángel, este reconocimiento por su valoroso apoyo en la organización de la Cumbre de los Alcaldes C40 en Ciudad de México, que quedará en nuestra historia. Gracias, Miguel Ángel. Gracias. Enhorabuena y a actuar, a trabajar, a sacar esta voz y estas soluciones. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos. Con cariño, ya volvemos cada uno a nuestra ciudad. Gracias.
Que si nos tomamos una foto aquí. Gracias. Gracias.
Protege al planeta y a sus generaciones futuras.
On rêve d'un lendemain brillant et joyeux.
在那里，我们的城市和大自然和平共处。With lots of flowers, trees, parks, and places to play. 많은 사람들이 자가용 대신 자전거, 버스, 지하철을 이용해야 합니다.
Liebe.
Wir träumen von einer beständigen Stadt und ein besseres Leben für ihre Bewohner. Sto lottando per un domani migliore. E tu? Fil haraka baraka wa kullu yuhden huwa muhim. Cambio. そして我々は今日始めなければなりません。今すぐに行動しなければnaりません。Construamos juntos un mundo más sustentable para todas las personas. Esperanza. Давайте объединимся в борьбе против изменения климата. Gracias, México. Gracias, México. Obrigado, Cidade do México. Proteger la planète et ses futures générations. 우리는 밝고 행복한 미래를 꿈꿉니다. Como nuestras ciudades en armonía con la naturaleza. Множество цветов, городов, парков и мест для развлечений. 更多的人使用自行车、公交车和地铁，而不是汽車。私たちは住民にとってより持続可能な街とより良い生活を夢見ます。Ich kämpfe für eine bessere Zukunft. Und du? El que dá el que inspiring tut tu. Cambio. Ma bisogna iniziare oggi, bisogna agire ora. Together, let's build a more sustainable world for all people. Esperanza. Unámonos contra el cambio climático. Gracias, Ciudad de México. Gracias, México-chan. Obrigado, Cidade do México.
Thank you, and thank you.
Gracias a usted y gracias a usted. Grazie. Merci à vous et à vous. 감사합니다. Dankjewel. Arigato. Shukran lakum. Спасибо вам.
Ay, Jalisco, 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 tú tienes tu novia, es Guadalajara. La perla más rara de tu Jalisco es mi Guadalajara. Oír cómo suenan esos guitarrones y echarme un tequila con los malentones. La verde cara fresca del río son mil palomas en su caserío. Guadalajara, Guadalajara, huele el sabor a tierra mojada. Ay, 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 ay. Esos cantos de Jalisco, qué bonitos. Esos cantos de Jalisco, qué bonitos.
Esos saltos de Jalisco, qué bonito. Qué re chula es esta tierra donde yo mero nací, donde yo tengo una novia en la pila del bautismo. Para echarle agua bendita la guardaron para mí. Soy alteño de los buenos por derecho.
Y que viva Jalisco, que es mi tierra. Abrir todo el pecho a echar este grito. Qué lindo es Jalisco. Palabra de al despertar la mañana quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo te canto a sus praderas y flores que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí. México lindo y querido, y muero lejos de ti. ¡Ay! ¡Sí, señor! ¡Puro México! Que me entierren en la sierra, al pie de los maquetiales, y que me cubra esta tierra, que es cuna de hombres cabales, voz de la guitarra mía. Al despertar la mañana, quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Viajero. Gana.
Yo soy ese viajero que va por el camino, por brechas y veredas, buscando su destino. Escucho alegres trinos del alba alborera, rumor de fresca brisa de tierra morena. Y miro en las espigas dorados sus trigales, como hojas que se mecen muy verde en los maizales. Y serpentea las bardas de piedras quebradas, casitas con horcones de adobe blanqueadas. La Virgen del Cerrito que alivia nuestros males, nos da tus bendiciones, milagros y bondades. Con fe los mexicanos le brindan su canto y todos la visitan el día de su santo.
México, México, te llevo en el corazón.
Con la alegría del mariachi me brota la inspiración.
México, México, el bronce es tu corazón.
Ay, como
como sones jarochos cantados con emoción. Pirámides labradas, cinceles de pasión, pitayos coronados, un águila en acción, serpientes emplumadas en regio nopal, escudo mexicano, valor nacional, piletas como espejos y tibias sus lagunas, se peinan con el viento, encajen las espumas, de piedras molcajetes, volcanes nevados, el Popo, el Iztaccíhuatl, amantes postrados. Me quedé en este suelo tan lindo y tan sereno, porque he encontrado cantos, caricias y consuelos. Por tantas cosas bellas me quedo en tu seno, gozando tus pregones, te canta el viajero. México, México, te llevo en el corazón. Con la alegría del mariachi me brota la inspiración. México, México, me brota tu corazón. Ay, como sones jarochos cantados con emoción. Y México, México, te llevo en el corazón. Ay, 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 ay. Anda y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ay, 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 ay. Anda y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo de contrabando. Ese lunar que tienes, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no se lo des a nadie, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. ¡Sí, señor! Yo a las morenas quiero desde que supe que morena es la Virgen de Guadalupe. Ay, 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 ay. Es bien sabido que amor de morena nunca es fingido, ay, 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 ay.
Qué risa me da, en ver, su tirada falsedad. El mariachi de Cali te dan los siento donde traigo el corazón, traigo un querer, adentro está de mi alma, que he perdido hasta la calma por querer esa mujer. El parabrisas zapateado, saca espigas al tablado, el mariachi entusiasmado canta sones sin parar. El palenque se rebosa con la sangre de un clavado y una china coquetona busca amores al cantar. Que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí, México lindo y querido, si me lo lejos de ti. Ay, es la fiesta de la tierra mía, se alegran con canciones de un mariachi retozón. Fiesta linda que se alumbra con la clara luz del día.
arrebatarte de entusiasmo, de calor y de emoción. ¡Sí, señor!
Solitaria camina en la viquina, la gente se pone a murmurar. Dicen que tiene una pena, dicen que tiene una pena que la hace llorar. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permite la quieran consolar. Pasa luciendo su real majestad, pasa, camina los días sin verlos jamás. La viquina tiene pena y dolor. La viquina no conoce el amor. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permite la quieran consolar. Dicen que alguien ya vino y se fue, dicen que pasa las noches llorando por él. Tiene pena y dolor. La viquina no conoce el amor. Altanera, preciosa y orgullosa, no permite la quieran consolar. Dicen que alguien ya vino y se fue, dicen que pasa las noches llorando por él. Dice que pasa la noche llorando por él. Dice que pasa la noche llorando por él. Sí, señor.
Que la mente esa de cada vez que pienso en ti.
Bueno, compadre, sí, señor. Europea. Por aquí paso volando una calandria amarilla, una calandria amarilla. Por aquí paso volando.
Por aquí paso volando.
Una calandria amarilla, una calandria amarilla, por aquí paso volando.
Oye, mamá, una rosa de Castilla que el viento la deshojaba como blanca maravilla.
Y en su piquito llevaba una rosa de Castilla que el viento la deshojaba como blanca maravilla.
María Chuchina se fue a bañar juntito al río, juntito al mar. María Chuchina se estaba bañando y el que la estaba mirando y le decía: techo tu casa, ni techo la mía, ni techo tu casa, ni techo la mía, ni techo la casa de María García. Tony.
Este torito que traigo, lo traigo desde Tepango, lo traigo desde Tepango. Este torito que traigo y lo vengo manteniendo con cascaritas de mango. Este torito que traigo, lo traigo desde Tepango. La salud que se te va. Échame tus brazos, mi alma, si me tienes bonita. La salud que se te fue. Échame tus brazos, mi alma, y nunca te olvidaré. Este torito que traigo no es pinto, no es colorado, no es pinto, no es colorado. Este torito que traigo es un torito barroso de las llaves cerrado. Este torito que traigo, lo traigo desde Alvarado. La salud que se te va. Échame tus brazos, mi alma, si me tienes bonita. La salud que se te fue. Échame tus brazos, mi alma, y nunca te olvidaré. Ay, qué bonito es volar a las 11 de la noche, a las 11 de la noche. Ay, qué bonito es volar, ay, mamá. En los gigantes de un coche, en los gigantes de un coche, hasta quisiera hallar, ay, mamá. Me agarra la brújula y me lleva al cuartel, me vuelve maceta y me da de comer. Me agarra la bruja y me lleva a su casa, me vuelve maceta y me da calabaza. Dígame usted, cuántas criaturitas se ha chupado usted. Ninguna, no sé, ando en pretensiones de chuparme a usted.
fue a bañar a orillas del río, mujercito al mar, marechucheras y